Episode 7, Naked Empire, by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 246. It was spring, a little more than 2 years ago, when we fell joyfully in love. Merrily and I spent time talking, holding hands, and when we could, sitting together, while among all the others. Among all the others, though, I only had eyes for Marilee. She only had eyes for me. When we were with others, it felt like we were alone in the world, Marilee and I. And the world belonged to us alone, that only we had the eyes to see all its hidden beauty. It is wrong to feel this way. To be so alone in our hearts is to be selfish, and to think our eyes can see so clearly is sinful pride. But we could not help ourselves. The trees blossomed just for us. The water in the streams burbled their music just for us. The moon rose for us alone. Owen slowly shook his head. You could not understand how it was, how we felt. I understand quite well how it was, Richard assured him in a quiet voice. Owen glanced up at Richard, then his gaze moved to Kaylin. She nodded to him that it was so. His brow twitched with wonder. He looked away then, perhaps, Kaylin thought, in guilt. Well, Owen said, going back to his story, I was the speaker of our town, the one who speaks what all decide that must be decided as being true. I also sometimes helped other people resolve questions of what is right according to the tenets of an advanced view of breathing. One raised his hand in a self-conscious manner. As I said, I once served my people as the wise one, so the people trusted me. Richard just nodded, not interrupting, even though Kaylin knew that he didn't quite understand the meaning of many of the details of what Owen was saying any more than she did. The gist of the story, though, was becoming all too clear. I asked Marilee if she would be my wife, if she would marry me and no other. She said that it was the happiest day of her life to be asked by me, for I said I wanted no other but her. It was the happiest day of my life when she said she would have me as her husband. Everyone was very pleased. Everyone loved us both and kept us sheltered in their arms for a long time to show their joy. As we sat together with everyone, we all talked about the plans for the wedding, and how much we would all be pleased that Marilee and I would be husband and wife and bring children among our people. Owen stared off in his thoughts. It seemed that he might have forgotten that he'd stopped speaking. So, was it a grand wedding? Richard finally prompted. Owen still stared off. The men of the order came. That was when we first realized that the seal that had protected our people since the beginning times had failed. There was no longer a barrier protecting us. Our empire was now naked to savages. Kaylin knew that what she had done had caused the boundary to fail, resulting in these people being defenseless. She had had no choice, but that didn't make it any easier to hear. They came to our town, where I was speaker. Our town, like others, has walls all around. Those who gave us our name, Bandakar, proclaimed that towns should be built such as this. It was wise of them to tell us this. The walls protect us from the beasts of the forests, make us safe, without having to harm any creatures. The men of the order set up a camp outside our walls. There was really no place for them to stay in the town. We have no accommodations to house so many people, because we never have great numbers of visitors from other towns. Worse, I was fearful of having such men as they looked sleeping under our roof with us. It was wrong to have such fear. It is my failing, not theirs, I know, but I had the fear. Since I was the speaker for my town, I went out to their camp with food and offerings. I was filled with my sinful failing of being afraid of them. They were big, some with long, dark, greasy, tangled hair, some with shaved heads, many with filthy beards of coarse hair, none of them with fair sun-golden hair like our people. It was shocking to see them wearing hides of animals, leather plates, chains and metal, and straps with sharp studs. Hanging on their belts they all carried vicious-looking implements, the likes of which I had never in my life imagined, but which I later learned were weapons. I told these strange men that they were welcome to share what we had, that we would honor them. I told them that they were invited to sit with us, to share their words with us. Everyone waited in silence, not wanting to say a word, as tears ran down Owen's face and dripped off his jaw. The men of the order did not sit with us. They did not share their words with us. Though I spoke to them, they acted as if I were not worthy of their recognition, other than to grin at me as if they intended to eat me. I sought to allay their fears, since it is the fear of others that causes hostility. I assured the men that we were peaceful and intended them no ill will. I told them that we would do our best to accommodate them among us. The man who was their speaker, a commander he called himself, spoke to me then. He told me that his name was Luchan. His shoulders were twice as wide as mine, even though he was no taller than me. This man, Luchan, said that he did not believe me. I was horrified to hear this. He said that he thought my people meant him harm. He accused us of wishing to kill his men. I was shaken that he would think such a thing of us, especially after I had told him of our open welcome to his men. I was shaken to know that I had done something to cause him to feel we were threatening to him and his men. I assured him of our desire to be peaceful with them. Luchan smiled at me then, not a smile of happiness, not a smile like I had ever seen before. He said that they were going to burn down our town and kill all the people in it to prevent us from attacking his men as they slept. I begged him to believe our peaceful ways, to sit with us and share his worries, and we would do what we needed to do to dispel such doubts and show him our love of him for being our fellow man. Luchan said then that he would not burn down our town and kill us all upon a condition, as he called it. He said that if I would surrender my woman to him as a token of my sincerity and goodwill, he would then believe our words. He said that if, on the other hand, I failed to send her out to him, what happened would be my fault, would be on my head for not cooperating with them, for not showing my sincerity and goodwill toward them. I went back to hear the words of my people. Everyone agreed and said that I must do this, that I must send merrily out to the men of the order, so that they would not burn down our town and murder everyone. I asked them not to decide so quickly and offered the idea that we could close the gates in the wall to keep the men from coming in and harming us. My people said that men such as these would find a way to break the wall, and then they would murder everyone for shutting our gates and shaming them with our bigotry toward them. The people all spoke up loudly that I must show the man Luchan goodwill and our peaceful intent, that I must allay his fears of us. I never felt so alone among my people. I could not go against the word of everyone, for it is taught that only the voices of people joined together in one voice can be wise enough to know the true way. No one person can know what is right. Only consensus can make a thing right. My knees trembled as I stood before Marilee. I heard myself ask if she wished me to do as the men wanted, as our people wanted. I told her that I would run away with her if she would wish it. She wept as she said that she would not hear such sinful talk from me, for it would mean the death of everyone else. She said that she must go to the men of the order to appease them, or there would be violence. She told me that she would tell them of our peaceful ways, and thus gentle them toward us. I was proud of Marilee for upholding the highest values of our people. I wanted to die for being proud of such a thing as would take her from me. I kissed Merrily a last time, but I could not stop my tears. I held her in my arms, and we wept together. Then I took her out to the man who was their commander, Luchan. He had a thick black beard, a shaved head, and a ring through one ear and one nostril. He said that I had made a wise choice. His sun-darkened arms were nearly as big around as Merrily's waist. His big, filthy hand took Merrily by her arm and bore her away with him as he turned back and told me to scurry back to my town, to my people. His men laughed at me as they watched me go back up the road. The men of the order left my town and my people alone. We had peace I had purchased with Merrily. I had no peace in my heart. For a time the men of the order were gone from our town. They returned then one afternoon and called for me to come out. I asked Luchan about Merrily, if she was well, if she was happy. Luchan turned his head and spat, then said he didn't know, that he never asked her. I was worried and asked if she spoke with him of our peaceful ways, assured him of our innocent intent toward him. He said that when he was with women he wasn't much interested in them for their talking. He winked at me. Though I had never seen anyone wink in such a fashion, I knew his meaning. I was very frightened for Merrily, but I reminded myself that nothing is real, that I could not really know anything from what I was hearing. I was only hearing what this one man said of things, as he saw them, and I knew that I was only sensing part of the world. I could not know reality from my eyes and ears alone. Luchan said then that I should open the town gates, lest they think we were acting in a hostile way toward them. Luchan said that if we failed to do as he asked, it would begin a cycle of violence. I went back and spoke his words to all the people gathered around me. My people all spoke in one voice and said that we must open the gates and invite them in to prove that we held no hostility, no prejudice toward the men. The men of the order came in through those gates we let stand wide for them and seized nearly all the women, from those still the age of girls to grandmothers. I stood with the other men begging them to leave our women be, to leave us be. I told them that we had agreed to their demands to prove to them that we meant them no harm, but it did no good. They would not listen. I told Luchan then that I had sent Merrily to him as his condition for peace. I told him that they must honor their agreement. Luchan and his men laughed. I cannot say if what I saw then was real. Reality is in the realm of fate, and we in this place we think we know as the world cannot know it in full truth. That day, fate swept down on my people. We had no say in it. We know that we must not fight against fate, for it has already been foreordained by the true reality we cannot see. I watched as our women were dragged away. I watched, unable to do anything, as they screamed our names, as they reached out for us, as the hands of those big men held our women and bore them away from us. I had never heard such screams as I heard that day. The overcast seemed as if it would soon brush the tops of the trees. In the thick silence, Kalin heard a bird in the bristlecone pines singing. Owen was alone, off in his solitary world of terrible memories. Richard stood, arms folded, watching the man, but saying nothing. I went to other towns, Owen finally said. In a couple of places the order had been there before me. The men of the order did much the same to those towns as they had done to my town. They took the women. In some places they also took a few men. In other places I went, the order had not come yet. As the speaker of my town, I told them of what had befallen my town, and I urged others to do something. They were angry with me and said it was wrong to resist, that to resist was to give in to violence, to become no better than the savages. They urged me to renounce my outspoken ways and to heed the wisdom of the joined voices of our people that had brought enlightenment and thousands of years of peace. They told me that I was only looking at events through my limited eyes and not the better judgment of the group. I went then to one of our important cities and told them again that the seal on the pass was broken and that the imperial order was upon us and that something must be done. I urged them to listen to me and to consider what we could do to protect our people. Because I was so inconsiderately assertive, the assembly of speakers took me to the Wise One so that I might have his counsel. It is a great honor to have the words of the Wise One. The Wise One told me that I must forgive those who had done these things against my people if we were to end the violence. The Wise One said that the anger and hostility shown by the men of the order was a mark of their inner pain, a cry for help, and they must be shown compassion and understanding. I should have been humbled by such clear wisdom as could only come from the Wise One. But instead I spoke out of my wish for Merrilee and all the other people to be returned from such men, and for the speakers to help me in this. The Wise One said that Merrilee would find her own happiness without me, and that I was guilty of selfishness for wanting to keep her for myself. He said that fate had come for the other people, and it was not my place to make demands of fate. I asserted to the speakers and the Wise One that the men of the order had not upheld the agreement made by Luchan for Merrilee to be sent to them. The Wise One said that Merrilee had acted properly by going in peace to the men so that the cycle of violence would end. He said that it was selfish and sinful for me to put my wants above peace she selflessly worked toward, and that my attitude toward them was probably what had provoked the men to anger. I asked what I was to do when I had acted honestly, but they had not. The Wise One said that I was wrong to condemn men I did not know, men I had not first forgiven or tried to embrace or even to understand. He said that I must encourage them in the ways of peace by throwing myself before them and begging them to forgive me for acting in a way that kindled their inner pain by reminding them of past wrongs done to them. I told the Wise One then, in front of all the other speakers, that I did not want to forgive these men or to embrace these men, but that I wanted to cast them out of our lives. I was given a denunciation. Richard handed Owen a cup of water, but said nothing. Owen sipped at the water without seeing it. The gathering of speakers commanded me to go back to my town and seek the advice of those among whom I lived, commanding that I ask my people to counsel me back to our ways. I went back, intending to redeem myself, only to discover that it had become worse than before. Now the order had returned to take whatever they wanted from the town, food and goods. We would have given them whatever they wanted, but they never asked, they just took. More of our men had been taken away too, some of the boys, and some of those who were young and strong. Other men who had in some way offended the dignity of the men of the order had been murdered. People I knew stood staring with empty eyes at blood where our friends had died. In other such places, people gathered to mound remembrances over the blood. These places had become sacred shrines, and people knelt there to pray. The children would not stop crying. No one would counsel me. Everyone in my town trembled behind doors, but they cast their eyes down and opened those doors when the men of the order knocked, lest we offend them. I could not stand to be in our town any longer. I ran to the country, even though I was terrified that I would be alone. There in the hills I found other men, selfish as I, hiding in fear for their lives. Together, we decided to try to do something, to try to bring an end to the misery. We resolved to restore peace. At first, we sent representatives to speak with the men of the order, to let them know that we meant them no harm, and that we only sought peace with them, and to ask what we could do to satisfy them. The men of the order hung these men by their ankles from poles at the edge of our town and skinned them alive. I knew these men all my life, these men who had counseled me, advised me, broken fasts with me, sheltered me in their arms with joy when I had told them merrily and I wanted to be wed. The men of the order left these poor men to hang by their ankles as they screamed in agony in the hot summer sun, where the black-tipped races came and found them. I reminded myself that what I saw that day was not real, and that I should not believe such sights, that possibly my eyes were deceiving me as punishment for having improper thoughts, and that my mind could not possibly know if the sight was real or an illusion. Not every man that had gone to speak with the men of the order was killed. A few of our men were sent back to us with word from the order. They said that if we did not come down out of the hills and return to their rule in our town, to show that we did not intend to attack them, then they would begin skinning 12 people a day and hanging them on poles for the races, unless either we returned to demonstrate our peaceful intent, or until every last person left in the town was skinned alive. Many of our men wept, unable to stand to think that they would be the cause of a cycle of violence. So they went back to the town to show that they intended no harm. Not all of us went back. A few of us remained in the hills. Since most returned and the order had no count of us, they thought all had complied with their command. Those few of us who were left in the hills hid, living off the nuts, fruits, and berries we could find, or the food we snuck back and stole. We slowly gathered together supplies to see us through. I told the other men with me that we should find out what the order was doing with our people they had taken away. Since the men of the order didn't know us, we could sometimes mingle in with people working the fields or tending to animals, and sneak back into our town without the order knowing who we were, without knowing that we were men from the hills. Over the next months we followed and watched the men of the order. The children had been sent away, but the men of the order had taken all the women to a place they built, an encampment they called it, that they fortified against attack. Owen put his face in his hands again as he spoke through sobs. They were using our women as breeding stock. They sought to have them bear children, as many children as they could birth, children of their soldiers. Some women were already pregnant. Most of those who weren't already pregnant became pregnant. Over the next year and a half, many children were born. They were nursed for a time, and then they were all sent away as their mothers were gotten pregnant again. I don't know where these children were taken, somewhere beyond our empire. The men who had been taken from the towns were also taken away beyond our empire. The men of the order did not watch their captives well, since our people shunned violence, so a couple of men escaped and ran to the hills where they found us. They told us that the order had taken them to see the women, and told them that if they did not do as they were told, if they did not follow all the orders they were given, then all these women before them would die, that they would be skinned alive. These men who escaped did not know where they were to be taken, or what it was they were to do, only that if they did not follow the instructions given them, then they would be the cause of the violence to our women. After a year and a half of hiding, of meeting with others, we learned that the order had spread to other places in our empire, taken other towns and cities. The wise one and the speakers went into hiding. We discovered that some towns and cities had invited the order to come in, to be among them, in an attempt to appease them and keep them from doing harm. No matter how hard our people tried, their concessions failed to placate the belligerence of the men of the order. We could not understand why this was true. In some of the largest cities, though, it was different. The people there had listened to the speakers of the order and had come to believe that the cause of the imperial order was the same as our cause, to bring an end to abuse and injustice. The order convinced these people that they abhorred violence, that they had been enlightened as were our people, but they had to turn to violence to defeat those who would oppress us all. They said that they were champions of our people's cause of enlightenment. The people there rejoiced that they were at last in the hands of saviors who would spread our words of enlightenment to the savages who did not yet live by peace. Richard, a thunderstorm building, could hold his tongue no longer. And even after all the brutality, these people believed the words of the imperial order? Owen spread his hands. The people in those places were swayed by the words of the order, that they were fighting for the same ideals as we lived by. They told our people in those cities that they had only acted as they did because my town and some of the other places like it had sided with the savages from the north, with the Daharan Empire. I had heard this name before, the Daharan Empire. During the year and a half that I lived in the hills with the other men, I sometimes traveled out of our land, out into the surrounding places, to see what I could discover that might help us to cast the imperial order out of Vandakar. While I was out of my land, I went to some of the cities in the old world, as I learned it was called. In one place, Alturang, I heard whispers of a great man from the north, from the Daharan Empire, who brought freedom. Other of my men also went out to other places. When we returned, we all told each other what we had seen, what we had heard. All those who came back told of the same thing, told of hearing of one called Lord Ral, and his wife, the Mother Confessor, who fought the imperial order. Then we learned where the Wise One was being kept safe, as were most of our greatest speakers. It was in our greatest city, a place where the order had not yet come. The order was busy with other places, and so they were in no hurry. My people were going nowhere. They had nowhere to go. The men who were with me wanted to be their speaker, to go to talk with these great speakers, to convince them that we must do something to stop the imperial order and cast them out of Bandakar. I journeyed to the great city, a place I had never been before, and I was inspired at seeing a place that such a great culture as ours had built, a culture about to be destroyed. If I could not convince these great speakers and the Wise One to think of something to do to stop the order, I spoke before them with great urgency. I told them of all the order had done. I told them of the men I had in hiding, waiting for word of what they were to do. The great speakers said that I cannot know the true nature of the order from what I and a few men have seen, that the imperial order was a vast nation, and we saw only a tiny speck of their people. They said that men cannot do such cruel acts as I described, because it would cause them to shrink back in horror before they could complete them. To prove it, they suggested that I try to skin one of them. I admitted that I could not, but I told them that I had seen the men of the order do this. The speakers scorned my insistence that it was real. They said, I must always keep in mind that reality is not for us to know. They said that the men of the imperial order were probably frightened that we might be a violent people, and simply wanted to test our resolve by tricking us into believing that the things I described were real, so that they could see how we reacted, if peace was really our way, or if we would attack them. The great speakers said then that I could not know if I really saw all the things I said, and that even if I did, I could not judge if they were for the bad or the good, that I was not the person to judge the reasons of men I did not know, that to do so would be to believe that I was above them, and to put myself above them would be an act of prejudiced hostility. I could only think of all the things I had seen, of the men with me who all agreed that we must convince the great speakers to act to preserve our empire. I could only see in my face the face of Luchan. And then I thought of Marilee in the hands of this man. I thought of the sacrifice she had made, and how her life was cast away into this horror for nothing. I stood up before the great speakers and screamed that they were evil. Kara snorted a laugh. Seems you can tell what's real when you put your mind to it. Richard shot her a withering glare. Owen glanced up and blinked. His thoughts had been so distant as he told his story that he hadn't really heard her. He looked up at Richard. That was when they banished me, he said. But the boundary seal had failed, Richard said. You had already come and gone through the pass. How could they enforce a banishment with the boundary down? Owen waved dismissively. They do not need the wall of death. Banishment is in a way a sentence of death, the death of the person as a citizen of Bandakar. My name would be known throughout the empire, at least what was left of it, and every person would shun me. I would be turned away from every door. I was one of the banished. No one would want to have any contact with me. I was now an outcast. It does not matter that they could not put me beyond the barrier. They put me beyond my people. That was worse. I went back to my men in the hills to collect my things and confess to them that I had been banished. I was going to go out beyond our homeland, as I had been commanded by the will of our people through our great speakers. But my men, those in the hills, they would not see me go. They said that the banishment was wrong. These men had seen the things I had seen. They had wives, mothers, daughters, sisters who had been taken away. They all had seen their friends murdered, seen the men skinned alive and left to suffer in agony as they died, seen the races come to circle over them as they hung on those poles. They said that since all our eyes had seen these things, then these things must be true, must be real. They all said that we had gone into the hills because we love our land and want to restore the peace we once had. They said that the great speakers were the ones whose eyes did not see, and they were condemning our people to murder at the hands of savage men, and those of our people who lived to a cruel life under the rule of the imperial order, to be used as breeding stock or as slaves. I was shocked that these men would not reject me for being banished, that they wanted me to stay with them. It was then that we decided that we would be the ones to do something, to come up with the plan we always wanted the speakers to decide. When I asked what would be our plan, everyone said the same thing. They all said that we must get Lord Raoul to come and give us freedom. They all spoke with one voice. We decided then what we would do. Some men said that one such as the Lord Raoul would come to cast out the order when we asked. Others thought you might not be willing, since you are unenlightened, and not of our ways, not of our people. When we considered that possibility, we decided that we must have a way to ensure you would have to come, should you refuse us. Since I was banished, I said that it was upon me to do this thing. Except to live in the hills with my men, I could have no life among our people unless we cast out the imperial order and our ways were restored to us. I told the men that I did not know where I could find the Lord Raoul, but that I would not give up until I did so. First, though, one of the men, an older man who had spent his life working with herbs and cures, made me the poison I put into your water skin. He made me the antidote as well. He told me how the poison worked, and how it could be counteracted, since none of us wished to consider that it would come to murder even of an unenlightened man. By the sidelong look Richard gave her, Kaelin knew that he wanted her to hold her tongue, and knew that she was having difficulty doing so. She redoubled her effort. I was worried about how I would find you, Owen said to Richard, but I knew I had to. Before I could go in search of you, though, I had to hide the rest of the antidote, as was our plan. While in a city where the order had won the people to their side, I heard some people at the market say that it was a great honor that the very man who had come to their city was the most important man among all those of the imperial order in Bandakar. The thought struck me that this man might know something of the man the order hated most, Lord Raoul, I stayed in the city for several days, watching the place where this man was said to be. I watched the soldiers come and go. I saw that they sometimes took people in with them, and then later the people came back out. One day I saw people come back out, and they did not appear to be harmed, so I made my way close to them to hear what they might say. I heard them talk that they had seen the great man himself. I could not hear much of what they said of their visit inside, but none said that they were hurt. And then I saw the soldiers come out, and I suspected that they might be going to get more people to take them in to see this great man, so I went before them into a central gathering square. I waited then near the open aisles between the public benches. The soldiers rushed in and gathered up a small crowd of people, and I was swept up with the others. I was terrified of what would happen to me, but I thought this might be my only chance to go in the building with this important man. My only chance to see what he looked like, to see the place where he was, so I could know where to sneak back and listen, as I had learned to do when living in the hills with my men. I had resolved to do this to see if I could learn any information on Lord Ralph. Still I was trembling with worry when they took us all into the building and down halls and upstairs to the top floor. I feared that I was being led to the slaughter and wanted to run, but I thought then of my men back in the hills, depending on me to find the Lord Ralph and get him to come to Bandakar and give us freedom. We were taken through a heavy door into a dim room that filled me with fear because it stank of blood. The windows on two walls of the stark room were closed off by shutters. I saw that across the room there was a table with a broad bowl, and nearby a row of fat sharpened wooden stakes standing nearly as tall as my chest. They were stained dark with blood and gore. 2 women and a man with us fainted. Out of anger, the soldiers kicked them in the heads. When the people did not rise, the soldiers dragged them away by their arms. I saw blood trails smear along the floor behind them. I didn't want to have my head caved in by the boot of one of these gruesome men, so I resolved not to faint. A man swept into the room suddenly like a chill wind. I had not ever been afraid of any man, even Luchan, like I was afraid of this man. He was dressed in layer upon layer of cloth strips that flowed out behind as he moved. His jet black hair was swept back and smoothed with oils that made it glisten. His nose seemed to stick out even more than it would have had he not slicked back his hair. His small black eyes were rimmed in red. When those beady eyes fixed on me, I had to remind myself that I had vowed not to faint. He peered at each person in turn as he slowly walked past us, as if he were picking out a turnip for dinner. It was then, as his knobby fingers came out from his odd clothes to point in a waving manner at one person and then another, until he had pointed out 5 people, that I saw that his fingernails were all painted as black as his hair. His hand waved, dismissing the rest of us. The soldiers moved between the 5 people this man had pointed out and the rest of us. They started pushing us toward the door, but just then, before we could be ushered out, a commander with a nose that had been flattened to the side as if from being broken repeatedly came in and said that the messenger had arrived. The man with the black hair ran his black nails back through his black hair and told the commander to tell the messenger to wait, that by morning he would have the latest information. I was then led out and down the stairs along with the rest of the people. We were taken outside and told to go away, that our services wouldn't be needed. The soldiers laughed when they said this. I left with the others so as not to make the men angry. The people all whispered about having seen the great man himself. I could think only of what the latest information might be. Later, after dark, I sneaked back, and in the rear of the building I discovered, behind the gate through a high wooden fence, a narrow alleyway. In the dark, I entered the alley and hid myself inside a doorway entrance to the back hall of the building. There were passageways beyond, and in the candlelight I recognized one passage as the place I had been earlier. It was late, and there was no one in the halls. I moved deeper into the passageways. Rooms and recesses lined each side of the hall, but with the late hour no one came out. I sneaked up the stairs and crept to the big, thick door to the room where I had been taken. It was there, in that dark hall before the big door, that I heard the most horrifying cries I have ever heard. People were begging and weeping for their lives, crying for mercy. One woman pleaded endlessly to be put to death to end her suffering. I thought I would vomit or faint, but one thought kept me still and hidden, kept me from running as fast as my legs would carry me. That was the thought that this was the fate of all my people if I did not help them by bringing Lord Ralph. I stayed there all night in the dark recess in a hall across from the big door, listening to those poor people in unimaginable agony. I don't know what the man was doing to them, but I thought I would die of sorrow for their slow suffering. The whole of the night, the moans of agony never ceased. I shivered in my hiding place, weeping, and told myself that it wasn't real, that I shouldn't be afraid of what was not real. I imagined the people's pain, but told myself that I was putting my imagination on top of my senses, the very thing I had been taught was wrong. I put my thoughts to Marilee, the times we had been together, and ignored the sounds that were not real. I could not know what was real, what these sounds really were. Early in the morning, the commander I had seen before returned. I peeked carefully out from my dark hiding place. The man with the black hair came to the door. I knew it was him because when his arm came out of the room to hand the man a scrolled paper, I saw his black fingernails. The man with the black hair said to the commander with the flattened, crooked nose, he called him Najari, that he had found them. That's what he said, them. Then he said, they've made it to the east edge of the wasteland and are now heading north. He told the man to give the messenger the orders right away. Najari said, shouldn't be long then, Nicholas, and you will have them, and we'll have the power to name our price. Chapter 25. Richard spun around. Nicholas? You heard him say that name? Owen blinked in surprise. Yes, I'm sure of it, he said Nicholas. Kaylin felt a weary hopelessness settle over her, like the cold, wet mist. Richard gestured urgently. Go on. Well, I wasn't sure that they were talking about you, about the Lord Rall and the Mother Confessor, when the commander said them, but by the grim excitement in their voices I had the impression that it was so. Their voices reminded me of the first time the order came, at the way Luchan smiled at me in a way I had never seen before, like he might eat me. I thought that this information was my best chance to find you, so I started out at once. Borne on a light gust, drizzle replaced the morning mist. Kaylin realized that she was shivering with the cold. Richard pointed at the man sitting on the ground not far away, the man with the notch in his right ear, the man Kaylin had touched. Some of the storm within Richard boiled to the surface. There is the man the orders from Nicholas were sent to. He brought with him those men you saw at our last camp. Had we not defended ourselves, had we put our own sincere hatred of violence above the nature of reality, we would be as lost as Marilee. Owen stared at the man. What is his name? I don't know, and it doesn't matter to me in the least. He fought for the imperial order, fought to uphold a view of all life, including his, as unimportant, interchangeable, expendable in the mindless pursuit of an ideal that holds individual lives as worthless in themselves, a tenet that demands sacrifice to others until you are nothing. He fights for the dream of everybody to be nobody and nothing. The beliefs of the order hold that you had no right to love Marilee, that everyone is the same, and so your duty should be to marry someone who could best use your help. In that way, through selfless sacrifice, you would properly serve your fellow man. Despite how you struggle not to see what's before your eyes, Owen, I think somewhere beneath all your regurgitated teachings you know that that is the greatest horror brought by the order. Not their brutality, but their ideas. It is their beliefs that sanction brutality, and yours that invite it. He didn't value his own life, who he was. Why should I care what his name was? I give him what was his greatest ambition, nothingness. When Richard saw Kaylin shivering in the cold drizzle, he withdrew his hot glare from Owen and retrieved her cloak from her pack in the wagon. With the utmost gentleness and care, he wrapped it around her shoulders. By the look on his face, he seemed to have had all he could take of listening to Owen. Kaylin seized his hand, holding it to her cheek for a moment. There was some small good in the story they had heard from Owen. "This means that the gift isn't killing you, Richard," she said in a confidential tone. "It was the poison." She was relieved that they hadn't run out of time to get him help, as she had so feared on that brief eternal wagon ride when he'd been unconscious. "I had the headaches before I ran into Owen. I still have the headaches. The sword's magic as well faltered before I was poisoned." "But at least this now gives us more time to find the solutions to those problems." He ran his fingers back through his hair. "I'm afraid we have worse problems now, and not the time you think." "Worse problems?" Richard nodded. "You know the empire Owen comes from? Bandakar? Guess what Bandakar means?" Kaylin glanced at Owen sitting hunched on the crate and all by himself. She shook her head as her gaze returned to Richard's gray eyes, troubled more by the suppressed rage in his voice than anything else. "I don't know. What?" "In High Daharan, it's a name. It means the banished. Remember from the book, The Pillars of Creation, when I was telling you what it said about how they decided to send all the pristinely ungifted people away to the old world? To banish them? Remember that I said no one ever knew what became of them? We just found out. The world is now naked before the people of the Bandakaran Empire." Kaylin frowned. "How can you know for certain that he is a descendant of those people?" "Look at him. He's blond and looks more like full-blooded Daharans than he does the people down here in the old world. More importantly, though, he's not affected by magic." "But that could be just him." Richard leaned in closer. "In a closed place like he comes from, a place shut off from the rest of the world for thousands of years, even one pillar of creation would have spread that ungifted trait throughout the entire population by now. But there wasn't just one. They were all ungifted. For that, they were banished to the old world, and in the old world, where they tried to establish a new life, they were again all collected and banished to that place beyond those mountains, a place they were told was for the Bandakar, the banished." "How did the people in the old world find out about them? How did they keep them all together, without a single one surviving to spread their ungifted trait to the general population? And how did they manage to then put them all in that place, banish them?" "Good questions all, but right now not the important ones." "Owen," Richard called as he turned back to the others, "I want you to stay right there, please, while the rest of us decide what will be our single voice about what we must do." Owen brightened at a method of doing things with which he identified and felt comfortable. He didn't seem to detect, as did Kaylin, the undercurrent of sarcasm in Richard's voice. "You," Richard said to the man Kaylin had touched, "go sit beside him and see that he waits there with you." While the man scurried to do as he was told, Richard tilted his head in gesture to the rest of them, calling them away with him. "We need to talk." Friedrich, Tom, Jensen, Kara, and Kaylin followed Richard away from Owen and the man. Richard leaned back against the chafing rail of the wagon and folded his arms as they all gathered close around him. He took time to appraise each face looking at him. "We have big problems," Richard began. and not just from the poison Owen gave me. Owen isn't gifted. He's like you, Jensen. Magic doesn't touch him. His gaze remained locked on Jensen's. The rest of his people are the same as he, as you. Jensen's jaw fell open in astonishment. She looked confused, as if unable to reconcile it all in her mind. Friedrich and Tom looked nearly as startled. Kara's brow drew down in a dark frown.
"Richard," Jensen finally said, "that just can't be. There's too many of them. There's no way that they can all be half-brothers and sisters of ours."
"They aren't half-brothers and sisters," Richard said. "They're a line of people descended from the house of Rahl, people like you. I don't have time right now to explain all of it to you, but remember how I told you that you would bear children who were like you, and they would pass that pristinely ungifted trait on to all future generations? Well, back a long time ago, there were people like that spreading into Hara. The people back then gathered up all these ungifted people and sent them to the old world. The people down here then sealed them away beyond those mountains there. The name of their empire, Bandakar, means the banished." Jensen's big blue eyes filled with tears. She was one of those people so hated that they had been banished from the rest of the people in their own land and sent into exile. Kalin put an arm around her shoulders.
"Remember how you said that you felt alone in the world?"
Kalin smiled warmly.
"You don't have to feel alone anymore. There are people like you."
Kalin didn't think her words seemed to help much, but Jensen welcomed the comfort of the embrace. Jensen abruptly looked back up at Richard.
"That can't be true. They had a boundary that kept them locked in that place. If they were like me, they wouldn't be affected by a boundary of magic. They could have come out of there any time they wished. Over all this time, at least some of them would have come out into the rest of the world. The magic of the boundary couldn't have held them back."
"I don't think that's true," Richard said. "Remember when you saw the sand flowing sideways in that warning beacon that Sabar brought us? That was magic, and you saw it."
"That's right," Kalin said. "If she's a pillar of creation, then how is such a thing possible?" "That's right," Jensen agreed. "How could that be, if I'm truly ungifted?"
Her eyebrows went up.
"Richard, maybe it's not true after all. Maybe I have a bit of the spark of the gift. Maybe I'm not really truly ungifted."
Richard smiled. "Jensen, you're as pure as a snowflake. You saw that magic for a reason. Nietzsche wrote us in her letter that the warning beacon was linked to the wizard who created it, linked to him in the underworld. The underworld is the world of the dead. That means that the statue functioned partly through subtractive magic, magic having to do with the underworld. You may be immune to magic, but you are not immune to death. Gifted or not, you are still linked to life, and thus death. That's why you saw some of the magic of the statue, the part relating to the advancement of death. The boundary was a place in this world where death itself existed. To go into that boundary was to enter the world of the dead. No one returns from the dead. If any pristinely ungifted person in Bandakar had gone into the boundary, they would have died. That was how they were sealed in."
"But they could banish people through the boundary," Jensen pressed. "That would have to mean that the boundary didn't really affect them."
Richard was shaking his head even as she was protesting. "No, they were touched by death, the same as anyone. But there was a way left through the boundary, much like the one that once divided the 3 lands of the New World. I got through that boundary without being touched by it. There was a pass through it, a special hidden place to get through the boundary. This one was the same."
Jensen wrinkled her nose. "That makes no sense, then. If that was true, and it wasn't hidden from them, since they all knew of this passage through the boundary, then why couldn't they all just leave if they wanted to? How could it seal the rest of them in if they could send banished people through?" Richard sighed, wiping a hand across his face. It looked to Kalin like he wished she hadn't asked that question. "You know the area we passed a while back?" Richard asked her. "That place where nothing grew?" Jensen nodded. "I remember." "Well, Sabar said he came through another one, a little to the north of here." "That's right," Kalin said, "and it ran toward the center of the wasteland, toward the pillars of creation, just like the one we saw. They had to be roughly parallel." Richard was nodding to what she was beginning to suspect. "And they were to either side of the notch into Bandakar. They weren't very far apart. We're in that place right now, between those two boundaries." Friedrich leaned in. "But Lord Rull, that would mean that if someone was banished from the Bandakaran Empire, when they emerged from that boundary, they would find themselves trapped between the walls of these two boundaries out here, and there wasn't much room between them. A person would have nowhere to go but—" Friedrich covered his mouth as he turned west, looking off into the gloom. "The pillars of creation," Richard finished with quiet finality. But, Jensen stammered, "are you saying that someone made it that way? Made these two boundaries deliberately to force anyone who is sent out of the Bandakaran Empire to go into that place? The pillars of creation? Why?" Richard looked into her eyes for a long moment. "To kill them." Jensen swallowed. "You mean whoever banished these people wanted anyone they in turn sent out, anyone they exiled, to die?" "Yes," Richard said. Kalin pulled her cloak tighter around herself. It had been hot for so long she could hardly believe that the weather had so suddenly turned cold. Richard swiped a lock of wet hair back off his forehead as he went on. "From what Addie told me once, boundaries have to have a pass to create balance on both sides, to equalize the life on both sides. I suspect that those down here in the old world who banished these people wanted to give them a way to get rid of criminals, and so told the people about the existence of the pass. But they didn't want such people to be loosed on the rest of the world. Criminals or not, they were ungifted. They couldn't be allowed to run free." Kalin immediately saw the problem with his theory. "But all three boundaries would have had to have a pass," she said. "Even if the other two passes in the remaining two boundaries were secret, that still left the possibility that anyone exiled and sent through the notch might find one of them, and so not try to escape through the pillars of creation where they would die. That left the chance that they might still escape into the old world." "If there really were three boundaries, such might be the case," Richard said. "But I don't think there were three. I think there really was only one." "Now you're not making any sense," Kara complained. "You said there was the one going north and south blocking the pass, and then there were these two parallel ones out here going east and west to funnel anyone who came out of the Empire through that first boundary toward the pillars of creation where they would die." Kalin had to agree. It seemed that there might be a chance for someone to escape through one of the other two. "I don't think there were three boundaries," Richard repeated. "I think there was only one. That one boundary wasn't straight. It was bent in half." He held two fingers up side by side. The bottom of the bend went across the pass. He pointed at the web between the two fingers. The two legs extended out here, parallel, going off to where they ended at the pillars. Jensen could only ask, "Why?" "It seems to me, by how elaborate the whole design was, that the ones who sealed those people in wanted to give them a way to rid themselves of dangerous people, possibly knowing from what they had learned of their beliefs that they would balk at executing anyone. When these people were banished here to the old world, they may have already had at least the core of the same beliefs they hold now. Those beliefs leave them completely vulnerable to those who are evil. Protecting their way of life without executing criminals meant they had to cast such people out of their community or be destroyed by them. The banishment away from Dahara and the New World across the barrier into the Old World must have terrified them. They stuck together as a means of survival, a common bond. Those down here in the Old World who put them behind that boundary must have used those people's fear of persecution to convince them that the boundary was meant to protect them, to keep others from harming them. They must have convinced those people that since they were special, they needed such protection. That, along with their well-established need to stick together, had to have reinforced in them a terrible fear of being put out of their protected place. Banishment had a special terror to those people. They must have felt the anguish of being rejected by the rest of the peoples of the world because they were ungifted, but together as they were, they also felt safe behind the boundary. Now that the seal is off, we have big problems. Jensen folded her arms. Now that there's more than one of us, more than one snowflake, you're having worries about a snowstorm? Richard fixed her with a reproachful look. Why do you think the Order came in and took some of their people? Apparently, Jensen said, to breed more children like them, to breed precious magic out of the race of man. Richard ignored the heat in her words. No, I mean, why would they take men? Same reason, Jensen said, to mate with regular women and give them ungifted children. Richard drew in a patient breath and let it out slowly. What did Owen say? The men were taken to see the women and told that if they didn't follow orders, those women would be skinned alive. Jensen hesitated. What orders? Richard leaned toward her. What orders indeed? Think about it, he said, looking around at the rest of them. What orders? What would they want ungifted men for? What is it they would want ungifted men to do? Kalin gasped. The keep! Exactly. Richard's unsettling gaze met each of them in turn. Like I said, we have big problems. Zed is protecting the keep. With his ability and the magic of that place, he can no doubt single-handedly hold off Jagang's entire army. But how is that skinny old man going to resist even one young, ungifted man who is untouched by magic and comes up and grabs him by the throat? Jensen's hand came away from her mouth. You're right, Richard. Jagang, too, has that book, The Pillars of Creation. He knows how those like me aren't touched by magic. He tried to use me in that very way. That's why he worked so hard to convince me that you were trying to kill me, so that I would think my only chance was to kill you first. He knew I was ungifted and couldn't be stopped by magic. And Jagang is from the Old World, Richard added. In all likelihood, he would have known something about the Empire beyond that boundary. For all we know, in the Old World, Bandakar might be legendary, while those in the New World, beyond the Great Barrier for 3,000 years, would never have known what happened to those people. Now the Order has been taking men from there and threatening them with the brutal murder of their defenseless women. Women who are loved ones, if those men don't follow orders. I think those orders are to assault the Wizard's Keep and capture it for the Imperial Order. Kalin's legs shook. If the keep fell, they would lose the one real advantage, however limited, they had. With the keep in the hands of the Order, all those ancient and deadly things of magic would be available to Jagang. There was no telling what he might unleash. There were things in the keep that could kill them all, Jagang included. He had already proven with the plague he'd unleashed that he was willing to kill any number to have his way, that he was willing to use any weapon, even if such weapons decimated his own people as well. Even if Jagang did nothing with the keep, just him having control of it denied the Daharan Empire the possibility of finding something there that could help them. That was in addition to protecting the keep. What Zed was doing while he was there, trying to find something that would help them win the war, or at least find a way to put the Imperial Order back behind a barrier of some kind and confine them to the Old World. Without the keep, their cause would likely be hopeless.
Resistance would be nothing more than delaying the inevitable. Without the keep on their side, all resistance to Jagang would eventually be crushed. His troops would pour into every part of the New World. There would be no stopping them. With trembling fingers, Kaelin clutched her cloak closed. She knew what awaited her people, what it was like when the Imperial Order invaded and overpowered places. She had been with the army for nearly a year, fighting against them. They were like a pack of wild dogs. There was no peace with such animals after you. They would be satisfied only when they could tear you apart. Kaelin had been to cities like Epinicia that had been overrun by Imperial Order soldiers. In a wild binge of savagery that went on for days, they had tortured, raped, and murdered every person trapped in the city, finally leaving it a wasteland of human corpses. None, no matter their age, had been spared. That was what the people of the New World had to look forward to. With enemy troops overrunning all of the New World, any trade that was not already disrupted would be brought to a standstill. Nearly all businesses would fail. The livelihood of countless people would be lost. Food would quickly become scarce and then simply unavailable at any cost. People would have no means of supporting themselves and their families. People would lose everything for which they had worked a lifetime. Cities, even before the troops arrived, would be in a destructive panic. When the enemy troops arrived, most people would be burned out of their homes, driven from their cities and their land. Jagang would steal all supplies of food for his troops and give conquered land to his favored elite. The true owners of that land would perish or become slaves working their own farms. Those who escaped before the invading horde would desperately cling to life, living like animals in wild areas. Most of the population would be in flight, running for their lives. Hundreds of thousands would be out in the elements without shelter. There would be little food and no ability to prepare for winter. When the weather turned harsh, they would perish in droves. As civilization crumbled and starvation became the norm, disease would sweep across the land, catching up those on the run. Families would collapse as those they depended on suffered agonizingly slow and painful deaths. Children and the weak would be alone, to be preyed upon as a source of food for the starving. Kaelin knew what such widespread disease was like. She knew what it was to watch people dying by the thousands. She had seen it happen in Aidendrill when the plague was there. She saw scores stricken without warning. She had watched the old, the young, such good people, contract something they could not fight, watched them suffer in misery for days before they died. Richard had been stricken with that plague. Unlike everyone else, though, he had gotten it knowingly. Taking the plague deliberately had been the price to get back to her. He had traded his life just to be with her again before he died. That had been a time beyond horror. Kaelin knew firsthand savage desperation. It was then that she had taken the only chance available to her to save his life. It was then that she had loosed the chimes. That act had saved Richard's life. She hadn't known at the time that it would also be a catalyst that would set unforeseen events into motion. Because of her desperate act, the boundary to this empire had lost its power and failed. Because of her, all magic might eventually fail. Now, because of that boundary failing, the Wizards' Keep, their last bastion to work a solution against the Order, was in terrible jeopardy. Kaelin felt as if it was all her fault. The world was on the brink of destruction. Civilization stood at the threshold of obliteration in the name of the Order's mindless idea of a greater good. The Order demanded sacrifice to that greater good. What they were determined to sacrifice was reason, and therefore civilization itself. Madness had cast its shadow across the world and would have them all. They now stood in the edge of the shadow of a dark age. They were all on the eve of the end times.
Kaylin couldn't say that, though. She couldn't tell them how she felt. She dared not reveal her despair. "Richard, we simply can't allow the order to capture the keep." Kaylin could hardly believe how calm and determined her voice sounded. She wondered if anyone else would believe that she thought they still stood a chance. "We have to stop them." "I agree," Richard said. He sounded determined, too. She wondered if he saw in her eyes the true depths of her despair. "First," he said, "the easy part. Nietzsche and Victor. We have to tell them that we can't come now. Victor needs to know what we would say to him. He will need to know that we agree with his plans, that he must proceed, and that he can't wait for us. We've talked with him, he knows what to do. Now he must do it, and Priska must know that he has to help. Nietzsche needs to know where we're going. She needs to know that we believe we've discovered the cause of the warning beacon. She has to know where we are." He left unsaid that she had to come to help him if he couldn't get to her because his gift was killing him. "She needs to know, too," Richard said, "that we only had a chance to read part of her warning about what Jagang was doing with the Sisters of the Dark and creating weapons out of people." Everyone's eyes widened. They hadn't read the letter. "Well," Kaylin said, "with all the other problems we have, at least that's one we won't have to deal with for now." "We have that much on our side," Richard agreed. He gestured to the man watching, the man waiting for Kaylin to command him. "We'll send him to Victor and Nietzsche so they will know everything." "And then what?" Kara asked. "I want Kaylin to command him that when he's finished with carrying out that part of his orders, he's then to go north and find the Imperial Order Army. I want him to pretend to be one of them to get close enough to assassinate Emperor Jagang." Kaylin knew how implausible such a scheme was. By the way everyone stared in astonishment, they had a good idea, too. "Jagang has layers of men to protect him from assassination," Jensen said. "He's always surrounded by special guards. Regular soldiers can't even get close to him." "Do you really think he has any chance at all to accomplish such a thing?" Kaylin asked. "No," Richard admitted. "The Order will most likely kill him before he can get to Jagang. But he will be driven by the need to fulfill your orders. He will be single-minded. I expect he will be killed in the effort, but I also suspect he will at least make a good attempt of it. I want Jagang to at least lose some sleep knowing that any of his men might be assassins. I want him to worry that he will never know who might be trying to kill him. I don't want him ever to be able to sleep soundly. I want him to be haunted by nightmares of what might be coming next, of who among his men might be waiting for an opening." Kaylin nodded her agreement. Richard appraised the grim faces waiting for the rest of what he had to say. "Now to the important part of what must be done. It's vital we get to the keep and warn Zed. We can't delay. Jagang is ahead of us in all this. He's been planning and acting, and we never realized what he was up to. We don't know how soon those ungifted men might be sent north. We haven't a moment to lose." "Lord Rahl," Kara reminded him, "you have to get to the antidote before time runs out. You can't go running off to the keep to—" "Oh, no. Now, you just wait a minute. You're not sending me to the keep again. I'm not leaving you at a time like this. At the time when you're next to defenseless, I won't hear of it, and I won't go." Richard laid a hand on her shoulder. "Kara, I'm not sending you, but thanks for offering." Kara folded her arms and shot him a fiery scowl. "We can't take the wagon up into Bandakar. There's no road." "Lord Rahl," Tom interrupted, "without magic you'll need all the steel you have." He sounded only slightly less emphatic than Kara had. Richard smiled. "I know, Tom, and I agree. It's Friedrich who I think must go." Richard turned to Friedrich. "You can take the wagon. An older man by himself will raise less suspicion than would any of the rest of us. They won't see you as a threat. You will be able to make better time with the wagon, and without having to worry that the order might snatch you and put you in the army. Will you do it, Friedrich?" Friedrich scratched his stubble. A smile came to his weathered face. "I guess I'm at last being called upon to be a boundary warden of sorts." Richard smiled with him. "Friedrich, the boundary has failed. As the Lord Rahl, I appoint you to the post of boundary warden, and ask that you immediately undertake to warn others of the danger come from out of that boundary." Friedrich's smile departed as he put a fist to his heart in salute and solemn pledge. Chapter 26. Somewhere back in a distant room where his body waited, Nicholas heard an insistent noise. He was absorbed in the task at hand, so he ignored the sound. The light was fading, and although light helped to see, darkness would not hinder eyes such as he used. Again he heard the noise. Indignant that the sound kept calling him, kept annoying him, kept demanding his attention, he returned to his body. Someone was banging a fist on the door. Nicholas rose from the floor where his body sat cross-legged, taking his body with him. It was always, at first, disorienting to have to be in his body again, to be so limited, so confined. It felt awkward to have to move it about, to use his own muscles, to breathe, to see, to hear with his own senses. The knock came again. Irate at the interruption, Nicholas went not to the door but to the windows, and threw the shutters closed. He cast a hand out, igniting the torch, and finally stalked to the door. Layered strips of cloth covering his robes flowed out behind, like a heavy mantle of black feathers. "What is it?" He threw open the heavy door and peered out. Najari stood just outside in the hall, his weight on one foot, his thumbs hooked behind his belt. His muscular shoulders nearly touched the walls to each side. Nicholas saw then the huddled crowd behind the man. Najari's crooked nose, flattened to the left in some of the numerous brawls his temper got him into, cast an oddly shaped shadow across his cheek. Anyone unfortunate enough to find themselves in a brawl with Najari usually suffered far worse than a mere broken nose. Najari waggled a thumb over his shoulder. "You asked for some guests, Nicholas." Nicholas raked his nails back through his hair, feeling the silken smooth pleasure of oils gliding against his palm. He rolled his shoulders, roughing away his peak. Nicholas had been so absorbed in what he had been doing that he had forgotten that he had requested that Najari bring him some bodies. "Very good, Najari. Bring them in, then. Let's have a look at them." Nicholas watched as the commander led the gaggle of people into the flickering torchlight. Soldiers in the rear herded the stragglers through the door and into the large room. Heads swiveled around, looking at the strange, stark surroundings, at the wooden walls, the torches in brackets, the plank flooring, the lack of furniture other than a stout table. Noses twitched at the sharp smell of blood. Nicholas watched carefully as people spotted the sharpened stakes standing in a line along the wall to their right, stakes as thick as Najari's wrists. Nicholas studied the people, watching for the telltales of fear as they spread out along the wall beside the door. Eyes flitted about, worried, and at the same time eager to take it all in so they could report to their friends what they had seen inside. Nicholas knew that he was an object of great curiosity, a rare being, a slide. No one knew what his name meant. This day, some would learn. Nicholas glided past the undulating mob. They were a curious people, these odd, ungifted creatures, curious like mockingbirds, but not nearly so bold. Because they were without any spark whatsoever of the gift, Nicholas had to handle them in special ways in order for them to be of any use to him. It was a bother, but it had its rewards. Some necks craned in his wake, trying to better see the rare man. He ran his nails through his hair again just to feel the oils slide against his hand. As he leaned close to some of the people he passed, observing individuals in the gathering, one of the women before him closed her eyes, turning her face away. Nicholas lifted a hand toward her, flicking out a finger. He glanced to Najari to be sure he saw which one had been picked. Najari's gaze flicked from the woman up to Nicholas. He had noted the selection. A man, back against the wall, stood stiff, his eyes wide. Nicholas flicked a finger at him. Another man twisted his lips in an odd manner. Nicholas glanced down and saw that the man, in a state of wild fright, had wet himself. Nicholas's finger flitted out again. 3 selected. Nicholas walked on. A thin whine escaped the throat of a woman in the front, right before him. He smiled at her. She peered up, trembling, unable to take her wide-eyed gaze from him, from his red-rimmed black eyes, unable to halt the puling sound escaping her throat. She had never seen one so human, yet not. Nicholas tapped her shoulder with a long-nailed finger. He would reward her unspoken revulsion with service to a greater good. His. Jagang had sought to create something unusual for himself. A bauble of flesh and blood. A magical trinket crafted from a wizard. A lapdog with teeth. His Excellency had gotten what he wanted, and more. Oh, so much more. Nicholas would enjoy seeing how the Emperor liked having a puppet without strings, a specially crafted creation with a mind of its own, and talents to fulfill his wishes. A man at the rear against the wall appeared to be somewhat uninterested, as if impatient for the exhibition to be over so he could go back to his own affairs. While none of these people could be said to think of themselves as important individuals with consequential sway over any meaningful aspects of life in their empire, a few occasionally exhibited tendencies, even if inconsistent, toward self-interest. Nicholas flicked his finger for the 5th time. The man would soon have reason to be highly interested in the proceedings, and he would find that he was no better than anyone else. He would be going nowhere, at least not in body. Everyone stared in silence as Nicholas chuckled alone at his own joke. His amusement ended, Nicholas tipped his head toward the door in a single nod. The soldiers jumped into action. "All right," Najari growled. "Move along! Move! Get going! Out, out, out!" The feet of the crowd shuffled urgently through the door as ordered. Some people cast worried glances back over their shoulders at the 5 Najari had cut out of the flock. Those 5 were shoved back when they sought to stay with the rest. A stiff finger to the chest backed them up as effectively as would a club or a sword. "Don't cause any trouble," Najari warned, "or you will be making trouble for the others." The 5 remained huddled close to one another, rocking nervously side to side like a covey of quail before a bird dog. When the soldiers had driven the rest of the people out, Najari closed the door and stood before it, hands clasped behind his back. Nicholas returned to the windows, opening the shutters on the west wall. The sun was down, leaving a red slash across the sky. Soon they would be on the wing, on the hunt. Nicholas would be with them. Casting an arm back without needing to turn to look, he doused the torch. The flickering light was a distraction during this cusp of time, the transient twilight that was so fragile, so brief. He would need the light, but at the moment he wanted only to see the sky, to see the glorious, unbounded sky. "Are we going to be able to leave soon?" one of the people asked in a timid squeak. Nicholas turned and peered at them. Najari's eyes revealed which one had spoken. Nicholas followed his commander's gaze. It was one of the men, the one who had been impatient to leave, of course. "Go?" Nicholas asked as he swept in close to the man. "You wish to go?" The man stood with his back bent, leaning away from Nicholas. "Well, sir, I was only wondering when we would be going." Nicholas stooped in even more, peering deeply into the man's eyes. "Wonder in silence," he hissed. Returning to the windows, Nicholas rested his hands on the sill, his weight on his arms, as he breathed in deeply the gathering night while taking in the sweep of crimson sky. Soon he would be there, be free. Soon he would soar as no one else but he could. Impulsively, he sought them. Eyes bulging with the effort, he cast his senses where none but his could go. "There!" he screeched, throwing his arm out, pointing a long black nail at what none but he could see. "There! One has taken to wing." Nicholas spun around, strips of cloth lifting, floating up. Panting through a rush of fluttering excitement, he gazed at the eyes staring at him. They could not know. They could not understand one such as he, understand what he felt, what he needed. He hungered to be on the hunt, to be with them, ever since he had imagined such a use for his ability. He had reveled in the experience, dedicating himself to it as he learned his new abilities. He had been off with those glorious creatures as often as he could afford the time, ever since he had come here and discovered them. How ironic it now seemed that he had resisted. How odd that he once had feared what those gruesome women, those sisters of the dark, had conspired to do to him, what they had done to him. His duty, they had called it. Their vile magic had cut like a red-hot blade through him. He had thought his eyes might burst from his head from the pain that had seared through him. Tied spread-eagled to stakes in the ground in the center of their wicked circle, he had dreaded what they were going to do to him. He had feared it. Nicholas smiled. Hated it, even. He had been afraid because of the pain of what they were doing to him, and the even greater pain of not knowing what more they intended to do to him. His duty, they had called it, to a greater good. His ability bore responsibilities, they had insisted. He watched through glazed eyes as Najari bound the hands of the 5 people behind each of their backs. "Thank you, Najari," he said when the man had finished. Najari approached. "The men will have them by now, Nicholas. I told them to send enough men to ensure that they would not escape." Najari grinned at the prospect. "There's no need to worry. They should all be on their way back to us." Nicholas narrowed his eyes. "We will see. We will see." He wanted to see it himself, with his own vision, even if his own vision was through another's eyes. Najari yawned on his way to the door. "See you tomorrow, then, Nicholas." Nicholas opened his mouth wide, mimicking the yawn, even though he didn't yawn. It felt good to stretch his jaws wide. Sometimes he felt trapped inside himself, and he wanted out. Nicholas closed the door behind Najari and bolted it. It was a perfunctory act, done more to add to the aura of peril than out of necessity. Even with their hands tied behind their backs, these people could, together, probably overpower him, knock him down, and kick in his head, if nothing else. But for that, they would have to think, to decide what they ought to do and why, to commit to act. Easier not to think, easier not to act. Easier to do as you are told. Easier to die than to live. Living took effort, struggle, pain. Nicholas hated it. "Hate to live, live to hate," he said to the silent, ghostly white faces watching him. Out the window, the streaks of clouds had gone dark gray as the touch of the sun passed beyond them and night crept in to embrace them. Soon he would be among them. He turned back from the window, taking in the faces watching him,
Soon they would all be out there among them. End of side 7. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 8. Naked Empire by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 283. Chapter 27. Nicholas seized one of the nameless men. Powered by muscles crafted of the sister's dark art, he hoisted the man into the air. The man cried out in surprise at being lifted so easily. He struggled hesitantly against muscle he would not be able to resist were he even to put daring into it. These people were immune to magic, or Nicholas would have used his power to easily lift them aloft. Absent the necessary spark of the gift, they had to be manhandled. It made little difference to Nicholas. How they got to the stakes was unimportant. What happened to them once there was all that mattered. As the man in his arms cried out in terror, Nicholas carried him across the room. The other people withdrew into a far corner. They always went to the far corner, like chickens about to be dinner. Nicholas, his arms around the man's chest, lifted him high in the air, judging the distance and angle as he raced ahead. The man's eyes went wide, his mouth doing likewise. He gasped with the shock, then grunted as Nicholas, hugging the man tight in his arms, drove him down onto the stake. The man's breath came in short, sharp gasps as the sharpened stake penetrated up through his insides. He went still in Nicholas's powerful arms, fearing to move, fearing to believe what was happening to him, fearing to know it was true, trying to deny to himself that it could be true. Nicholas straightened to his full height before the man. The man's back was as straight and stiff as a board as he sat impaled on the sharpened stake. His eyebrows pushed his sweat-beaded brow up in furrows as he writhed in slow agony, his legs trying to touch the ground that was too far away. Into that confusion of sensation, Nicholas reached out with his mind, at the same time clawing his hands before the man with the effort as he slid his own being, his own spirit, into the core of this living creature, slid into this man's open mind, into the cavernous cracks between his abrupt and disconnected thoughts, there to feel his agony and fright, there to take control. Once he had slipped his own mind in there with this man, seeped through his consciousness, Nicholas drew his essence out and into himself. With a staggering confusion of destructive and creative power dealt by those women that day, Nicholas had been born into a new being, part him and yet more. He had become what no man had ever been before, what others wished to make of him, what others wished him to be. What had been unleashed in him by those sisters, all linked in their ability to harness powers they could never have touched alone and should never have invoked together, they instilled in him. They engendered in him powers few could ever have imagined, the power to slide into another living person's thoughts and withdraw their spirit. He drew his closed fists back toward his own abdomen with the effort of drawing with him the spirit of this man on the cusp of life and death, drew onward the marrow of this man's soul. Nicholas felt the slick heat of this other spirit slide into his, the hot rush of sensation at feeling himself filled with another spirit. Nicholas left the body there, impaled on the first stake, as he rushed to the windows, his head spinning with the first intoxicating wave of excitement at the journey only now just begun, at what was to come, at what power he would control. He opened his mouth wide again in a yawn that was not a yawn, but a call carrying more than just his silent voice. His eyes swam with wavering images.
He gasped in the first scent of the forests out beyond, where his intent had been cast. He rushed back and seized a woman. She begged as she wept, begged to be spared as he bore her to her stake. "But this is nothing," he told her, "nothing compared to what I have endured. Oh, you cannot imagine what I have endured." He had been staked naked to the ground, in the center of a circle of those smug women. He had been nothing to them. He had not been a man, a wizard. He had been nothing but the raw material, the flesh and blood, innervated by the gift, that they needed for what they wanted, that they used in yet another of their trials, all to be twisted by their tinkering at creation. He had the ability, so duty required he sacrifice it. Nicholas had been the first to live through their tests, not because they took care, not because they cared, but because they had learned what didn't work and so avoided their past errors. "Scream, my dear, scream all you want. It will help you no more than it helped me." "Why?" she screamed. "Why?" "Oh, but I must if I am to have your spirit to soar on the wings of my distant friends. You will go on a glorious journey, you and I." "Please," she wailed. "Dear Creator, no." "Oh, yes, dear Creator," he mocked. "Come and save her, like you came and saved me." Her wailing did her no good. His hadn't either. She had no idea how immeasurably worse his agony had been than hers would be. Unlike her, he had been condemned to live. "Hate to live, live to hate," he murmured in a comforting whisper. "You will have the glory and the reward that is death." He drove her down onto the stake. He reckoned her not far enough onto the stake and shoved her down another 6 inches until he judged it deep enough within her, deep enough to produce the necessary pain and terror, but not deep enough to lance anything inside that would kill her right off. She thrashed, trying desperately, hands helpless behind her back, to somehow remove herself. He was only dimly aware of her cries, her worthless words. She thought they might somehow make a difference. Pain was his goal. Their complaints of it only confirmed that he was achieving his goal. Nicholas stood before the woman, hands clawed, as he slid his own spirit through her sundered thoughts and into the core of her being. With mental strength far superior to his physical strength, he pulled her back. He gasped as he felt her spirit slide into his. For now he slipped those spirits out of tortured, dying bodies, while those spirits existed in the netherworld, between the worldly form they knew was lost to them, but still alive, and the world of the dead, already calling them in from beyond. Life could no longer hold them, but death could not yet have them. In that time of spiritual transition, they were his, and he could use those spirits for things only he could imagine. And he had not yet really even begun to imagine. Such ability as he possessed was not something that could be taught by another. There was no other but he. He was still learning the extent of his powers, the things he could do with the spirit of another. He had only scratched the surface. Emperor Jagang had sought to create something akin to himself, a dream walker, a brother of sorts, one who could enter another's mind. He had gotten far more than he could have ever have imagined. Nicholas didn't simply slide into another's thoughts as Jagang did. He could slide into their very soul and draw their spirit back into himself. The sisters hadn't counted on that aberration of their tinkering with his ability. Rushing to the window, his mouth pulled open as wide as it would go in a yawn that wasn't a yawn. The room swam behind him. It was only partly there now. Now he was beginning to see other places, glorious places, see them with new vision.
with spirits no longer bound to their paltry bodies. He rushed to the third person, no longer aware even if they were man or woman. Their soul was all that mattered, their spirit. He drove them onto a stake with urgent effort, slid into them and drew their spirit into his, shuddering with the power of it entering him. He rushed to the window again, opening wide his mouth again, twisting his head side to side again with the thrill of it, the slick, silken, sliding ecstasy of it, the loss of physical orientation, the exultation of being above his corporeal existence, the former bounds of his mere worldly form, carried aloft not simply with his own efforts, but by the spirits of others that he had freed from their bodies. What a glorious thing it was! It was almost like the joy he imagined death would be. He seized the fourth weeping person and with delirious expectation ran with them across the room to the stakes, to the fourth stake, and drove them screaming onto it. As he lurched back from them, he thrust himself into their wildly racing, confused, swirling thoughts, and took what was there for the taking. He took their spirit into himself. When he controlled a person's spirit, he controlled their very existence. He became life and death for them. He was their savior, their destroyer. He was in many ways like those spirits he took, trapped in a worldly form, hating to live, to endure the pain and agony that was life, yet fearing to die, even while longing for the promise of its sweet embrace. With four spirits swirling through him, Nicholas staggered to the fifth person, cowering in the corner. "Please," the man wailed, trying to ward what he would not commit to warding. "Please don't." The thought occurred to Nicholas that the stakes were really a hindrance. Using them required him to carry people around like woolly sheep to have their souls sheared. Yes, he was still learning what he could do and how to control what he did, but to have to use the stakes was limiting. When he thought about it, it was actually insulting that a wizard of his ability would have to use so crude a device. What he really wanted to do was to slide into another's spirit and take it without any warning, without needing to bring people to the stakes. When he was fully able to do that, to simply walk up to another, say good day, and slide like the thrust of a dagger into the heart of their spirit, there to draw it into his, then he would be invincible. When he was able to do that, then no one could challenge him. No one would be able to deny him anything. As the man shrank down before him, Nicholas, before he fully realized what it was he was doing, driven by an angry need, by hatred, thrust out his hand as he thrust his own mind into this man, into the spaces between thought. The man stiffened, just as those on the stake stiffened, when Nicholas had impaled them with his ability. He drew back his closed fist toward his middle as he drew in this man's spirit. He gasped with the heat of it, with the silky, slick feel of it sliding into him. They stared at each other, each in shock, each considering what this meant for them. The man slumped back against the wall, sliding down in soundless, silent, terrible, empty agony. Nicholas realized that he had just done what he had never done before. He had just taken a soul by his will alone. He had just freed himself to take what he wanted, when he wanted, where he wanted. Chapter 28. Nicholas, his vision a blur, staggered to the window. All five were his now. This time, as his mouth opened wide, a cry at last came forth, a cry of the five spirits joining his as he drew them together into one force guided by his will alone. Their worldly agony was a distant concern to them. 5 spirits gazed out of the windows along with him, 5 spirits now waiting to soar out into the night to where he chose to send them. Those sisters had not known what they unleashed that night. They could not have known the power they fused into him, the ability they burned into him. They had achieved what none had achieved for thousands of years, the altering of a wizard into something more, honing him into a weapon of specific intent. They had imbued him with power beyond that of anyone living. They had given him dominion over the spirits of others. Most had escaped, but he had killed 5 of them. The 5 were enough. After he had slid into their souls and pulled their spirits back into his that night, he had appropriated their Han, their force of life, their power for himself. It was only fitting, as their Han was not natural to them, but was male Han they had stolen from young wizards, a birthright they had sucked from those to whom it belonged, in order to give themselves abilities they had not been born with, could not be born with, yet more nameless people with ability to be sacrificed to those who needed it, or simply wanted it. Nicholas had taken it all back from their trembling bodies, pulled it out of them as he had clawed their living insides open. They had been sorry that they had done Jagang's bidding, that they had twisted him into something creation never intended. Not only had they made him into a slide, they had given up their Han to him, and made him that much more powerful for it. After each of those 5 women had died, the world had gone darker than dark for an instant, when the keeper had come and taken them to his realm. The sisters had destroyed him that day, and they had created him. He had a lifetime to explore and discover what he could do with his new abilities. And to be sure, Jagang would grant him payment for that night. Jagang would pay, but he would pay gladly, for Nicholas would give him something none but Nicholas the Slide could give him. Nicholas would be rewarded with things enough to repay him for what had been done to him. He hadn't decided yet what that reward would be, but it would be worthy of him. He would use his ability to hold sway over lives, important lives. He no longer needed to cart people to the stakes. He knew how to take what he wanted now. Now he knew how to slip into their minds at the time of his choosing and take their souls. He would trade those lives for what he would have in power, wealth, splendor. It would have to be something appropriate. He would be an emperor. It would have to be more than this petty empire of sheep, though. He would frolic in rule. He would have his every whim fulfilled once he was given dominion over something important. He hadn't decided just what yet. It was an important decision, what he would have as his reward. No need to rush it. It would come to him. He turned from the window, the 5 spirits swirling within his, soaring through him. It was time to use what he had pulled together. Time to get down to business, if he was to have what he wanted. He would get closer this time. He was frustrated from not being closer, from not seeing better. It was dark now. He would get closer this time under cover of the darkness. Nicholas took the broad bowl from the table and placed it on the floor before the 5 who still owned the spirits within him. They writhed in otherworldly agony, even the man not on a stake, an agony of both body and soul. Nicholas sat cross-legged on the floor before the bowl. Hands on his knees, he threw his head back, eyes closed, as he gathered the power within, the power created by those wicked women, those wonderful wicked women. They had considered him a pathetic wizard of little worth, except as flesh and blood and gift to toy with,
a sacrifice to a greater need. When he had time, he would go after the rest of them. With a more immediate task at hand, Nicholas dismissed those sisters from his mind. Tonight he would not merely watch through other eyes. Tonight he would again go with the spirits he cast. Tonight he would not merely watch through other eyes. Tonight his spirit would travel to them. Nicholas opened his mouth as wide as it would go, his head rocking from side to side. The joined spirits within released a part of themselves into the bowl, whirling in a silken, silvery swirl lit with the soft glow of their link to the life behind him, placekeepers for their journey, a stitch in the world holding the knot in the thread of their travels. His spirit, too, let slip a small portion to remain with his body, to drift in the bowl with the others. Fragments of the 5 spirits revolved with the fragment of his, their light of life glowing softly in this safe place as he prepared to journey. He cast his own spirit away then, leaving behind the husk of a body sitting on the floor behind him as he fled out into the dark sky, borne on the wings of his invested power. No wizard before had ever been able to do as he, to leave his body and have his spirit soar to where his mind would send him. He raced through the night, fast as thought, to find what he hunted. He felt the rush of air flowing over feathers. As quick as that, he had raced away through the night and was with them, pulling the 5 spirits along with him. He summoned the dark forms into a circle with him, and, as they gathered around, cast the 5 spirits into them. His mouth was still open in a yawn that was not a yawn, that back in a room somewhere distant let forth a cry to match the 5. As they circled, he felt the rush of air beneath their wings, felt their feathers working the wind to direct them as effortlessly as his own thought directed not only his spirit, but the other 5 as well. He sent those 5 racing through the night to the place where he had sent the men. They raced over hills, turning to scan the open country, to look out over the barren land. The cloak of darkness felt cool, encasing him in obscure black night, obscure black feathers. He caught the scent of carrion, sharp, cloying, tantalizing, as the 5 spiraled down toward the ground. Through their eyes that saw in the darkness, Nicholas saw then the scene below, a place littered with the dead. Others of their kind had gathered to feed in a frenzy of ripping and gorging. No, this was wrong. He didn't see them. He had to find them. He willed his charges up from the gory feast to search. Nicholas felt a pang of urgency. This was his future that had slipped away from him, his treasure slipping through his grasp. He had to find them. Had to. He spurred his charges onward. This way, that way, over there. Look, look, look. Find them, find them. Look. Must find them. Look. This was not supposed to be. There had been enough men. No one could escape that many experienced men. Not when they came by stealth and attacked with surprise. They had been selected for their talents. They knew their business. Their bodies lay sprawled all about, beak and claw ripped at them, screeches of excitement, hunger. No, must find them. Up, 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 find them. He had to find them. He had suffered the agony of a new birth in those dark woods, those terrible woods with those terrible women. He would have his reward. He would not be denied, not now. Not after all that. Find them. Look, look, look. Find them. On powerful wings he soared into the night. With eyes that saw in the dark he searched. With creatures that could catch the scent of prey at great distance, he tried for a whiff of them. Through the night they went hunting. Hunting. There he saw their wagon. He recognized their wagon, their big horses. He had seen it before, seen them with it before. His minions circled in close on nearly silent wings, dropping in closer to see what Nicholas sought. Not there. They weren't there. A trick! It had to be a trick, a diversion. Not there. They had sent the wagon away to trick him, to send him off their trail. With wings powered by anger, he soared up, 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 to search the countryside. Hunt, hunt, find them. He flew with his 5 in an ever wider pattern to search the ground beneath the night. They flew on, searching, searching. His hunger was their hunger. Hunt for them. Hunt. The wings grew weary as he drove them onward. He had to find them. He would not allow rest, not allow failure. He hunted in expanding swaths, searching, hunting, hunting. There among the trees, he saw movement. It was only just dark. They wouldn't see their pursuers, not in the dark, but he could see them. He forced the 5 down, circling, circling, forcing them in close. He would not fail this time to see them, to get close enough. Circling, holding him there, circling, watching, seeing them there. It was her, the Mother Confessor. He saw others, the one with red hair and her small 4-legged friend. Others, too. He must be there, too, had to be there, too. He would be there, too, as the small group moved west. Yes, they moved west. They had traveled to the west of where he had seen them last. Nicholas laughed. They were coming west. The captors sent for them all lay dead, but here they came anyway. They were coming west. Toward where he waited. He would have them. He would have Lord Rahl and the Mother Confessor. Jagang would have them. It came to him then. His reward. What he would have in return for the prizes he would deliver. Dahara. He would have the rule of Dahara in return for these 2 paltry people. Jagang would reward him with the rule of Dahara, if he wanted those 2. He would not dare deny Nicholas the Slide what he wanted. Not when he had what Jagang wanted most, more than any other prize. Jagang would pay any price for these 2. Pain! A scream! Shock, terror, confusion raged through him. He felt the wind that carried him so effortlessly, now ripping at him like fists, snatching at feathers as he tumbled in helpless pain. One of the 5, falling at blinding speed, smacked the ground. Nicholas screamed. One of the 5 spirits had been lost with its host. Back somewhere distant in some far-off room with wooden walls and shutters and bloody stakes. Back, back, back in another place he had almost forgotten existed. Back, 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 far away. A spirit was ripped from his control. One of the 5 back there had died at the same instant the race had crashed to the ground. Scream of hot pain. Another tumbled out of control. Another spirit escaped his grasp into the waiting arms of death. Nicholas struggled to see in the confusion, forcing the remaining 3 to hold his vision in place so he could see. Hunt, hunt, hunt. Where was he? Where was he? Where? He saw the others. Where was Lord Rahl? A 3rd scream. Where was he? Nicholas fought to hold his vision despite the hot agony, the bewildering plummet. Pain ripped through a 4th. Before he could gather his senses, hold them together, force them with the power of his will to do his bidding, 2 more spirits were yanked away into the void of the underworld. Where was he? Talons at the ready, Nicholas searched. There. There. With violent effort, he forced the race over into a dive. There he was. There he was. Up high. Higher than the rest. Somehow up high. Up on a ledge of rock above the rest.
He wasn't down there with them, he was up high. Dive for him. Dive down for him. There he was, bow drawn. Ripping pain tore through the last race. The ground rushed up at him. Nicholas cried out. He tried frantically to stop the spinning. He felt the race slam into the rock at frightening speed, but only for an instant. With a gasp, Nicholas drew a desperate breath. His head spun with the burning torture of the abrupt return, an uncontrolled return not of his doing. He blinked, his mouth open wide in an attempt to let out a cry, but no sound came. His eyes bulged with the effort, but no cry came. He was back, whether or not he wanted to be. He was back. He looked around at the room. He was back. That was the reason no cry came. No screech of a race joined his own. They were dead, all 5. Nicholas turned to the 4 impaled on stakes behind him. All 4 were slumped. The 5th man lay slouched in the far corner, all 5 limp and still, all 5 dead, their spirits gone. The room was as silent as a crypt. The bowl before him glowed only with the fragment of his own spirit. He drew it back in. He sat in the stillness for a long time, waiting for his head to stop spinning. It had been a shock to be in a creature as it was killed, to have a spirit of a person in him as they died, as 5 of them had died. It had been a surprise. Lord Rall was a surprising man. Nicholas hadn't thought, back that first time, that he would be able to get all 5. He had thought it was luck. A second time was not luck. Lord Rall was a surprising man. Nicholas could cast his spirit out again if he wanted, seek out new eyes, but his head hurt, and he didn't feel up to it. Besides, it didn't matter. Lord Rall was coming west. He was coming to the great empire of Bondakar. Nicholas owned Bondakar. The people here revered him. Nicholas smiled. Lord Rall was coming. He would be surprised at the kind of man he found when he arrived. Lord Rall probably thought he knew all manner of men. He did not know Nicholas the Slide. Nicholas the Slide, who would be Emperor of Dahara when he gave Jagang the prizes he sought most, the dead body of Lord Rall and the living body of the Mother Confessor. Jagang would have them both for himself, and in return, Nicholas would have their empire. Chapter 29. Anne heard the distant echo of footsteps coming down the long, empty, dark corridor outside the far door to her forgotten vault under the People's Palace, the seat of power in Dahara. She was no longer sure if it was day or night. She'd lost track of time as she sat in the silent darkness. She saved the lamp for times when they brought food, or the times she wrote to Verna in the journey book, or the times she felt so alone that she needed the company of a small flame, if nothing else. In this place, within this spell of a palace for those born Rall, her power was so diminished that it was all she could do to light that lamp. She feared to use the little lamp too often and run out of oil. She didn't know if they would give her more. She didn't want to run out and only then find they would give her no more. She didn't want not to have at least the possibility of that small flame, that small gift of light. In the dark, she could do nothing but consider her life and all she had worked so hard to accomplish. For centuries, she had led the Sisters of the Light in their effort to see the Creator's light triumph in the world and see the keeper of the underworld kept where he belonged, in his own realm, the world of the dead. For centuries, she had waited in dread of the time that prophecy said was now upon them. For 500 years, she had waited for the birth of the one who had the chance to succeed in leading them in the struggle to see the Creator's gift, magic,
survive against those who would cast that light out of the world. For 500 years, she had worked to ensure that he would have a chance to do what he must if he was to have a chance to stop the forces that would extinguish magic. Prophecy said that only Richard had the chance to preserve their cause, to keep the enemy from succeeding in casting a gray pall over mankind, the only one with a chance to prevent the gift from dying out. Prophecy did not say that he would prevail. Prophecy said only that Richard was the only one to have a chance to bring them victory. Without Richard, all hope was lost. That much was sure. For this reason, Anne had been devoted to him long before he was born, before he rose up to become their leader. Caelan saw all of Anne's efforts as meddling, as tinkering with the lives of others. Caelan believed that Anne's efforts were in fact the cause of the very thing she feared most. Anne hated that she sometimes thought that maybe Caelan was right. Maybe it was meant to be that Richard would be born and by his free will alone would choose to do those things that would lead them to victory in their battle, to keep the gift among men. Zed certainly believed that it was only by Richard's mind, by his free will but his conscious intent, that he could lead them. Maybe it was true, and Anne, in trying to direct those things that could not be and should not be directed, had brought them all to the brink of ruin. The footsteps were coming closer. Maybe it was time to eat and they were bringing dinner. She wasn't hungry. When they brought her food, they put it on the end of a long pole and then threaded that pole through the little opening in the outer door, all the way across the outer shielded room, through the opening in the second inner door, and finally in to Anne. Nathan would risk no chance for escape by having her guards have to open her cell door merely to give her food. They passed in a variety of breads, meats, and vegetables, along with water skins. Although the food was good, she found no satisfaction in it. Even the finest fare could never be satisfying, eaten in a dungeon. At times, as prelate, she had felt as if she were a prisoner of her post. She had rarely gone to the dining hall where the Sisters of the Light had eaten, especially in the later years. It put everyone on edge having the prelate among them at dinner. Besides, done too often, it took the edge off their anxiety, their discomposure around authority. Anne believed that a certain distance, a certain worried respect, was necessary in order to maintain discipline. In a place that had been spelled so that time slowed for those living there, it was important to maintain discipline. Anne appeared to be in her 70s, but with her aging process slowed dramatically while living under the spell that had covered the palace of the prophets, she had lived close to 1,000 years. Of course, a lot of good her discipline had done her. Under her watch, as prelate, the Sisters of the Dark had infested her flock. There were hundreds of sisters, and there was no telling just how many of them had taken dark oaths to the keeper. The lure of his promises were obviously effective. Such promises were an illusion, but try to tell that to one so pledged. Immortality was seductive to women who watched everyone they knew outside the palace grow old and die while they remained young. Sisters who had children saw those children sent out of the palace to be raised where they could have a normal life, saw those children grow old and die, saw their grandchildren grow old and die. To a woman who saw such things, saw the constant withering and death of those she knew, while she herself all the time seemed to remain young, attractive, and desirable, the offer of immortality grew increasingly tempting when her own petals began to wilt. Growing old was a final stage, the end of a life. Growing old in the palace of the prophets was a very long ordeal. Anne had been old for centuries. Being young for a very long time was a wonderful experience, but being old for a very long time was not. At least, it was not for some. For Anne, it was life itself that was wonderful, not so much her age and all she had learned. But not everyone felt that way. Now that the palace had been destroyed, They would all age at the same rate as everyone else. What had only a short time ago been a future of maybe another 100 years of life for Anne was suddenly perhaps no more than a blink of a decade, certainly not much more. But she doubted she would live all that long in such a dank hole away from light and life. Somehow it didn't seem as if she and Nathan were close to 1,000 years old. She didn't know what it felt like to age at the normal rate outside the spell, but she believed she felt little different than those outside the palace felt as they aged. She believed that the spell that slowed their aging also altered their perception of time, to a degree anyway. The footsteps were getting louder. Anne wasn't looking forward to another meal in this place. She was beginning to wish they would let her starve and get it over with. Let her die. What good had her life been? When she really thought about it, what good had she really accomplished? The Creator knew how she tried to guide Richard in what needed to be done. But in the end, it seemed that it was Richard's choice to act as he did, in most cases against what she thought needed to be done, that turned out to be correct. Had she not tried to guide events, bring him to the palace of the prophets in the old world, maybe nothing would have changed. And that would have been the way he was to save them all, by not having to act and letting Jagang and the Imperial Order eventually wither and die in the old world, unable to spread their virulent beliefs beyond. Maybe she'd brought it all to ruin with her efforts alone. She heard the door at the end of the passageway to her cell scrape open. She decided that she wouldn't eat. She wouldn't eat again until Nathan came to speak with her, as she had requested. Sometimes with the food they sent in wine. Nathan sent it in to vex her, she was sure of that. From his confinement in the palace of the prophets, Nathan had sometimes requested wine. Anne always saw the report when such a request was made. She declined every such request. Wizards were dangerous enough. Prophets, who were wizards with the talent of prophecy, were potentially vastly more dangerous, and drunken prophets were the most dangerous of all. Prophecy given out willy-nilly was an invitation to calamity. Even simple prophecy escaping the confines of the stone walls of the palace of the prophets had started wars. Nathan had sometimes requested the company of women. Anne hated those requests the most, because she sometimes granted them. She felt she had to. Nathan had little of life, confined as he was to his apartments, his only real crime being the nature of his birth, his abilities. The palace could easily afford the price of a woman to sometimes visit him. He made a mockery of that often enough, giving out prophecy that sent the woman fleeing before they could speak with her, before they could silence her. Those without the proper training were not meant to see prophecy. Prophecy was easily misinterpreted by those without an understanding of its intricacies. To divulge prophecy to the uninitiated was like casting fire into dry grass. Prophecy is not meant for the unenlightened. At the thought of the prophet being loose, Anne's stomach tightened into a knot. Even so, she had sometimes secretly taken Nathan out herself to go on important journeys with her, mostly journeys having to do with guiding some aspect of Richard's life, or, more accurately, trying to ensure that Richard would be born and have a life. Besides being trouble on 2 feet, Nathan was also a remarkable prophet, who did have a sincere interest in seeing their side triumph. After all, he saw in prophecy the alternative, and when Nathan saw prophecy, he saw it in all its terrible truth. Nathan always wore a radahan, a collar that enabled her or any sister to control him, so taking him on those journeys wasn't actually putting the world at risk of the man. He had to do as she said, go where she said. Whenever she had taken him out on a mission with her, he was not really free, since he wore a radahan and she could thus control him. Now, he was without a radahan. He was truly free. Anne didn't want any supper. She resolved to turn it away when they passed the pole in to her.
let Nathan fret that she might refuse food altogether and die while under his fickle control. Anne folded her arms. Let him have that on his conscience. That would bring the man down to see her. Anne heard the footsteps come to a halt outside the far door. Muffled voices drifted into her. Had she ready access to her Han, she would have been able to concentrate her hearing toward those voices and easily hear their words. She sighed. Even that ability was useless to her here in this place, under the power invoked by the spell form of the layout of the palace. It would hardly make sense to create such elaborate plans to curtail another's magic and allow them to hear secrets whispered inside the walls. The outer door squealed in protest as it was pulled open. This was new. No one had opened the outer door since the day they shut her in the place. Anne rushed to the door to her small room, to the faint square of light that was the opening in the iron door. She grabbed hold of the bars and pulled her face up close, trying to see who was out there, what they were doing. Light blinded her. She staggered back a few steps, rubbing her eyes. She was so used to the dark that the harsh lantern light felt as if it had burned her vision with blazing light. Anne backed away from the door when she heard a key clattering in the lock. The bolt threw back with a reverberating clang. The door grated open. Cool air, fresher than the stale air she was used to breathing, poured in. Yellow light flooded around the room as the lantern was thrust into the room at the end of an arm encased in red leather. Maud Sith. Chapter 30. Anne squinted in the harsh glare as the Maud Sith stepped over the sill and ducked in through the doorway into the room. Unaccustomed to the lantern light, Anne at first could only discern the red leather outfit and the blonde braid. She didn't like to contemplate why one of the Lord Ral's elite corps of torturers would be coming down to the dungeon to see her. She knew Richard. She could not imagine that he would allow such a practice to continue. But Richard wasn't there. Nathan seemed to be in charge. Squinting, Anne at last realized that it was the woman she had seen before, Nida. Nida, appraising Anne with a cool gaze, said nothing as she stepped to the side. Another person was following her in. A long leg wearing brown trousers stepped over the sill, followed by a bent torso folding through the opening. Rising up to full height, Anne saw with sudden surprise who it was. "Anne!" Nathan held his arms open wide as if expecting a hug. "How are you? Nida gave me your message. They are treating you well, I trust." Anne stood her ground and scowled at the grinning face. "I'm still alive, no thanks to you, Nathan." She of course remembered how tall Nathan was, how broad were his shoulders. Now standing before her, the top of his full head of long gray hair nearly touching the stone chisel marks in the ceiling, he looked even taller than she remembered. His shoulders, filling up so much of the room, looked even broader. He wore high boots over his trousers and a ruffled white shirt beneath an open vest. An elegant green velvet cape was attached at his right shoulder. At his left hip, a sword in an elegant scabbard glimmered in the lamplight. His face, his handsome face, so expressive, so unlike any other, made Anne's heart feel buoyant. Nathan grinned as no one but a Ral could grin, a grin like joy and hunger and power all balled together. He looked like he needed to sweep a damsel into his powerful arms and kiss her without her permission. He waved a hand casually around at her accommodations. "But you are safe in here, my dear. No one can harm you while under our care. No one can bother you. You have fine food, even wine now and again. What more could you want?" Fists at her side, Anne stormed forward at a pace that brought the Maud Sith's Aegil up into her fist, even though she stayed where she was. Nathan held his ground, held his smile as he watched her come.
"What more could I want?" Anne screamed. "What more could I want? I want to be let out. That's what more I could want." Nathan's small, knowing smile cut her to her core. "Indeed," he said, a single word of quiet indictment. Standing in the stony silence of the dungeon, she could only stare up at him, unable to bring forth an argument that he would not throw back at her. Anne turned to glare on the moored Sith. "What message did you give him?" "Nida said that you wanted to see me," Nathan answered in her place. He spread his arms. "Here I am, as requested. What is it you wanted to see me about, my dear?" "Don't patronize me, Nathan. You know very well what I wanted to see you about. You know why I'm here in Dahara, why I've come to the People's Palace." Nathan clasped his hands behind his back. His smile had finally lost its usefulness. "Nida," he said, turning to the woman, "would you leave us alone for now, there's a good girl?" Nida appraised Anne with a brief glance. No more was needed. Anne was no threat to Nathan. He was a wizard. No doubt he had told her that he was the greatest wizard of all time, and was within the ancestral home of the House of Rahl. He had no need to fear this one old sorceress. Not anymore, anyway. Nida gave Nathan a "if you need me, I'll be right outside" kind of look before contorting her perfect limbs through the doorway with fluid grace, the way a cat went effortlessly through a hedge. Nathan stood in the center of the cell, hands still clasped behind his upright back, waiting for Anne to say something. Anne went to her pack, sitting on the far end of the stone bench that had been her bed, her table, her chair. She flipped back the flap and reached inside, feeling around. Her fingers found the cold metal of the object she sought. Anne drew it out and stood over it, her shadow hiding it. Finally, she turned. "Nathan, I have something for you." She lifted out a Radahan she had intended to put around his neck. Right then she didn't quite know how she had thought she could accomplish such a feat. She would have, though, had she put her mind to it. She was Annalena Aldurin, prelate of the Sisters of the Light. Or at least she once had been. She had given that job to Verna before feigning her and Nathan's death. "You want me to put that collar around my neck?" Nathan asked in a calm voice. "That's what you expect?" Anne shook her head. "No, Nathan. I want to give this to you. I've been doing a lot of thinking while I've been down here, thinking about how I'd probably never leave my place of confinement." "What a coincidence," Nathan said. "I used to spend a great deal of time thinking that very same thought." "Yes," Anne said, nodding. "I expect you did." She handed him the Radahan. "Here, take this. I never want to see one of these again. While I did what I thought best, I hated every minute of it, Nathan. I hated to do it to you, especially. I've come to think that my life has been a misguided mess. I'm sorry I ever put you behind those shields and kept you a prisoner. If I could live my life over again, I'd not do it the same way. I expect no leniency. I showed you none." "No," Nathan said, "you didn't." His azure eyes seemed to be looking right into her. He had a way of doing that. Richard had inherited that same penetrating Rahl gaze. "So you are sorry you kept me a prisoner all my life? Do you know why it was wrong, Anne? Are you even aware of the irony?" Almost against her better judgment, she heard herself ask, "What irony?" "Well," he said as he shrugged, "what is it we're fighting for?" "Nathan, you know very well what we're fighting for." "Yes, I do, but do you? Tell me then, what is it we're struggling to protect, to preserve, to ensure remains alive?" The Creator's gift of magic, of course. We fight to see that it continues to exist in the world. We struggle for those who are born with it to live, for them to learn to use their ability to its full extent. We fight for each to have and to celebrate their unique ability.
I think that's kind of ironic, don't you? The very thing you think is worth fighting for is what you feared. The imperial order proclaims that it's not in the best interest of mankind for a gifted individual to possess magic, so that unique ability must be stripped away from them. They claim that since all do not have this ability in identical and equal measure, it's dangerous for some to have it. That man must cast aside the belief that a man's life is his own to live. That those who were born with magic must therefore be expunged from the world in order to make the world a better place for those who don't have such ability. And yet, you worked under that very premise, acted on those same wicked beliefs. You locked me away because of my ability. You saw what I am able to do that others cannot do as an evil birthright that could not be allowed to be among mankind. And yet, you work to preserve that very thing which you fear in me, my unique ability, in others. You work to allow everyone born with magic to have the inalienable right to their own life, to be the best of what they can be with their own ability. And yet you locked me away to deny me that same right. Just because I want the Creator's wolves to run free to hunt as they were intended doesn't mean that I want to be their dinner. Nathan leaned toward her. I am not a wolf. I am a human being. You tried, convicted, and sentenced me to life in your prison for being who I was born, for what you feared I might do simply because I had the ability. You then soothed your own inner conflict by making that prison plush in an attempt to convince yourself that you were kind, all the while professing to believe that we must fight to allow future people to be who they are. You qualified your prison as right because it was lavish in order to mask from yourself the nature of what you were advocating. Look around, Anne. He swept his arm out at the stone. This is what you are advocating for those you decided did not have the right to their own life. You decided the same as the order, based on an ability you did not like. You decided that some, because of their greater potential, must be sacrificed to the good of those less than they. No matter how much you decorated your dungeon, this is what it looks like from the inside. Anne gathered her thoughts as well as her voice before she spoke. I thought I had come to understand something like that while I sat all alone down here, but I realize now that I hadn't really. All those years I felt bad for locking you away, but I never really examined my rationale for doing so. You're right, Nathan. I believed you held the potential for great harm. I should have helped you to understand what was right so you could act rationally, rather than expect the worst from you and lock you away. I'm sorry, Nathan. He put his hands on his hips. Do you really mean it, Anne? She nodded, unable to look up at him as her eyes filled with tears. She always expected honesty from everyone else, but she had not been honest with herself. Yes, Nathan, I really do. Confession over, she went to her bench and slumped down. Thank you for coming, Nathan. I'll not trouble you to come down here again. I will take my just punishment without complaint. If you don't mind, I think I'd like to be alone right now to pray and consider the weight on my heart. You can do that later. Now get up off your bottom on your feet and pick up your things. We have matters to attend to and we have to get going. Anne looked up with a frown. What? We have important things to do. Come on, woman. We're wasting time. We need to get going. We are on the same side in this struggle, Anne. We need to act like it and work together toward preserving our causes. He leaned down toward her. Unless you've decided to retire to sit around the rest of your life. If not, then let's be on our way. We have trouble." Anne hopped down from the stone bench.
"Trouble? What sort of trouble?"
"Prophecy trouble."
"Prophecy? There is trouble with a prophecy? What trouble? What prophecy?"
Fists on his hips, Nathan fixed her with a scowl. "I can't tell you about such things. Prophecy is not meant for the unenlightened." Anne pursed her lips, about to launch into scolding him up one side and down the other, when she caught the smile working at the edges of his mouth. It caught her up in a smile of her own. "What's happened?" she asked, in the tone of voice friends used when they had decided that past wrongs were recognized and matters now set on a correct path. "And you'll not believe it when I tell you," Nathan complained. "It's that boy again."
"Richard?
What other boy do you know who can get in the kind of trouble only Richard can get into?"
"Well, I no longer think of Richard as a boy."
Nathan sighed. "I suppose not, but it's hard when you're my age to think of one so young as a man."
"He is a man," Anne assured him.
"Yes, I guess he is," Nathan grinned. "And he's a rawl."
"What sort of trouble has Richard gotten himself into this time?"
Nathan's good humor evaporated. "He's walked off the edge of prophecy."
Anne screwed up her face. "What are you talking about? What's he done?"
"I'm telling you, Anne, that boy has walked right off the edge of prophecy itself. Walked right off into a place in prophecy where prophecy itself doesn't exist." Anne recognized that Nathan was sincerely troubled, but he was making no sense. In part, that was why some people were afraid of him. He often gave people the impression he was talking gibberish when he was talking about things that no one but he could even understand. Sometimes no one but a prophet could truly understand completely what he grasped. With his eyes, the eyes of a prophet, he could see things that no one else could. She had spent a lifetime working with prophecy, though, and so she could understand, perhaps better than most, at least some of his mind, some of what he could grasp.
"How can you know of such a prophecy, Nathan, if it doesn't exist? I don't understand. Explain it to me."
"There are libraries here at the People's Palace that contain some valuable books of prophecy that I've never had a chance to see before. While I had reason to suspect that such prophecies might exist, I was never certain they actually did, or what they might say. I've been studying them since I've been here, and I've come across links to other known prophecy we had down in the vaults at the Palace of the Prophets. These prophecies here fill in some important gaps in those we already know about. Most importantly, I found an altogether new branch of prophecy I've never seen before that explains why and how I've been blind to some of what's been going on. From studying the forks and inversions off of this branch, I've discovered that Richard has taken a series of links that follow down a particular pathway of prophecy that leads to oblivion, to something that, as far as I can tell, doesn't even exist." One hand on a hip, the other tracing invisible lines in the air, Nathan paced the small room as he talked. "This new link alludes to things I've never seen before. Branches that I've always known must be there, but were missing. These branches are exceedingly dangerous prophecies that have been kept here in secret. I can see why. Even I, had I seen them years ago, might have misinterpreted them. These new branches refer to voids of some sort. Since they are voids, their nature can't be known. Such a contradiction can't exist. Richard has gone into this area of void where prophecy can't see him, can't help him, and worse, can't help us. But more than not seeing him with prophecy, it's as if where he is and what he is doing do not exist. Richard is dealing in something that is capable of ending everything we know." Anne knew that Nathan would not exaggerate about something of this nature. While she was in the dark about precisely what he was talking about, the essence of it gave her the cold sweats. "What can we do about it?" Nathan threw up his arms. We have to go in there and get him. We have to bring him back into the world that exists.
You mean the world that prophecy says exists?
Nathan's scowl was back. That's what I said, isn't it? We have to somehow get him back on the thread of prophecy, where he shows up. Anne cleared her throat.
Or?
Nathan snatched up the lamp, then her pack. Or he will cease to be part of viable lines of prophecy, never to be involved with matters of this world again.
You mean if we don't get him back from wherever he is, he will die?
Nathan gave her a curious look. Have I been talking to the walls? Of course he will die. If that boy isn't in prophecy, if he breaks all the links to prophecy where he plays a role, then he voids all those lines of prophecy where he exists. If he does that, then they become false prophecy, and those branches with word of him will never come to pass. None of the other links contain any reference to him, because in the origin of those links, he dies first.
And what happens on those links that don't contain him?
Nathan took up her hand as he pulled her toward the door. On those links, a shadow falls over everyone. Everyone who lives, anyway. It will be a very long and very dark age.
Wait,
Anne said, pulling him to a halt. She turned to the stone bench and placed the Radahan in the center.
I don't have the power to destroy this. I think maybe it should be locked away.
Nathan nodded his approval. We will lock the doors and instruct the guards that it is to remain in here behind the shields for all time. Anne held a warning finger up before him.
Don't get the idea that just because you're not wearing a collar, I will tolerate misbehavior.
Nathan's grin returned. He didn't come right out and agree. Before he went through the door, he turned back to her. By the way, have you been talking to Verna through your journey book?
Yes, a little. She's with the army and pretty busy right now. They're defending the passes into Dahara. Jagang has begun his siege.
Well, from what I've been able to gather from military commanders here at the palace, the passes are formidable and will hold for a while at least. He leaned toward her. You have to send a message to her, though. Tell her that when an empty wagon rolls into their line, to let it through. Anne made a face.
What does that mean?
Prophecy is not meant for the unenlightened. Just tell her.
All right,
Anne said with breathless difficulty as Nathan pulled her through the tight doorway.
But I'd best not tell her you're the one who said it, or she will likely ignore the advice. She thinks you're daft, you know.
She just never got a chance to come to know me very well, that's all. He glanced back. What with me being unjustly locked away and all. Anne wanted to say that perhaps Vernon knew Nathan all too well, but decided better of it right then. As Nathan started to turn toward the outer door, Anne snatched his sleeve.
Nathan, what else about this prophecy you found aren't you telling me? This prophecy where Richard disappears into oblivion.
She knew Nathan well enough to know by his agitation that he hadn't told her everything, that he thought he was being gallant by sparing her worry. With a sober expression, he gazed into her eyes for a time before he finally spoke. There is a slide on that fork of prophecy. Anne frowned as she turned her eyes up in thought.
A slide.
A slide, she muttered to herself, trying to recall the name. It sounded familiar. A slide, she snapped her fingers.
A slide! Her eyes went wide. Dear Creator!
I don't think the Creator had anything to do with this. Anne impatiently waved in protest.
That can't be. There has to be something wrong with this new prophecy you found. It has to be defective. Slides were created in the Great War. There couldn't be a slide on this link of prophecy, don't you see? The prophecy must be out of phase and long ago expired.
Anne chewed her lower lip as her mind raced. It isn't out of phase. Don't you think that was my first thought, too? You think me an amateur at this? I worked through the chronology 100 times. I ran every chart and calculation I ever learned, even some I invented for the task. They all came out with the same root. Every link came out in order. The prophecy is in phase. Chronology and all its aspects are aligned. Then it's a false link, Anne insisted. Slides were conjured creatures. They were sterile. They couldn't reproduce. I'm telling you, Nathan growled, there is a slide on this fork with Richard, and it's a viable prophetic link. They couldn't have survived to be here? Anne was sure of what she was saying. Nathan knew more about prophecy than she. There was no doubt of that. But this was one area where she knew exactly what she was talking about. This was her area of expertise. Slides weren't able to beget children. He was giving her one of those looks she didn't like. I'm telling you, a slide walks the world again. Anne tisked. Nathan, soul stealers can't reproduce. The prophecy says he wasn't born, but born again a slide. Anne's flesh began to tingle. She stared at him a time before finding her voice. For 3,000 years there have been no wizards born with both sides of the gift but Richard. There is no way anyone... Anne paused. He was watching her finally realize what had to be. Dear Creator, she whispered. I told you the Creator had nothing to do with this. The Sisters of the Dark mothered him. Shaken to her core, Anne could think of nothing to say. There was no worse news she could have heard. There was no defense against a slide. Every soul was naked to a slide's attack. Outside the second door, Nida waited in the hall, her face as grim as ever, but not as grim as Anne's. The hall was dark but for the dim light coming from the still flames of a few candles. No breath of wind ever made it this deep into the palace. The only color among the dark rocks soaking up that small bit of light was the blood red of Nida's red leather. Being pulled along by the hand, feeling a jumble of emotions, Anne leaned toward the woman and vented a pent-up fiery scowl. You told him what I said to tell him, didn't you? Of course, Nida answered as she fell into step behind the two of them. Turning halfway around, Anne shook a finger at the moored Sith. I'll make you sorry you told him. Nida smiled. Oh, I don't think so. Anne rolled her eyes and turned back to Nathan. By the way, what are you doing wearing a sword? You, of all people, a wizard. Why are you wearing a sword? Nathan looked hurt. Why, Nida thinks I look dashing with a sword. Anne fixed her eyes on the dark passageway ahead. I just bet she does. Chapter 31. Standing at the edge of a narrow rim of rock, Richard looked down on the ragged gray wisps of clouds below. Out in the open, the cool, damp air that drifted over him carried the aromas of balsam trees, moss, wet leaves, and saturated soil. He inhaled deeply the fragrant reminders of home. The rock, mostly granite, cracked and weather-worn into pillowed blocks, looked much the same as that in his Heartland woods. The mountains, however, were far larger. The slope rising up behind him was dizzying. To the west before him, far below, lay a vast stretch of fractured ground and ever-rising rugged hills, carpeted in forests. To his left and right, because he knew what he was looking for, he could just make out the strip of ground, devoid of trees, where the boundary had been. Farther off to the west rose up the lesser mountains, mostly barren, that bordered the wasteland. That wasteland, and the place called the Pillars of Creation, was no longer visible. Richard was happy to have left it far behind. The sky was empty of black-tipped races, for the moment anyway. The huge birds most likely knew that Richard, Kalen, Kara, Jensen, Tom, and Owen were heading west. Richard had shot the last 5 races as they had begun gathering in their circling behavior, surprising them by being high up the side of the mountain above the others in his group, closer to where the races flew. After killing the races, Richard had led the rest of his small company into denser woods. He didn't think that the races they'd been seeing up until then had spotted them since. Now that they were traveling through forests of towering trees, Richard thought that if he was careful, they might be able to lose their watchers. If this man, Nicholas, had seen them through the eyes of those 5 races, then he knew they had been headed west. But now that they were hidden, he couldn't assume that they would continue west. If Richard could disappear from where the birds would look for him, and failed to appear where they would expect him, then Nicholas might have second thoughts. He might realize they could have changed direction and gone north or south. Nicholas might then begin to realize that they had used that period of confusion to run away somewhere else, to flee him. It was possible that Richard could have kept them hidden under the cover of the trees, and in so doing keep Nicholas from discovering them. Richard didn't want the man to know where they'd gone, or to have any idea where they were at any given time. It was hardly a certainty that he could deceive Nicholas in this way, but Richard intended to try. Shielding his eyes with the flat of his hand, Richard scanned the rise of dense forest before them in order to get the lay of the land fixed in his mind before he headed back in under the thick vegetation where the others waited. The trailer of clouds below were but the tattered cast-offs of the churning blanket of gloom above them. The mountainside ascended sharply into that wet overcast. As Richard evaluated the rock, the slope, and the trees, he finally found what he sought. He studied the ascent of the mountain one last time before scanning the sky again to make sure it was clear. Seeing no races, or any other birds for that matter, he headed in to where the others waited. He knew that just because he didn't see any birds didn't mean that they weren't there watching him. There could be a few dozen races sitting in trees where he would likely never spot them. But for the moment he was still where they would expect him, so he wasn't greatly concerned. He was about to do what they would not expect. Richard climbed back up the slick bank of moss, leaves, and wet roots. If he fell, he would have only the one chance to grab the small ledge where he'd been standing before he would tumble out into the clear air and a drop of several thousand feet. The thought of that drop made him hold tighter to the roots to help him climb, and made him test carefully every score in the rock where he placed his boot before committing his weight to it. At the top of the bank, he ducked under overhanging branches of scrawny mountain maple that grew in the understory of hardwoods leaning out beside the towering pines in an effort to capture the light. Leaves of the ash and birch rising above the mountain maple collected the drizzle until their leaves had as much as they could hold and released it to patter down in fat drops that slapped the lower leaves above Richard's head. When a light breeze caught those upper leaves, they released their load to rain down in sudden but brief torrents. Stooping under low spreading branches of fir trees, Richard followed his track back through thickets of huckleberry into the more open ground of the hushed woods beneath the thick canopy of ancient evergreens. Pine needles had been woven by the wind into sprawling mats that cushioned his steps. Spiraling webs hung by spiders to catch the small bugs that zigzagged all around had instead netted the mist and were now dotted with shimmering drops of water like jeweled necklaces on display. Back in the sheltering cover of rock and the thick growth of young spruce, Kaylin stood when she saw Richard coming. When she stood, everyone else then saw him and came to their feet as well. Richard ducked in under the wispy green branches. "Did you see any races, Lord Rall?" Owen asked, clearly nervous about the predators. "No," Richard told him as he picked up his pack and slung it over a shoulder. He slipped his other arm beneath the second strap as he pulled the pack up onto his back. "That doesn't mean they didn't see me, though." Richard hooked his bow over the back of his left shoulder, along with a water skin. "Well," Owen said, wringing his hands, "we can still hope they won't know where we are." Richard paused to look at the man. Hope is not a strategy. As the rest of them all started collecting their things from the brief break, hooking gear on belts and shouldering packs,
Richard drew Kara by the arm out of the cover of small trees and pulled her close. "See that rise through there?" he asked, as he held her near him so she could see where he was pointing. "With the strip of open ground that passes in front of the young oak, with the broken dead limb hanging down?" Kara nodded. "Just after where the ground rises and goes over that trickle of water running down the face of the rock, staining it green? That's the spot. I want you to follow up over that area, then cut to the right, taking that cleft up, that one there beyond the split in the rock. There. And see if you can scout a trail up to the next shelf up above these trees here." Kara nodded. "Where will you be?" "I'm going to take the rest of us up to the first break in the slope. We'll be there. Come back and tell us if you find a way over the projection." Kara hoisted up her pack onto her back and then picked up the stout staff Richard had cut for her. "I didn't know that Mord Sith could cut trails," Tom said. "Mord Sith can't," Kara said. "I, Kara, can. Lord Rahl taught me." As she vanished into the trees, Richard watched her walk. She moved gracefully, disturbing little as she made her way into the trackless woods. She moved with an economy of effort that would conserve her energy. It had not always been so. She had learned well the lessons he had given her. Richard was pleased to see that the lessons had stuck and his efforts had not been wasted. Owen came forward, looking agitated. "But Lord Rahl, we can't go that way." He waggled a hand back over his shoulder. "The trail goes that way. That is the only way up and through the pass. There lies the way down, and with it the way back up, now that the boundary is gone. It's not easy, but it's the only way." "It's the only way you know of. By how well that trail looks to be traveled, I think it's the only way Nicholas knows of as well. It appears to be the way the Order troops move in and out of Bandakar. If we go that way, the races will be watching. If, on the other hand, we don't show up, then he won't know where we went. I want to keep it that way from now on. I'm tired of playing mouse to his owl." Richard let Kalin lead them up through the woods, following the natural route of the land when the way ahead was reasonably evident. When she was in doubt, she would glance back at him for direction. Richard would look where she was to go, or nod in the direction he wanted her to take, or in a few cases, he needed to give her instruction. By the lay of the land, Richard was pretty sure that there was an ancient trail up through the mountain pass. That pass, that from afar looked like a notch in the wall of mountains, was in reality no mere notch, but a broad area twisting as it rose back up between the mountains. Richard didn't think that the path that the Bandakar people used to banish people through the boundary was the only way through that pass. With the boundary in place, it may well have been, but the boundary was no longer there. From what he'd seen so far, Richard suspected that there once had been a route that in ancient times had been the main way in and out. Here and there he was able to discern depressions that he believed were remnants of that ancient abandoned route. While it was always possible that the old passage had been abandoned for good reason, such as a landslide that made it impassable, he wanted to know if that once-traveled way was still usable. It would, at the least, since it was in a different part of the mountains than the known path, take them away from where the races were likely to be looking for them. Jensen walked up close beside Richard when the way through towering pines was open enough. She tugged Betty along by her rope, keeping her from stopping to sample plants along the way. "Sooner or later the races will find us, don't you think?" Jensen asked. "I mean, if we don't show up where they expect to find us, then don't you think they will search until they do find us? You were the one who said that from the sky they could cover great distances and search us out." "Maybe," Richard said, "but it will be hard to spot us in the woods if we use our heads and stay hidden. In forests, they can't search nearly as much area as they could in the same amount of time out in the wasteland. In open ground, they could spot us miles away. Here, they will have a hard time of it unless they're really close and we are careless. By the time we don't show up where the known trail makes it up into Bandakar,
They will have a vast area they suddenly will need to search, and they won't have any idea which direction to look. That compounds the problem for them in finding us. I don't think that the viewing Nicholas gets through their eyes can be very good, or he wouldn't need to gather the races now and again to circle. If we can stay out of sight long enough, then we'll be among the people up in Bandakar, and then Nicholas, through the eyes of the races, will have a hard, if not impossible, time picking us out from others. Jensen thought it over as they entered a stand of birch. Betty went the wrong way around a tree, and Jensen had to stop to untangle her rope. They all hunched their shoulders against the wet when a breeze brought down a soaking shower.
"Richard,"
Jensen asked in a voice barely above a whisper as she caught back up with him,
"what are you going to do when we get there?"
"I'm going to get the antidote so I don't die."
"I know that."
Jensen pulled a sodden ringlet of red hair back from her face.
"What I mean is, what are you going to do about Owen's people?"
Each breath he drew brought a slight stitch of pain deep in his lungs. "I'm not sure yet just what I can do." Jensen walked in silence for a moment.
"But you will try to help them, won't you?"
Richard glanced over at his sister. "Jensen, they're threatening to kill me. They've proven that it isn't an empty threat." She shrugged uncomfortably.
"I know, but they're desperate."
She glanced ahead to make sure that Owen wouldn't hear.
"They didn't know what else to do to save themselves. They aren't like you. They never fought anyone before."
Richard took a deep breath, the pain pulling tight across his chest when he did so. "You'd never fought anyone before either. When you thought I was trying to kill you, as our father had, and you believed that I was responsible for your mother's death, what did you do? I don't mean were you correct about me, but what did you do in response to what you believed was happening?"
"I resolved that if I wanted to live, I would have to kill you before you killed me."
"Exactly. You didn't poison someone and tell them to do it or they would die. You decided that your life was worth living and that no one else had the right to take it from you. When you are willing to meekly sacrifice your ultimate value, your life, the only one you will ever have, to any thug who on a whim decides to take it from you, then you can't be helped. You may be able to be rescued for one day, but the next day another will come and you will again willingly prostrate yourself before him. You have placed the value of the life of your killer above your own. When you grant to anyone who demands it the right of life or death over you, you have already become a willing slave in search of any butcher who will have you." She walked in silence for a time, thinking about what he'd said. Richard noticed that she moved through the woods as he had taught Kara to move. She was nearly as at home in the woods as he was.
"Richard,"
Jensen swallowed.
"I don't want those people to be hurt anymore. They've already suffered enough."
"Tell that to Kalin if I die from..." Well, what said that they reached the meeting place. Kara wasn't there yet. They all were ready for a brief rest. The spot, a break in the slope, back against granite that rose up steeply to the next projection in the mountain, was protected high overhead by huge pines and closer down by brush. After so long out in the heat of the desert, none of them were yet accustomed to the wet chill. While they spread out to find rocks for seats so they wouldn't have to sit in the wet leaf litter, Betty happily sampled the tasty weeds. Owen sat to the far side, away from Betty. Kalin sat close to Richard on a small lump of rock.
"How are you doing? You look like you have a headache."
"Nothing to be done about it for now," he said. Kalin leaned closer. The warmth of her felt good against his side.
"Richard," she whispered, "remember Nietzsche's letter?"
"What about it?"
"Well, we assumed that this boundary into Bandakar being down was the reason for the first warning beacon. Maybe we're wrong."
"What makes you think so?"
"No second beacon." She pointed with her chin off to the northwest. "We saw the first way back down there. We're a lot closer to the place where the boundary was, and we haven't spotted a second beacon.
Just as well, he said. That was where the races were waiting for us. End of Side 8. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 9. Naked Empire by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 321. He remembered well when they found the little statue. The races were perched in trees all around. Richard hadn't known what they were at the time, other than they were large birds he'd never seen before. The instant Kara picked up the statue, the black-tipped races had all suddenly taken to wing. There had been hundreds. "Yes," Kalin said, "but without the second beacon, maybe this isn't the problem that we thought caused the first." "You're assuming that the second beacon will be for me, that I'm the one it will be meant for, and so we would have seen it. Nietzsche said that the second beacon is for the one who has the power to fix the breach in the seal. Maybe that's not me." Looking at first startled by the idea, Kalin thought it over. "I'm not sure if I'd be pleased about that or not." She leaned tighter against him and hooked an arm around his thigh. "But no matter who is meant to be the one who can seal the breach again, the one who's supposed to restore the boundary, I don't think they will be able to do so." Richard ran his fingers back through his wet hair. "Well, if I'm the one this dead wizard once believed could restore the boundary, he's wrong. I don't know how to do such a thing." "But don't you see, Richard? Even if you did know how, I don't think you could." Richard looked at her out of the corner of his eye. "Jumping to conclusions and letting your imagination get carried away again?" "Richard, face it, the boundary failed because of what I did. That's why the warning beacon was for me. Because I caused the seal to fail. You aren't going to try to deny that, are you?" "No, but we have a lot to learn before we know what's really going on." "I freed the chimes," she said. "It's not going to do us any good to try to hide from that fact." Kalin had used ancient magic to save his life. She had freed the chimes in order to heal him. She'd had no time to spare. He would have died within moments if she had not acted. Moreover, she'd had no idea that the chimes would unleash destruction upon the world. She hadn't known they had been created 3,000 years before from underworld powers as a weapon designed to consume magic. She had been told only that she must use them to save Richard's life. Richard knew what it felt like to be convinced of the facts behind events and to have no one believe him. He knew she was now feeling the same frustration. "You're right that we can't hide from it, if it is a fact. But right now we don't know that it is. For one thing, the chimes have been banished back to the underworld." "And what about what Zed told us? About how once the destructive cascade of magic begins, which it did, then there is no telling if it can be stopped even if the chimes are banished. There is no experience in such an event upon which to base predictions." Richard didn't have an answer for her, and was at a disadvantage because he didn't have her education in magic. He was saved from having to speculate when Kara came in through a tight patch of young balsam trees. She pulled her pack off her shoulders and let it slip to the ground as she sat on a rock facing Richard. "You were right. We can get through there. It looks to me like I can see a way to continue on up from the ledge." "Good," Richard said as he stood. "Let's get going. The clouds are getting darker. I think we need to find a place to stop for the night." "I spotted a place under the ledge, Lord Rahl. I think it might be a dry place to stay." "Good." Richard hoisted her pack. "I'll carry this for you a while, let you have a break." Kara nodded her appreciation, falling into line as they moved through the tight trees and immediately had to start to climb up the steeply rising ground. There was enough exposed rock and roots to provide good steps and handholds. Where some of those steps were tall, Richard stretched down to give Kalin a hand. Tom helped Jensen and passed Betty up a few times, even though the goat was better at scrambling up over rock than they were. Richard thought he was doing it more for Jensen's peace of mind than Betty's. Jensen finally told Tom that Betty could climb on her own. Betty proved her right, bleating down at Tom after effortlessly clambering up a particularly trying spot. "Why don't you help me up, then?" Tom said to the goat. Jensen smiled along with Richard and Kalin. Owen just watched as he skirted the other way around the rock. He was afraid of Betty. Kara finally asked for her pack back, having entertained long enough the possibility of being considered frail. Shortly after the rain started, they found the low slit of an opening under a prominent ledge, just as Kara had said they would. It wasn't a cave, but a spot where a slab from the face of the mountain above had broken off and fallen over. Boulders on the ground held the slab up enough to create a pocket beneath. It wasn't large, but Richard thought they would all fit under it for the night. The ground was dirty, scattered with collected leaf litter and forest debris of bark, moss, and a lot of bugs. Tom and Richard used branches they'd cut to quickly sweep the place out. They then laid down a clean bed of evergreen boughs to keep them up off the water that did run in. The rain was starting to come down harder, so they all squatted down and hurried to move in under the rock. It wasn't a comfortable-looking spot, being too low for them to stand in, but it was fairly dry. Richard dared not let them have a fire, now that they had left the regular trail, lest the smoke be spotted by the races. They had a cold supper of meats, leftover bannock, and dried goods. They were all exhausted from climbing all day, and while they ate, engaged in only a bit of small talk. Betty was the only one with enough room to stand. She pushed up against Richard until she got his attention and a rub. As darkness slowly enveloped the woods, they watched the rain fall outside their cozy shelter, listening to the soft sound, all no doubt wondering what lay ahead in a strange empire that had been sealed away for 3,000 years. Troops from the Imperial Order would be there, too. As Richard sat watching out into the dark rain, listening to the sounds of the occasional animal in the distance, Kalin cuddled up beside him, laying her head on his lap. Betty went deeper into the shelter and lay down with Jensen. Kalin, under the comfort of his hand resting tenderly on her shoulder, was asleep in moments. As weary as he was from the day's hard journey, Richard wasn't sleepy. His head hurt, and the poison deep within him made each breath catch. He wondered what would strike him down first, the power of his gift that was giving him the headaches, or Owen's poison. He wondered, too, just how he was going to satisfy the demands of Owen and his men to free their empire so that he could have the antidote. The 5 of them, he, Kalin, Kara, Jensen, and Tom, hardly seemed the army needed to drive the order out of Bandakar. If he didn't, and if he couldn't get to the antidote, his life was coming to a close. This very well could be his final journey. It seemed like he had just gotten back together with Kalin after being separated from her for half his life. He wanted to be with her. He wanted the 2 of them to be able to be alone. If he didn't think of something, all they had in each other, all they had ahead of them, was just about over. And that was without even considering the headaches of the gift, or the Imperial Order capturing the Wizard's Keep. Chapter 32. Richard gripped the edge of the rock at the face of the opening to help pull himself up and out from the dark hole in the abrupt rise of granite before them. Once out, he brushed the sharp little granules of rock from his hands as he turned to the others. "It goes through. It isn't easy, but it goes through." He saw a dubious look on Tom's face, and a look of consternation on Owen's. Betty, her floppy ears perked ahead in what Richard thought could only be a goat frown, peered down into the narrow chasm and bleated. "But I don't think we can," Owen complained. "What if—" "We get stuck?" Richard asked. Owen nodded. "Well, you have an advantage over Tom and me," Richard said as he picked up his pack from nearby to the side where he'd left it. "You're not quite as big. If I made it through and back, then you can make it, Owen." Owen waved a hand up the steep ascent to his right. "But what about that way? Couldn't we just go around?" "I don't like going into dark, narrow places like this either," Richard said. "But if we go around that way, we have to go out on the ledges. You heard what Kara said. It's narrow and dangerous. If it were the only way, it would be another matter, but it's not. The races would spot us out there. Worse, if they wanted, they could attack us, and we could easily fall or be forced over the edge. I don't like going in places like this, but I don't think I'd like to be out there on a wind-blown ledge no wider than the sole of my boot with a fall of thousands of feet straight down if I make one slip, and then have one of those races suddenly show up to rip into me with their talons or those sharp beaks of theirs. Would you prefer that?" Owen licked his lips as he bent at the waist and looked into the narrow passageway. "Well, I guess you're right." "Richard," Kalen asked in a whisper as the rest of them started taking off their packs so they could more easily fit through, "if this was a trail as you suspect, why isn't there a better way through?" "I think that sometime only in the last few thousand years, this huge section of the mountain broke away and slid down, coming to rest at this angle, leaving a narrow passageway beneath it." He pointed up. "See up there? I think this entire portion down here used to be up there. I think it's now sitting right where the trail used to be." "And there's no other way but this cave or the ledges?" "I'm not saying that. I believe there's other old routes. But we would have to backtrack for most of a day to take the last fork I saw, and then there isn't any guarantee with that one either. If you really want, though, we can go back and try." Kalen shook her head. "We can't afford to lose any time. We need to get to the antidote." Richard nodded. He didn't know how he was supposed to rid an entire empire of the Imperial Order so they could get to the antidote, but he had a few ideas. He needed to get the antidote. He saw no reason he had to play by Owen's rules or the Order's. Kalen gave the narrow, dark tunnel another look. "You're sure there aren't any snakes in there?" "I didn't see any." Tom handed Richard his sword. "I'll go last," he said. "If you make it through, I can." Richard nodded as he laid the baldric over his shoulder. He turned the scabbard at his hip in order to clear the rock and then started in. He hugged his pack to his abdomen as he crouched to make it into the small space. The slab of rock above him lay at an angle, so that he couldn't remain upright, but had to twist sideways and back as he went into the darkness. The farther in he went, the darker it became. As the others followed him into the narrow passage, it blocked much of the light, making it even darker. The rains of recent days had finally ended, but runnels and runoff continued to flow from the mountain. Their wading through ankle-deep water standing in the bottom of the cavern sent echoes through the narrow confines. The waves in the water played gloomy light along the wet walls, providing at least some illumination. The thought occurred to him that if he was a snake, this would make a good spot to call home. The thought also occurred to him that if Kalen, right behind him, happened upon a snake in such cramped quarters, she would not be pleased with him in the least for taking her in. Things that were frightening outside were different when you couldn't maneuver, couldn't run. Panic always seemed to lurk in tight places. As it became darker, Richard had to feel his way along the cold stone. In places where water seeped down the rock, the walls were slimy. In some spots there was mud. In other places, dry rock to walk on. Most of it, though, was wet muck. Spongy leaves had collected in some of the irregular low places. By the smell, it was obvious that some animal had died and was decomposing somewhere in the sodden grotto. He heard moans and complaints from behind when the rest of them encountered the stench. Betty bleated her unhappiness. Jensen's echoing whisper told the goat to be quiet. Even the displeasure of the smell was forgotten as they worked their way under the immense curtain of rock draped over where the trail used to be. This wasn't a true cave, like underground caves Richard had encountered before. It was only a narrow crack under what was, in essence, a big rock. There were no chambers and different routes to worry about. There was only one narrow void under the rock, so lighting their way wasn't critical. He knew, too, that it wasn't all that long. It only felt that way in the dark. Richard reached the spot where the way ahead abruptly started up at a steep angle. Feeling the walls all around to find places to grab, he started the difficult climb. In places he had to wedge his back against one wall and use his feet against the opposite wall to brace himself while grappling for any ledge or crack in the rock he could find to help pull himself up. He had to balance his pack in his lap as he went and keep his sword from getting wedged. It was slow going. Richard finally reached the high table where the rock from above had first come down. The hollow left under the mountain of rock was basically horizontal rather than vertical, as it had been. Rock rested along the edge of most of the shelf, but there was one place with ample room for them to make it through, over the edge and then in under the slab above them. Once up onto the flat, he leaned over as far as he could, extending a hand down to help Kalin. He heard the grunts of effort from below Kalin as the rest of the small company worked their way up the precipitous passage. From his place atop the table of rock, Richard could finally see light ahead and light above. He had scouted the route and knew that they were close to being out the other side, but first they had to make it across the shelf of rock where the slab left little room above them. It was uncomfortably confining. Richard didn't like such places. He knew, though, that there was no other way through. This was the place he worried most about. Tight as it was fortunately close to the end. "We have to crawl on our bellies from here," he told Kalin. "Hold my ankle. Have everyone behind do the same." Kalin peered ahead toward the light coming from the opening. The glare of that light made it difficult to see to the sides. "Richard, it doesn't look big enough. It's just a crack." Richard pushed his pack out onto the rock. "There's a way. We'll be out soon." Kalin let out a deep breath. "All right. The sooner the better." "Listen to me," he called back into the darkness. "We're almost out." "If you make us walk through any more rotting animals, I'll clobber you," Jensen called up to him. Everyone laughed. "No more of that," Richard said. "But there is a difficult spot ahead. I've been through it, so I know we can all make it. But you have to listen to me and do as I say. Crawl on your stomach, pushing your pack ahead of you. Hold the ankle of the person in front of you. That way you'll all follow in the right place. You'll see the light ahead of you. You can't go toward the light. That isn't the way out. The ceiling drops down too low, and the slope of the rock starts pitching down to the left. If you slip down in there, it gets even tighter. You'll not be able to get out. We have to go around the low place in the ceiling. We have to go around on the right side where it's dark but not as low. Does everyone understand?" Agreement echoed up from the darkness. "Richard," Jensen called in a small voice, "I don't like being in here. I want out." Her voice carried a thread of panic. "I don't either," he told her, "but I've been through and out the other side. I made it through and back. You'll be fine. Just follow me, and you won't have a problem." Her voice drifted up to him from the darkness. "I want to go back." Richard couldn't let her go back. The ledges where they were exposed to the races were too dangerous. "Here," Kalin told her. "You come ahead of me. Take hold of Richard's ankle and you'll be out before the rest of us." "I'll see that Betty watches you go through and follows," Tom offered. That seemed to break the impasse. Jensen moved up to the ledge and handed her pack up. Richard, lying on his stomach in the low slit of the shelf, took her hand to help her up. When she saw in the light how low and tight it was, that Richard had to lie on his stomach, she started to tremble. When Richard helped pull her up and her face came up close to him, he could see her tears in the dim light. Her wide blue eyes took in the way ahead, how low it was. "Please, Richard, I'm afraid. I don't want to go in under there." He nodded. "I know, but it's not far. I won't let you stay in here. I'll see that you get out." He cupped a hand to the side of her face. "I promise." "How do I know you'll keep your promise?" Richard smiled. "Wizards always keep their promises." "You said you don't know much about being a wizard." "But I know how to keep promises." She at last agreed and let him help her the rest of the way up. When he pulled her all the way up onto the shelf of the mountainside, and she actually felt how the roof of rock didn't allow her any room to get up, and that she had to lie flat just to fit, and worse, that the roof of rock was only scant inches above her back, she started to shiver with terror. "I know how you feel," he told her. "I do, Jensen. I hate this too, but we have no choice. It's not dangerous if you just follow me through the place where there's room. Just follow me, and we'll be out before you know it." "What if it comes down and crushes us? Or what if it comes down just enough to pin us so we can't move or breathe?" "It won't," he insisted. "It's been here for ages. It isn't going to come down. It's not." She nodded, but he didn't know if she really heard him. She began to whimper as he turned himself around so he could lead her out. "Take my ankle," he called back to her. "Here, push your pack up to me and I'll take care of it for you. Then you'll only have to worry about holding onto my ankle and following behind." "What if it gets too tight and I can't breathe? Richard, what if I can't breathe?" Richard kept his voice calm and confident. "I'm bigger than you, so if I fit, you will." She only nodded as she shivered. He extended his hand back and had to tell her again to pass her pack forward before she did as he instructed. Once he had her pack, he tied the straps to his and pushed them both on ahead. She seized his ankle as if it were the only thing keeping her from falling into the arms of the keeper of the underworld. He didn't complain, though, about how hard she held him. He knew her fear. Richard pushed the packs out ahead and started inching his way forward. He tried not to think about the rough ceiling of rock only a hand width above his back. He knew it would become narrower before they got out. The shelf of rock sloped upward to the right slightly into the dark. The light was to the left and down. It looked like the easiest way out was to go straight toward the opening. It wasn't far. They had to go instead up into the darkness and around the narrowing of the cleft in order to get around to a place where they could fit through. Forcing himself to go up into the dark where it felt tighter and more closed in, rather than toward the light of the opening, felt wrong. But he had already scouted the route, and he knew that his feelings were wrong about this. As he moved deeper into the darkness, going around the impassable area in the center of the chamber, he reached the spot where the rock above lowered. Advancing in farther, it came down until it pressed against his back. He knew it wasn't far, not more than a dozen feet, but without being able to take a full breath, the cramped passage was daunting. Richard pushed the packs ahead as he wriggled and wormed his way along.
He had to push with the toes of his boots and with his fingers, finding any purchase available, pull his chest through, force himself to make headway into the dark, away from the light. Jensen's fingers had an iron grip on his ankle. That was fine with Richard, because he could then help pull her through with him. He wanted to be able to help pull her through when she reached the spot that would compress her chest. And then she suddenly let go of his ankle. Chapter 33. Off behind him, Richard could hear Jensen scrambling away. "Jensen, what's going on? What are you doing?" She was crying out, whining in terror as she bolted toward the light at the opening. "Jensen," Richard called to her, "don't go that way. Stay with me." Wedged in as he was, he couldn't easily turn to see. He forced himself ahead, crabbing sideways, trying to spot her. Jensen was clambering toward the light, ignoring him as he called to her. Kaylin wormed her way up to him. "What's she doing?" "She's trying to get out. She sees the opening, the light, and won't listen." Richard shoved the packs and frantically worked his way ahead, moving into the area beyond the tight spot to where it was open enough that he could at last get a full breath and almost get up on his hands and knees. Jensen screamed. Richard could see her clawing frantically at the rock, but she wasn't making any headway. In a frenzy of effort, she tried to push herself forward, but instead she'd slipped sideways farther down the slope, wedging herself in tighter. Each exaggerated, panting breath as she strained and stretched ratcheted her in deeper. Richard called to her, trying to get her to listen, to do as he said. In her desperation, she wasn't responding to any of his instructions. She saw the opening, wanted out, and would not listen to him. Fast as he could, Richard scrambled through the darkness and around toward the opening, guiding Kaylin, Owen, Kara, and Tom through the only way he knew they could make it. Kaylin held tight to his ankle, and he could hear by the panting of effort that the rest of them were all following in a line behind her. Jensen screamed in terror. She struggled madly but couldn't move. Wedged in as she was, with rock compressing her rib cage top and bottom, it was becoming difficult for her to breathe. "Jensen, take a slow breath. Slow down," Richard called to her as he scurried around toward the opening. "Breathe slow. Breathe." Richard finally reached the opening. He emerged from the dark crevasse, squinting in the sudden light. On his knees, he leaned in and helped pull Kaylin out. Betty scrambled out, somehow having passed the rest of the people. As Owen and then Kara clambered out of the opening, Richard pulled the baldric over his head and handed his sword to Kaylin. Tom called out that he was going back in to try to reach Jensen. As soon as the rest were safely out, Richard dove back into the fissure. Head first on his hands and knees, he scuttled into the dark. He could see that Tom, from his angle of approach, had no chance to get to her. "Tom, I'll get her." "I can reach her," the man said, even as he was getting himself wedged tight. "No, you can't," Richard said in a stern tone. "Wishing won't make it so. You'll just get yourself stuck. Listen to me. Back out now, or your weight will help push you downhill and get you stuck so hard that we won't be able to get you out. Back up now, while you're still able to. Go. Let me get her." Tom watched Richard moving around behind him, and then, making a face that showed how unhappy he was to be doing it, he started pushing himself back up into the darkness, where there was a few precious inches more room that would let him make it back out. Richard worked his way through the tight spot and then moved down the slope so that he wouldn't be facing downhill as he tried to help Jensen and possibly wedge himself in tighter than he wanted. If he wasn't careful, he would do the same thing Tom had been about to do. Down in the darkness, Jensen cried in panic. Richard,
flat on his belly, wiggled and snaked his way deeper, all the while moving to his left down the pitch in the shelf of rock. "Jensen, breathe. I'm coming. It's all right." "Richard, please don't leave me here. Richard!" Richard spoke in a calm, quiet voice as he moved around behind her, down into the tighter part of the cave. "I'm not going to leave you. You'll be fine. Just wait for me." "Richard, I can't move," she grunted with effort. "I can't breathe. The ceiling is coming down. It's moving. I can feel it coming down. It's squeezing me. Please help me. Richard, please don't leave me." "You're fine, Jensen. The ceiling isn't moving. You're just stuck. I'll have you out in a minute." Even as he worked his way into the low spot, trying to get up close behind her, she was still struggling to move forward, making it worse. There was no way she could go forward and make it out. As she kept struggling, though, she was slowly slipping deeper down the slope, and with every frantic breath, wedging herself in tighter. He could hear how desperately she was trying to breathe, to draw each shallow breath against the immovable compression of rock. Finally, all the way back around behind her, Richard started pushing himself in the way she'd gone. She had gone into a narrow channel that closed down on the uphill side of her, so there could be no moving her sideways up the slope. He had to get her to back up the way she'd gone in. He had to get her to go away from the light and back into what she feared. The roof of rock scraped against his back, making it difficult to draw a full breath. He had to take shallow breaths as he moved deeper. The farther he went, he could not even breathe that deeply. The need for air, for a deep breath, made the pain of the poison feel like knives twisting in his ribs. Arms stretched forward, Richard used his boots to force himself in deeper, trying to ignore his own rising sense of panic. He reasoned with himself that there were others who knew where he was, that he wasn't alone. With the powerful feeling that a mountain of rock was crushing him, reasoning with himself was difficult, especially when the shallow split of rock he was pressed into hardly let him get any air as it was, and he was desperately working himself deeper, trying to reach Jensen. He knew that he had to help pull her out of where she was stuck, or she would die there. "Richard," she cried, "it hurts. I can't breathe. I'm stuck. Dear spirits, I can't breathe. Please, Richard, I'm scared." Richard stretched, trying to reach her ankle. It was too far away. He had to turn his head sideways to advance. Both ears scraped against rock. He wiggled, inching in tighter, even though his better judgment was telling him that he was already in trouble. "Jensen, please, I need you to help me. I need you to push back. Push back with your hands. Push back toward me." "No, I have to get out. I'm almost there." "No, you're not almost there. You can't make it that way. You have to trust me, Jensen. You've got to push back so I can reach you." "No, please, I want out. I want out." "I'll get you out, I promise. Just push back so I can reach you." With her blocking the light, he couldn't tell if she was doing as he instructed or not. He squirmed in another inch, then another. His head was almost stuck. He couldn't imagine how she had gotten in as far as she had. "Jensen, push back." His voice was strained. He couldn't get enough of a breath to talk and to breathe, too. His fingers stretched forward, reaching, stretching, reaching. His lungs burned for air. He just wanted to take a deep breath. He desperately needed a breath. Not being able to draw one was not only painful, but frightening. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. As high as they were in the mountains, the air was already thin, and it was difficult to get enough air the way it was. Limited to taking shallow breaths was making him lightheaded. If he didn't get back to where he could breathe soon, the two of them were going to be forever in this terrible place. The tips of Richard's fingers caught the edge of the sole of Jensen's boot. He couldn't get a good grip on her foot, though. "Push back," he whispered into the dark. It was all he could do to keep his own panic in check. "Jensen, do as I say. Push back. Do it." Jensen's boot moved back into his hand. He snatched it in a tighter grip and immediately worked his way back a few inches. Pulling with all his might, he strained to drag her back with him. Try as he might, she wouldn't budge. She was either stuck tight or was fighting to go forward. "Push back," he whispered again. "Use your hands, Jensen. Push back toward me. Push." She was sobbing and crying something he couldn't make out. Richard wedged his boots top and bottom in the tight cleft and then pulled with all his might. His arm shook with the effort. He managed to draw her back a few inches. He wiggled himself back an equal distance and pulled again. With agonizing effort, he slowly, painstakingly started drawing her out of the dead end she had fled into in a panicked attempt to get out. At times, she tried to squirm back toward the light. Richard, the rock compressing him tight, kept a firm hold of her boot and muscled her back yet more, not allowing her to take back any of the distance he gained. He couldn't straighten his head. That made it more difficult to use his muscles to move the both of them. With his head lying on the right, he reached back with his left arm and gripped a small lip of rock in the ceiling, using it to help haul them back. With his right arm stretched forward and holding her by the boot, he drew her back inch by inch. As he reached back again for another handhold, Richard saw something not far to his left down the slope, wedged where the rock narrowed. At first he thought it was a rock. As he struggled to draw Jensen back, he stared at the thing, also stuck in the rock. He reached to the side and touched it. It was smooth and didn't feel at all like the granite. As he began to make good progress backward, he stretched to the side and managed to get his fingers around the thing. He pulled it to his side and continued to wiggle back. With great relief, he was finally back far enough to where he was able to get enough air. He lay still for a time, just catching his breath. Almost as much as air, though, he wanted out. While he talked to Jensen, distracting her with instructions she only intermittently followed, he began forcing her back and to the right, where there was more room. Finally, he managed to move up beside her and seize her wrist. Once he had her, he started moving her back up the slope into the darkness, into the tight place that he knew was the only way out. With him up beside her, she was a little more cooperative. All the while, he kept reassuring her. "This is the way, Jensen. This is the way. I'll not leave you. I'll get you out. This is the way. Just come with me and we'll be out in a few minutes." When they worked their way up into the dark, tight spot, she began struggling again, trying again to scramble for the light of the opening, but he was blocking her way. He stayed close at her side as he kept them both moving forward. She seemed to find strength in his constant assurances and his firm grip on her wrist. He was not about to let her get away from him again. When they pushed through to the place where the roof rose up a bit, she started weeping with expectant joy. He knew the feeling. Once the ceiling rose up a foot or two, he hurried as fast as he could to get her to the opening, to the light. The others were waiting right at the entrance to help pull them out. Richard held the thing he'd retrieved under his left arm as he helped push Jensen out first. She rushed into Tom's waiting arms, but only until Richard crawled out and got to his feet. Then, crying with relief, Jensen fled into his arms, clinging to him for dear life.
"I'm so sorry," she said over and over as she cried. "I'm so sorry, Richard. I was so afraid."
"I know," he comforted as he held her. He'd been in a similar situation before, where he thought he might never get himself out of such a terrifying place, so he did understand. In such a stressful circumstance, where you feared you were about to die, it was easy to be overpowered by the blind need to escape, to live.
"I feel so confused."
"I don't like such tight places either," he said. "I understand."
"But I don't understand. I've never been afraid of places like that. Ever since I was very young, I've hid in tight little places. Such places always made me feel safe, because no one could find me or get to me. When you spend your life running and hiding from someone like Darken Ral, you come to appreciate small, dark, concealed places. I don't know what came over me. It was the strangest thing. It was like these thoughts that I wouldn't get out, that I couldn't breathe, that I would die, just started coming into my head. Feelings I've never had before just started to seep into me. They just seemed to overwhelm me. I've never done anything like that before."
"Do you still feel these strange feelings?"
"Yes," she said as she wept, "but they're starting to fade. Now that I'm out, now that it's over."
Everyone else had moved off a ways to give her the time she needed to set herself straight. They sat not far off, waiting on an old log turned silver in the weather. Richard didn't try to rush her. He just held her and let her know she was safe.
"I'm so sorry, Richard. I feel like such a fool."
"No need. It's over now."
"You kept your promise," she said through her tears.
Richard smiled, happy that he had. Owen, his face tense with worry, looked like he couldn't help himself from asking a question.
"But Jensen," he asked as he stepped forward, "why didn't you do magic to help yourself?" "I can't do magic any more than you can."
He rubbed his palms on his hips.
"You could if you let yourself. You are one who is able to touch magic." "Other people might be able to do magic, but I can't. I don't have any ability for it." "What others think is magic is only themselves tricking their senses and only blinds them to real magic. Our eyes blind us, our senses deceive us, as I explained before. Only those who have never seen magic, only those who have never used, sensed, perceived it, only those who do not have any ability or faculty for it can actually understand it, and therefore only they can be true practitioners of real magic. Magic must be based entirely on faith if it is to be real. You must believe, and then you truly can see. You are one who can do magic."
Richard and Jensen stared at the man.
"Richard," Kalin said in an odd voice before he could say anything to Owen, "what's that?"
Richard blinked at her. "What?"
She pointed. "That? There, under your arm? What is it?"
"Oh," he said, "something I found wedged in the rock near Jensen, back in where she was stuck. In the dark I couldn't tell what it was, other than that it wasn't rock."
He pulled it out to have a look. It was a statue. A statue in his likeness, wearing his war wizard's outfit. The cape was fixed in place as it swirled to the side of the legs, making the base wider than the waist. The lower portion of the figure was a translucent amber color, and through it could be seen a falling trickle of sand that had nearly filled the bottom half. The statue was not all amber, though, as Kalin's had been. Near the middle, obscuring the narrowing where the sand dribbled through, the translucent amber of the bottom began darkening. The higher up the figure, the darker it became. The top, the shoulders and head were as black as a night
Nightstone. A nightstone was an underworld thing, and Richard remembered all too well what that wicked object had looked like. The top of the statue looked to be made of the same sinister material, all glossy and smooth and so black that it looked as if it might suck the light right out of the day. Richard's heart sank at seeing himself represented in such a way, as a talisman touched by death. "She made it," Owen said, shaking an accusatorial figure at Jensen still sheltered under Richard's right arm. "She made it with magic. I told you she could. She spun it of evil magic back in that cave when she wasn't thinking. The magic took over and came out of her then, when she wasn't thinking about how she couldn't do magic." Owen didn't have any idea what he was talking about. This was not a statue Jensen made. This was the second warning beacon, meant to warn the one who could seal the breach. "Lord Rahl." Richard looked up. It was Kara's voice. She was standing off a ways, her back to them, looking up at a small spot of sky off through the trees. Jensen turned in his arms to see what had put the odd tone in Kara's voice. Holding his sister close, he stepped up behind Kara and peered up through the trees where she was looking. Through a thin area in the canopy of pine, he could see the rim of the mountain pass above them. Silhouetted against iron-gray clouds stealing past was something man-made. It looked like a huge statue sitting atop the pass. Chapter 34. Icy wind tore at Richard's and Kalen's clothes as they huddled close together at the edge of a thick stand of spruce trees. Low, ragged clouds raced by as if to escape the colossal, dark, swirling clouds building above them. Fat flakes of snow danced in the cold gusts. Richard's ears burned in the numbing cold. "What do you think?" Kalen asked. Richard shook his head. "I don't know." He glanced behind them, back into the shelter of the trees. "Owen, are you sure you don't know what it is? You don't have any idea at all?" The roiling clouds made an ominous backdrop for the imposing statue sitting up on the ridge. "No, Lord Rahl. I've never been here before. None of us ever traveled this route. I don't know what it could be. Unless..." His words trailed off into the moan of the wind. "Unless what?" Owen shrank back, twisting the button on his coat as he glanced to the moored Sith on one side of him and Tom and Jensen on the other. "There is a foretelling from the ones who gave us our name and protected us by sealing the pass. It is taught that when they gave our empire its name, they also told us that one day a savior would come to us." Richard wanted to ask the man just what exactly it was he thought they needed saving from, if they had lived in such an enlightened culture where they were safe from the unenlightened savages of the rest of the world. Instead, he asked a simpler question he thought Owen might be able to answer. "So you think that maybe that's a statue of him, your savior?" Owen fidgeted, his shoulders finally working into a shrug. "He is not just a savior. The foretelling also says that he will destroy us." Richard frowned at the man, hoping this was not going to be another of his convoluted beliefs. "This savior of yours is going to destroy you? That makes no sense." Owen was quick to agree. "I know. No one understands it." "Maybe it's meant to say that someone will come to save your people," Jensen suggested, "but he will fail, and so only end up destroying them in the attempt." "Maybe." Owen's face twisted with the displeasure of having to contemplate such an outcome. "Maybe," Kara suggested in a grim tone, "it means this man will come, and after seeing your people, decide they aren't worth saving." She leaned toward Owen. and decide to destroy them instead. Owen, as he stared up at Kara, seemed to be considering her words as a real possibility, rather than the sarcasm Richard knew them to be. "I don't think that is the meaning," Owen finally told her after earnest consideration. He turned back to Richard. "The foretelling, as it has been taught to us, you see, says first that a man will come who will destroy us. It then goes on to say that he is the one who will save us. 'Your destroyer will come and he will redeem you,'" Owen quoted. "That is how we have been taught the words, how they were told to my people when we were put here beyond this pass. 'Your destroyer will come and he will redeem you,'" Richard repeated. He took a patient breath. Whatever it originally said has probably been confused and all jumbled up as it's been passed down. It probably no longer resembles the original saying. Rather than disagree, as Richard expected, Owen nodded. "Some believe, as you say, that over the time since we were protected and given our name, maybe the true words have been lost or confused. Others believe that it has been passed down intact and must have important meaning. Some believe that the foretelling was meant to say only that a Savior will come. Others think it means only that the destroyer will come." "And what do you believe?" Richard asked. Owen twiddled the button on his coat until Richard thought it might come off. "I believe that the foretelling is meant to say that a destroyer will come, and I believe that he is this man Nicholas of the Order, and then that a Savior will come and save us. I believe that man is you, Lord Ral. Nicholas is our destroyer. You are our Savior." Richard knew from the book that prophecy didn't function with these people, with pillars of creation. "What your people think is a foretelling," Richard said, "is probably nothing more than an old adage that people have gotten mixed up." Owen held his ground, if hesitantly. "We are taught that this is a foretelling. We are taught that those who named us told us this foretelling and that they wanted it passed down so all might know of it." Richard sighed, the wind pulling out a long cloud of his breath. "So you think that up there is a statue of me, put there thousands of years ago by the ones who protected you behind the boundary? How would they know, long before I was born, what I would look like, in order to make a statue of me?" "The true reality knows everything that will be," Owen said by rote. He forced a half-smile as he shrugged again. "After all, it made that little statue that you found look like you." Unhappy to be reminded of that, Richard turned away from the man. The small figure had been made to look like him by magic tied to the boundary, and possibly to a dead wizard in the underworld. Richard scanned the sky, the rocky slopes all around, the tree line. He didn't see any sign of life. The statue, they still couldn't quite make out what it was, sat distant up a treeless, rocky rise. It was yet quite a climb up to that rim of the pass, to that statue. Richard was not going to like it if it did indeed turn out to be a statue of him beneath the gathering gloom. He already didn't like it one bit that the second warning beacon was meant for him. It bound him to a responsibility, a duty he neither wanted nor could accomplish. He had no idea how to restore the seal on Bandakar. Zed had once created boundaries that were probably similar to the one that had been down here in the old world, but even Zed had used constructed magic he had found in the keep. Such constructed spells had been created by ancient wizards with vast power and knowledge of such things. Zed had told him that there were no more such spells. Richard certainly had no idea how to call forth a spell that could create such a boundary. More to the point, he didn't see how it would do any good even if he knew how. What had really been freed from Bandakar when the boundary failed was the trait of being born without any trace of the gift. That was why they had all been banished here in the first place. The imperial order was already breeding women from Bandakar in order to breed the gift out of mankind. There was no telling how far that trait had already spread. Breeding the women, as it sounded like they were doing now, would gain them more children who were pristinely ungifted, children who would be indoctrinated in the teachings of the order. When they started using the men for breeding, the number of such children would vastly increase. A woman could have a child every year. In the same time, a man could sire a great number of children bearing his pristinely ungifted trait. Despite the order's creed of self-sacrifice, they had not yet, it would seem, been willing to sacrifice their women to such an undertaking. Raping the women in Bandakar and proclaiming it for the good of mankind was fine with the men of the order. For the men ruling the imperial order to give over their own women to be bred, however, was quite another matter. Richard had no doubt that they eventually would start using their own women to this purpose, but that would come later. In the meantime, the order would probably soon start using all the women captured and held as slaves for this purpose, breeding them to men from Bandakar. The order's conquest of the New World would provide them with plenty more women for breeding stock. Whereas in ancient times those in the New World tried to limit the trait from spreading in man, the imperial order would do whatever they could to accelerate it. "Richard," Kalin asked in a low voice, so the others farther back in the trees wouldn't hear, "what do you think it means that the second warning beacon, the one for you, is turning black like the Nightstone? Do you think it means to show you the time you have left to get the antidote?" Since he had only just found it, he hadn't given it much thought. Even so, he could interpret it only as a dire warning. The Nightstone was tied to the spirits of the dead, to the underworld. It could be, as Kalin suggested, that the darkening was meant to show him how the poison was taking him, and that he was running out of time. For a number of reasons, though, he didn't believe that was the explanation. "I don't know for sure," he finally told her, "but I don't think it's a warning about the poison. I think that the way the statue is turning black is meant to represent, materially, how the gift is failing in me, how it's slowly beginning to kill me, how the underworld, the world of the dead, is slowly enshrouding me." Kalin's hand slipped up on his arm, a gesture of comfort as well as worry. "That was my thought, too. I was hoping you would argue against it. This means that the gift might be more of a problem than the poison, if, after all, this dead wizard used the beacon to warn you about it." Richard wondered if the statue up on the ridge of the pass would hold any answers. He certainly didn't have any. To make it up there and see, they would have to leave the shelter of the forest and travel out in the open. Richard turned and signaled the others forward. "I don't think the races would be expecting us here," he said as they gathered around him. "If we really did manage to lose them, they won't know where we went, what direction, so they won't know to look for us here. I think we can make it up there without the races, and therefore Nicholas knowing." "Besides," Tom said, "with those low clouds hugging most of the mountains, they may not be able to search." "Maybe," Richard said. It was getting late. In the distant mountains, a wolf howled. On another slope across a deep cleft in the mountains, a second wolf answered. There would be more than two. Betty's ears perked toward the howls as she crowded against Jensen's legs. "What if Nicholas uses something else?" Jensen asked. Kara gripped the blonde braid lying over the front of her shoulder as she scanned the woods to the sides. "Something else?" Jensen pulled her cloak tighter around her as the wind tried to lift it open. "Well, if he can look through a race's eyes, then maybe he can look through the eyes of something else." "You mean a wolf?" Kara asked. "You think that wolf you heard might be him?"
I don't know, Jensen admitted.
For that matter, Richard said, if he can look through the black eyes of the races, maybe he could just as easily look through the eyes of a mouse. Tom swiped his wind-blown blonde hair back from his forehead as he cast a wary glance at the sky. Why do you think he always seems to use the races, then? Probably because they're better able to cover great distances, Richard said. After all, he'd have a lot of trouble finding us with a mouse. More than that, though, I think he likes the imagery of being with such creatures, likes thinking of himself as being part of a powerful predator. He is, after all, hunting us.
So you think we only have to worry about the races, then? Jensen asked.
I think he would prefer to watch through the races, but that isn't his end, only the means, Richard said. He's after Kalin and me. Since getting us is his end, I think he will turn to whatever means he must if necessary. He very well might look through even the eyes of a mouse, if it would help him get us.
If his end is having you, Kara said, then Owen is helping his ends by bringing you right to him.
Richard couldn't argue with that. For the moment, though, he had to go along with Owen's wishes. Soon enough, Richard intended to start doing things his own way. For now, Richard said, he's still trying to find us, so I expect that he will stick to the races, since they can cover great distances. But since I've killed races with arrows, he must realize that we at least suspect someone is watching us through their eyes. As we get closer to him, I see no reason that in the future he might not use something else, so we won't know he's watching us. Kalin looked to be alarmed by the idea.
You mean something like a wolf, or I don't know, maybe an owl?
Owl, pigeon, sparrow. If I had to guess, then I'd guess that at least until he finds us, he will use a bird. Kalin huddled close beside him, using his body to block the wind. They were up high enough in the mountains that they were just beginning to encounter snow. From what Richard had seen of the old world, it generally appeared too warm for snow. For there to be snow this time of year, it could only be in the most imposing of mountains. Richard gestured to the icy flakes swirling in the air. Owen, does it get cold in winter in Bandakar? Do you get snow? Winds come down from the north, following down our side of the mountains, I believe. In winter, it gets cold. Every couple of years we get a bit of snow, but it does not last long. Usually in the winter it rains more. I do not understand why it snows here now when it is summer. Because of the elevation, Richard answered idly as he studied the rising slopes to each side. Higher yet, the snowpack was thick, and in places where the wind blew drifts into overhangs, it would be treacherous. Trying to cross such precipitous snow-covered slopes would be perilous at best. Fortunately, they were nearing the highest point they would have to climb to make it over the pass, so they wouldn't have to traverse heavy snow. The bitterly cold wind, though, was making them all miserable. I want to know what that thing is, Richard finally said, gesturing up at the statue on the rise. He looked around at the others to see if anyone objected. No one did. And I want to know why it's there. Do you think we should wait for dark? Kara asked. Darkness will hide us better. Richard shook his head. The races must be able to see pretty well in the dark. After all, that's when they hunt. If given a choice, I'd rather be in the open during the daylight when I can see them coming. Richard hooked his bow under his leg and bent it enough to attach the bowstring. He drew an arrow from the leather quiver over his shoulder and nocked it, holding it at rest against the bow with his left hand. He scanned the sky, checking the clouds, and looking for any sign of the races. He wasn't entirely sure about the shadows among the trees, but the sky was clear of races. I think we'd better be on our way. Richard's gaze swept across all their faces first, making sure they were paying attention. Walk on the rocks, if at all possible. I don't want to leave a trail behind in the snow that Nicholas could spot through the eyes of the races." Nodding their understanding, they all followed after him in single file out onto the rocks. Owen, in front of the ever-watchful moored Sith, kept a wary eye toward the sky. Jensen and Betty watched the woods to the sides. In the strong gusts, they all hunched against the wind and the stinging bite of ice crystals hitting their faces. In the thin air, it was tiring climbing up the steep incline. Richard's legs burned with the effort. His lungs burned with the poison. By the look of the sheer walls of rock rising up into broken clouds to either side, Richard didn't see any way other than the pass for people to make it over the imposing mountains. At least not without a journey of tremendous difficulty, hardship, and probably a great loss of life. Even then, he wasn't really certain that it was even possible. In places, as they trudged up the edge of the steep rise, he could see back through gaps in the rock walls of the mountains, under the dark bottom of clouds, to sunlight beyond the pass. None of them spoke as they climbed. From time to time, they had to pause to catch their breath. They all kept an eye to the churning sky. Richard spotted a few small birds in the distance, but nothing of any size. As they approached the top, following a zigzagging course so they could more easily make it up without having to scale rock faces of jutting ledges, Richard caught glimpses of the statue sitting on a massive base of granite. From the high vantage point in the pass, he could now see that the rock on either side of the rise fell away in precipitous drops. The gorge at the bottom of either side dead-ended at vertical climbs of what would have to be thousands of feet. Whatever routes might have branched off lower down, they would have to converge before going up this rise. By the lay of the land, it became clear to him that this was the only way to make it through this entire section of the pass. He realized that anyone approaching Bandakar by this route would have to climb this ridge in the rise, and they would unavoidably come upon the monument. As he mounted the final cut between the snow-dusted boulders standing twice his height, Richard was able at last to take in the entire statue guarding the pass. And guarding the pass it was. This was a sentinel. The noble figure sitting atop a vast stone base was seated as he watchfully guarded the pass. In one hand, the figure casually held a sword at the ready, its point resting on the ground. He appeared to be wearing leather armor, with his cape resting over his lap. The vigilant pose of the sentinel gave it a resolute presence. The clear impression was this figure was set to ward what was beyond. The stone was worn by centuries of weather, but that weathering failed to wear away the power of the carving. This figure was carved, and it was placed with great purpose. That it was out in the middle of nowhere, at the summit of a mountain pass no longer traveled, and a trail possibly abandoned after this was set here, made it, to Richard, all the more arresting. He had carved stone, and he knew what had gone into this. It was not what he would call fine work, but it was powerfully executed. Just looking at it gave him goosebumps. "At least it doesn't look like you," Kaelin said. At least there was that. But this thing being there all alone for what very well might have been thousands of years was worrisome. "What I'd like to know," Richard said to her, "is why this second beacon was down there, down the hill in that cave, and not up here." Kaelin shared a telling look with him. "If Jensen hadn't done what she did, you would never have found it." Richard walked around the base of the statue, searching. For what, he didn't know. Almost as soon as he started looking, he saw on the front of the base, on the top of one of the decorative moldings, an odd void in the snow. It looked as if something had been sitting there and had then been taken away. It was a track of sorts, a telltale. Richard thought the Baron's spot looked familiar. He pulled the warning beacon from his pack and checked the shape of the bottom. His thought confirmed, he placed the figure of himself in the void in the snow collected on the rim of the base. It was a perfect fit. The little figure had been here with this statue. "How do you think it came to be down in the cave?" Kara asked in a suspicious voice. "Maybe it fell," Jensen offered. "It's pretty windy up here. Maybe the wind blew it off and it tumbled down the hill." "And just managed to roll through the woods without being stopped by a tree and then, neat as can be," Richard said, "roll right into the small opening of the cave, and then just happened to come to be stuck in the rock right near where you, by coincidence, ended up stuck. Stuck, I might add, in a terrifying place you aren't terrified of." Jensen blinked in wonder. "When you put it like that..." Standing at the crown of the pass, in front of the statue right where the warning beacon would have rested and now again rested, Richard could see that the spot held a commanding view of the approach to Bandakar. The mountains blocking off the view to either side were as formidable as anything he'd ever seen. The rise where the sentinel sat overlooked the approach into the pass back between those towering snow-capped peaks. As high as they were still only at the foothills of those mountains. The statue was not looking ahead, as might be expected of a guardian, but rather its unflinching gaze was fixed a little to the right. Richard thought that was a bit odd. He wondered if maybe it was meant to show this sentinel keeping a vigilant eye on everything, on every potential threat. Standing as he was, directly in front of the statue's base, in front of where the warning beacon sat, Richard looked to the right, in the direction the man in the statue was looking. He could see the approach of the pass up through the mountains. Farther out in the distance, he could see vast forests to the west, and beyond that, the low, barren mountains they had crossed. And he could see a gap in those mountains. The eyes of the man in the statue were resolutely fixed upon what Richard now saw. "Dear spirits," he whispered. "What is it?" Kalin asked. "What do you see?" "The pillars of creation." Chapter 35. Kalin, standing beside Richard, squinted into the distance. From the base of the statue they had a commanding view of the approaches from the west. It seemed as if she could see half a world away, but she couldn't see what he saw. "I can't see the pillars of creation," she said. Richard leaned close, having her sight down his arm where he pointed. "There. That darker depression in the expanse of flat ground." Richard's eyes were better at seeing distant things than were hers. It was all rather hazy looking, being so far away. "You can recognize where it lies by the landmarks there," he pointed off to the right, and then a little to the left, "and there. Those darker mountains in the distance that are a little higher than the rest have a unique shape. They serve as good reference points so you can find things." "Now that you point them out, I can see the land where we traveled from. I recognize those mountains." It seemed amazing, looking back on where they'd been, how high they were. She could see, spread out into the distance, the vast wasteland beyond the barren mountain range, and, even if she couldn't make out the details of the dreadful place, she could see the darker depression in the valley. That depression she knew to be the pillars of creation. "Owen," Richard asked, "how far is this pass from your men, the men who were hiding with you in the hills?" Owen looked baffled by the question. "But Lord Rull, I have never been up this portion of the pass before. I have never seen this statue. I have never been anywhere close to here before. It would be impossible for me to tell such a thing." "Not impossible," Richard said. If you know what your home is like, you should be able to recognize landmarks around it, just as I was able to look out to the west and see the route we traveled to get here. Look around at those mountains back through the pass and see if you recognize anything." Owen, looking skeptical, walked the rest of the way up behind the statue and peered off to the east. He stood in the wind for a time, staring. He pointed at a mountain in the distance through the pass. "I think I know that place." He sounded astonished. "I know the shape of that mountain. It looks a little different from this spot, but I think it's the same place I know." He shielded his eyes from the gusts of wind as he gazed to the east. He pointed again. "And that place! I know that place too." He rushed back to Richard. "You were right, Lord Rull. I can see places I know." He stared off then as he whispered to himself, "I can tell where my home is even though I've not been here, just by seeing places I know." Kalin had never seen anyone so astounded by something so simple. "So," Richard finally prompted, "how far do you think your men are from here?" Owen looked back over his shoulder. "Through that low place, then around that slope coming from the right." He turned back to Richard. "We have been hiding in the land near where the seal on our empire used to be, where no one ever goes because it is near the place where death stalks near the pass. I would guess maybe a full day's steady walk from here." He suddenly turned hesitant. "But I am wrong to be confident of what my eyes tell me. I may just be seeing what my mind wants me to see. It may not be real." Richard folded his arms and leaned back against the granite base of the statue as he gazed out toward the pillars of creation, ignoring Owen's doubt. Knowing Richard as she did, Kalin imagined that he must be considering his options. Standing beside him, she was about to lean back against the stone of the statue's base, but instead paused to first brush the snow off from beside where the warning beacon rested. As she brushed the snow away, she saw that there were words carved in the top of the decorative molding. "Richard, look at this." He turned to see what she saw, and then started hurriedly brushing away more of the snow. The others crowded around, trying to see what was written in the stone of the statue's base. Kara, on the other side of Richard, ran her hand all the way to the end to clean off the entire ledge. Kalin couldn't read it. It was in another language she didn't know, but thought she recognized. "Haidaharan?" Kara asked. Richard nodded his confirmation as he studied the words. "This must be a very old dialect," he said, half to himself as he scrutinized it, trying to figure it out. "It's not just an old dialect, but one with which I'm not familiar. Maybe because this is so distant a place." "What does it say?" Jensen wanted to know as she peered around Richard between him and Kalin. "Can you translate it?" "It's difficult to work it out," Richard mumbled. He swiped his hair back with one hand as he ran the fingers of his other lightly over the words. He finally straightened and glanced up at Owen, standing to the side of the base, watching. Everyone waited while Richard looked down at the words again. "I'm not sure," he finally said. "The phraseology is odd." He looked up at Kalin. "I can't be sure. I've not seen Haidaharan written this way before. I feel like I should know what it says, but I can't quite get it." Kalin didn't know if he really couldn't be sure, or if he didn't want to speak the translation in front of the others. "Well, maybe if you think it over for a while, it might come to you," she offered, trying to give him a way of putting it off for the time being if he wanted to. Richard didn't take her offer. Instead, he tapped a finger to the words on the left of the warning beacon. "This part is a little more clear to me. I think it says something like, 'Fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond.'" He wiped a hand across his mouth as he considered the rest of the words. "I'm not so sure about the rest of it," he finally said. "It seems to say, 'For beyond is evil, Those who cannot see. Of course, Jensen muttered in angry comprehension. Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. I'm not at all sure I have it right. Something about it still doesn't make sense. I'm not sure I have it right. You have it perfectly right, Jensen said. Those who cannot see magic. This was placed by the gifted who sealed those people away from the rest of the world because of how they were born. Her fiery eyes filled with tears. Fear any breach of the seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil. Those who cannot see magic. That's what it means. Those who cannot see magic. No one argued with her. The only sound was the rush of the wind across the open ground. Richard spoke softly to her. I'm not sure that's it, Jen. She folded her arms and turned away, glaring out toward the pillars of creation. Kaylin could understand how she felt. Kaylin knew what it was like to be shunned by almost everyone except those who were like you. Confessors were thought of as monsters by many people. Given the chance, Kaylin was sure that much of the rest of humanity would be happy to seal her away for being a confessor. But just because she could understand how Jensen felt, that didn't mean Kaylin thought the young woman was right. Jensen's anger at those who banished these people was justified, but her anger at Richard and the rest of them for having the same spark of the gift, which made them in that way the same, was not. Richard turned his attention to Owen. How many men do you have waiting in the hills for you to return? Not quite 100. Richard sighed in disappointment. Well, if that's all you have, then that's all you have. We'll have to see to getting more later. For now, I want you to go get those men. Bring them here to me. We'll wait here for you to return. This will be our base from where we work a plan to get the order out of Bandakar. We'll set up a camp down there in those trees where it's well protected. Owen looked down the incline to where Richard pointed and then off toward his homeland. His confused frown returned to Richard. But, Lord Rahl, it is you who must give us freedom. Why not just come with me to the men if you want to see them? Because I think this will be a safer place than where they are now, where the Order probably knows they're hiding. But the Order does not know that there are men hiding, or where they are. You're deluding yourselves. The men in the Order are brutal, but they aren't stupid. If they really know where the men are, then why hasn't the Order come to call them in? They will, Richard said. When it suits them, they will. Your men aren't a threat, so the men of the Order are in no hurry to expend any effort to capture them. Sooner or later they will, though, because they won't want anyone to think they can escape the Order's rule. I want your men away from there to a place they've not been, here. I want the Order to think they're gone, to think they've run away so they won't go after them. Well, Owen said, thinking it over, I guess that would be all right. Tom stood watch near the far corner of the statue's base, giving Jensen room to be alone. She looked angry, and he looked like he thought it best just to leave her be. Tom looked as if he felt guilty for having been born with the spark of the gift that allowed him to see magic, that same spark possessed by those who had banished people like Jensen. Tom, Richard said, I want you to go with Owen. Jensen's arms came unfolded as she turned toward Richard. Why do you want him to go? She suddenly sounded a lot less angry. That's right, Owen said. Why should he go? Because, Richard said, I want to make sure that you and your men get back here. I need the antidote, remember? The more men I have back here with me who know where it is, the better. I want them safely away from the Order for now. With blonde hair and blue eyes, Tom will fit in with your people. If you run into any soldiers from the Order, they will think he's one of you. Tom will make sure you all get back here. But it could be dangerous, Jensen objected. Richard fixed her in his challenging stare. He didn't say anything, He simply waited to see if she would dare to attempt to justify her objections. Finally, she broke eye contact and looked away. "I guess it makes sense, though," she finally admitted. Richard turned his attention back to Tom. "I want you to see if you can bring back some supplies. And I'd like to use your hatchet while you're gone, if that's all right." Tom nodded and pulled his hatchet from his pack. As Richard stepped closer to take the axe, he started ticking off a list of things he wanted the man to look for. Specific tools: yew wood, hide glue, pack thread, leather, and a list of other things Kalin couldn't hear. Tom hooked his thumbs behind his belt. "All right? I doubt I'll find it all right off. Do you want me to search out what I can't find before I return?" "No. I need it all. But I need those men back here more. Get what's readily available, and then get back here with Owen and his men as soon as possible." "I'll get what I can. When do you want us to leave?" "Now. We don't have a moment to lose." "Now?" Owen sounded incredulous. "It will be dark in an hour or two." "Those couple of hours may be hours I need," Richard said. "Don't waste them." Kalin thought that he meant because of the poison, but he could have had the gift in mind. She could see how much pain he was in because of the headache caused by the gift. She ached to hold him, to comfort him, to make him better. But she couldn't make it all just go away. They had to find the solutions. She glanced at the small figure of Richard standing on the base of the statue. Half of that figure was as dark as a night stone, as dark and dead as the deepest part of the underworld itself. Tom swung his pack up over his shoulder. "Take care of them for me, will you, Kara?" he asked with a wink. She smiled her agreement. "I'll see you all in a few days, then." He waved his farewell, his gaze lingering on Jensen, before shepherding Owen around the statue and toward the man's homeland. Kara folded her arms and leveled a look at Jensen. "You're a fool if you don't go kiss him a good journey." Jensen hesitated, her eyes turning toward Richard. "I've learned not to argue with Kara," Richard said. Jensen smiled and ran over the ridge to catch Tom before he was gone. Betty, at the end of a long rope, scampered to follow after. Richard stuffed the small figure of himself into his pack before picking up his bow from where it leaned against the statue. "We'd better get down into the trees and set up a camp." Richard, Kalin, and Kara started down the rise toward the concealing safety of the huge pines. They had been long enough out in the open, as far as Kalin was concerned. It was only a matter of time before the races came in search of them, before Nicholas came looking for them. As cold as it was up in the pass, Kalin knew they didn't dare build a fire. The races could spot the smoke and then find them. They needed instead to build a snug shelter. Kalin wished they could find a wayward pine to protect and hide them for the night, but she had not seen any of those down in the old world, and wishing wasn't going to grow one. As she stepped carefully on dry patches of rock, avoiding the snow so as not to leave tracks, she checked the dark clouds. It was always possible that it might warm just a little, and that the precipitation could turn to rain. Even if it didn't, it still would be a miserably cold night. Jensen, Betty following behind, returned, catching up with them as they zigzagged down through the steep notches of ledge. The wind was getting colder, the snow a little heavier. When they reached a flatter spot, Jensen caught Richard's arm. "Richard, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be angry with you. I know you didn't banish those people. I know it's not your fault." She gathered up the slack on Betty's rope, looping it into coils. "It just makes me angry that those people were treated like that. I'm like them, and so it makes me angry." "The way they were treated should make you angry," Richard said as he started away, "but not because you share an attribute with them." Taken aback by his words, even looking a little hurt, Jensen didn't move. "What do you mean?" Richard paused and turned back to her. That's how the Imperial Order thinks. That's how Owen's people think. It's a belief in granting disembodied prestige or the mantle of guilt to all those who share some specific trait or attribute. The Imperial Order would like you to believe that your virtue, your ultimate value, or even your wickedness arises entirely from being born a member of a given group, that free will itself is either impotent or non-existent. They want you to believe that all people are merely interchangeable members of groups that share fixed, preordained characteristics, and they are predestined to live through a collective identity, the group will, unable to rise on individual merit because there can be no such thing as independent individual merit, only group merit. End of side 9. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 10, Naked Empire by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 359. They believe that people can only rise above their station in life when selected to be awarded recognition because their group is due an indulgence, and so a representative, a stand-in for the group, must be selected to be awarded the badge of self-worth. Only the reflected light off this badge, they believe, can bring the radiance of self-worth to others of their group. But those granted this badge live with the uneasy knowledge that it's only an illusion of competence. It never brings any sincere self-respect because you can't fool yourself. Ultimately, because it is counterfeit, the sham of esteem granted because of a connection with a group can only be propped up by force. This belittling of mankind, the Order's condemnation of everyone and everything human, is their transcendent judgment of man's inadequacy. When you direct your anger at me for having a trait borne by someone else, you pronounce me guilty for their crimes. That's what happens when people say I'm a monster because our father was a monster. If you admire someone simply because you believe their group is deserving, then you embrace the same corrupt ethics. The Imperial Order says that no individual should have the right to achieve something on his own, to accomplish what someone else cannot, and so magic must be stripped from mankind. They say that accomplishment is corrupt because it is rooted in the evil of self-interest. Therefore, the fruits of that accomplishment are tainted by its evil. This is why they preach that any gain must be sacrificed to those who have not earned it. They hold that only through such sacrifice can those fruits be purified and made good. We believe, on the other hand, that your own individual life is the value and its own end, and what you achieve is yours. Only you can achieve self-worth for yourself. Any group offering it to you or demanding it of you comes bearing chains of slavery. Jensen stared at him for a long moment. A smile finally overcame her. That's why, then, I always wanted to be accepted for who I was, for myself, and always thought it unfair to be persecuted because of how I was born? That's why, Richard said. If you want to be proud of yourself because of what you accomplish, then don't allow yourself to be chained to some group, and don't in turn chain other individuals to one. Let your judgment of individuals be earned. This means I should not be hated because my father was evil, nor should I be admired because my grandfather is good. I have the right to live my own life, for my own benefit. You are Jensen Rahl, and your life is what you alone make of it. They made the rest of the way down the hill in silence. Jensen still had a faraway look as she thought about what Richard had said. When they reached the trees, Kalin was relieved to get in under the sheltering limbs of the ancient pines, and even more so when they entered the secluded protection of the lower, thicker balsam trees. They made their way through dense thickets into the quiet solitude of the towering trees, and farther down the slope to a place where an outcropping of rock offered protection from the elements. It would be easier to construct a shelter in such a place by leaning boughs against it in order to make a relatively warm shelter. Richard used Tom's hatchet to cut some stout poles from young pines in the understory, which he placed against the rock wall. While he lashed the poles together with wiry lengths of pine roots he pulled up from the mossy ground, Kalin, Jensen, and Kara started collecting boughs to make dry bedding and to cover over the shelter.
"Richard," Jensen asked as she dragged a bundle of balsam close to the shelter, "how do you think you are going to rid Bandakar of the Imperial Order?"
Richard laid a heavy bough up high on the poles and tied it in place with a length of the wiry pine root. "I don't know that I can. My primary concern is to get to the antidote."
Jensen looked a bit surprised. "But aren't you going to help those people?"
He glanced back over his shoulder at her. "They poisoned me. No matter how you dress it up, they're willing to murder me if I don't do as they wish, if I don't do their dirty work for them. They think we're savages and they're above us. They don't think our lives are worth as much because we are not members of their group. My first responsibility is to my own life, to getting that antidote."
"I see what you mean." Jensen handed him another balsam bough. "But I still think that if we eliminate the order there and this Nicholas, we'll be helping ourselves."
Richard smiled. "I can agree with that, and we're going to do what we can. But to truly help them, I need to convince Owen and his men that they must help themselves." Kara snorted a derisive laugh. "That would be a good trick, teaching the lambs to become the wolves." Kalin agreed. She thought that convincing Owen and his men to defend themselves would be more difficult than the 5 of them ridding Bandakar of the Imperial Order by themselves. She wondered what Richard had in mind.
"Well," Jensen said, "since we're all in this, all going to face the Order up in Bandakar, don't you think that I have a right to know everything? To know what you two are always making eyes at each other about and whispering about?"
Richard stared at Jensen a moment before he looked back at Kalin. Kalin laid her bundle of branches down near the shelter.
"I think she's right."
Richard looked unhappy about it, but finally nodded and set down the balsam bough he was holding. Almost 2 years ago, Jagang managed to find a way to use magic to start a plague. The plague itself was not magic, it was just the plague. It swept through cities, killing people by the tens of thousands. Since the firestorm had been started with a spark of magic, I found a way to stop the plague using magic. Kalin did not believe that such a nightmare could be reduced to such a simple statement, and even begin to adequately convey the horror they had gone through, but by the look on Jensen's face, she at least grasped a little bit of the terror that had gripped the land.
"In order for Richard to return from the place where he had to go to stop the plague," Kalin said, leaving out terrible portions of the story, "he had to take the infection of plague. Had he not, he would have lived, but lived alone for the rest of his life, and died alone without ever seeing me or anyone else again. He took the plague into himself so that he could come back and tell me he loved me."
Jensen stared, wide-eyed.
"Didn't you know he loved you?"
Kalin smiled a small, bitter smile.
"Don't you think your mother would come back from the world of the dead to tell you she loves you, even though you know she does?" "Yes, I suppose she would. But why would you have to become infected just to return? And return from where?"
"It was a place called the Temple of the Winds that was partially in the underworld." Richard gestured up the pass. "Something like that boundary was part of the world of the dead, but was still here in this world. You might say that the Temple of the Winds was something like that. It was hidden within the underworld. Because I had to cross a boundary of sorts through the underworld, the spirit set a price for me to return to the world of life."
"Spirits? You saw spirits there?" Jensen asked.
When Richard nodded, she asked,
"Why would they set such a price?"
"The spirit who set the price of my return was Darkenral." Jensen's jaw dropped. "When we found Lord Ra," Kara said, "he was almost dead. The Mother Confessor went on a dangerous journey through the Sliff, all alone, to find what would cure him. She succeeded in bringing it back, but Lord Ra was moments away from death." "I used the magic I recovered," Kalin said. "It was something that had the power to reverse the plague that the magic had given him. The magic I invoked to do this was the 3 chimes." "3 chimes?" Jensen asked. "What are they?" "The chimes are underworld magic. Summoning their assistance keeps a person from crossing over into the world of the dead. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, at the time I didn't know anything else about the chimes. It turns out that they were created during the Great War to end magic. The chimes are beings of sorts, but without souls. They come from the underworld. They annul magic in this world." Jensen looked confused. "But how can they accomplish such a thing?" "I don't know how they work exactly. But their presence in this world, since they are part of the world of the dead, begins the destruction of magic." "Can't you get rid of the chimes? Can't you find a way to send them back?" "I already did that," Richard said. "But while they were here in this world, magic began to fail."
"Apparently," Kalin said, "what I began that day when I called the chimes into the world of life began a cascade of events that continues to progress, even though the chimes have been sent back to the underworld."
"We don't know that," Richard said, more to Kalin than to Jensen.
"Richard is right," Kalin told Jensen. "We don't know it for sure. But we have good reason to believe it's true. This boundary locking away Bandakar failed. The timing would suggest that it failed not long after I freed the chimes. One of those mistakes I told you about before, remember?"
Jensen, staring at Kalin, finally nodded.
"But you didn't do it to hurt people. You didn't know it would happen. You didn't know how this boundary would fail, how the Order would go in there and abuse those people." "Doesn't really make any difference, does it? I did it. I caused it. Because of me, magic may be failing. I accomplished what the Order is working so hard to bring about. As a result of what I did, all those people in Bandakar died, and others are now out in the world where they will once again do as they did in ancient times. They will begin breeding the gift out of mankind. We stand at the brink of the end times of magic, all because of me, because of what I did."
Jensen stood frozen.
"And so you regret what you caused? That you may have done something that will end magic?"
Kalin felt Richard's arm around her waist. "I only know a world with magic," she finally said. "I became the Mother Confessor in part to help protect people with magic who are unable to protect themselves. I, too, am a creature of magic. It's inextricably bound into me. I know profoundly beautiful things of magic that I love. They are a part of the world of life." "So you fear you may have caused the end of what you love most?" "Not love most," Kalin smiled. "I became the Mother Confessor because I believe in laws that protect all people, give all individuals the right to their own life. I would not want an artist's ability to sculpt to be stopped, or a singer's voice to be silenced, or a person's mind to be stilled, nor do I want people's ability to achieve what they can with magic to be stripped from them. Magic itself is not the central issue, not what this is about. I want all the flowers in all their variety to have a chance to bloom. You are beautiful too, Jensen. I would not choose to lose you either. Each person has a right to life. The idea that there must be a choice of one over another is counter to what we believe." Jensen smiled at Kalin's hand on her cheek. "Well, I guess that in a world without magic, I could be queen." On her way by with balsam boughs, Kara said, "Queens, too, must bow to the Mother Confessor. Don't forget it." Chapter 36. Light flooded in as the lid of the box suddenly lifted. The rusty hinges groaned in protest of every inch the lid rose. Zed squinted at the abrupt, blinding light of day. Beefy arms flipped the hinged lid back. If there had been any slack in the chain around his neck, Zed would have jumped at the booming bang when the heavy cover flopped back, showering him in dirt and rusty grit. Between the bright light and the dust swirling through the air, Zed could hardly see. It didn't help either that the short chain around his neck was bolted to the center of the floor of the box, leaving only enough slack for him to be able to lift his head a few inches. With his arms bound in iron behind his back, he could do little more than lie on the floor. While Zed was forced to lie there on his side, his neck near the iron bolt, he at least could breathe in the sudden rush of cooler air. The heat in the box had been sweltering. On a couple of occasions, when they had stopped at night, they had given him a cup of water. It had not been nearly enough. He and Addie had been fed precious little, but it was water he needed more than food. Zed felt like he might die of thirst. He could hardly think of anything but water. He had lost track of the number of days he had been chained to the floor of the box, but he was somewhat surprised to find himself still alive. The box had been bouncing around in the back of a wagon over the course of a long, rough, but swift journey. He could only assume that he was being taken to Emperor Jagang. He was also sure that he would be sorry if he was still alive at the end of the journey. There had been times in the stifling heat of the box when he had expected that he would soon fade into unconsciousness and die. There were times when he longed to die. He was sure that falling into such a fatal sleep would be far preferable to what was in store for him. He had no choice, though. The control the sister exerted through the Radahan prevented him from strangling himself to death with the chain, and it was pretty hard, he had discovered, to will himself to die. Zed, his head still held to the floor of the box by the stub of chain, tried to peer up, but he could see only sky. He heard another lid bang open. He coughed as another cloud of dust drifted over him. When he heard Addie's cough, he didn't know if he was relieved to know that she too was still alive, or sorry that she was, knowing what she, like he, would have to endure. Zed was, in a way, ready for the torture he knew he would be subjected to. He was a wizard, and had passed tests of pain. He feared such torture, but he would endure it until it finally ended his life. In his weakened condition, he expected that it wouldn't take all that long. In a way, such a time under torture was like an old acquaintance come back to haunt him. But he feared the torture of Addie far more than his own. He hated above all else the torture of others. He hated to think of her coming under such treatment. The wagon shuddered as the front of the other box dropped open. A cry escaped Addie's throat when a man struck her. "Move, you stupid old woman, so I can get at the lock." Zed could hear Addie's shoes scraping the wooden crate as, hands bound behind her back, she tried to comply. By the sounds of fists on flesh, the man wasn't happy with her efforts. Zed closed his eyes, wishing he could close his ears as well. The front of Zed's confining box crashed open, letting in more light and dust. A shadow fell across him as a man approached. Because his face was pinned to the floor by the chain, Zed couldn't see the man. A big hand reached in, fitting a key to the lock. Zed kept his head stretched as far away as possible to give the man all the room available to let him do his work. Such effort earned Zed a heavy punch in the side of his head. The blow left his ears ringing. The lock finally sprang open. The man's big fist seized Zed by the hair and dragged him like a sack of grain out of the box and toward the rear of the wagon. Zed pressed his lips together to keep from crying out as his bones bumped over protruding wooden runners in the wagon bed. At the back edge of the wagon, he was summarily dumped off the back to slam down onto the ground. Ears ringing, head spinning, Zed tried to sit up when he was kicked, knowing it was a command. He spat out dirt. With his hands tied behind his back, he was having difficulty complying. After 3 kicks, a big man grabbed him by the hair and lifted him upright. Zed's heart sank to see that they sat among an army of astounding size. The dark mass of humanity blighted the land as far as he could see. So, it would seem, they had arrived. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Addie sitting in the dirt beside him, her head hanging. She had a livid bruise on her cheek. She didn't look up when a shadow fell across her. A woman in a long, drab skirt moved in before them, distracting him from his appraisal of the enemy forces. Zed recognized the brown wool dress. It was the sister of the dark who had put the collar around their necks. He didn't know her name. She'd never offered it. In fact, she hadn't spoken to them since they were chained in their boxes. She stood over them now, like the strict governess of incorrigible children. The ring through her lower lip, marking her as a slave, in Zed's mind irrevocably tarnished her air of authority. The ground was covered with horse manure, most but not all old and dried. Out beyond the sister, horses stood picketed seemingly without any order among the soldiers. Horses that looked like they might belong to the cavalry were well kept. Workhorses were not so healthy. Among the horses and men, wagons and stacks of supplies dotted the late-day landscape. The place had the foul stink of shallow latrines, horses, manure, and the filthy smell of crowded human habitation failing to meet common sanitary needs. Zed blinked when acrid wood smoke from one of the thousands of cook fires drifted across him, burning his eyes. The air was also thick with mosquitoes, gnats, and flies. The flies were the worst. The mosquito bites would itch later, but the flies stung the instant they bit, and with his arms bound behind his back, there wasn't much he could do about it other than shake his head to try to keep them out of his eyes and nose. The 2 soldiers who had freed Zed and Addie from their boxes stood patiently to the sides. Beyond the woman's skirts, a vast encampment spread out as far as the eye could see. There were men everywhere, men engaged in work, at rest, and at recreation. They were dressed in every variety of clothing, from leather armor, chain mail, and studded belts, to hides, dirty tunics, and trousers in the process of rotting into rags. Most of the men were unshaven, and all were as filthy as feral recluses living in mad seclusion. The mass encampment generated a constant din of yells, whistles, men hollering and laughing, the jangle and rattle of metal, the ring of hammers or rhythm of saws, and piercing through it all, the occasional cry of someone in agonizing pain. Tents by the thousands, tents of all sorts, like leaves after a big wind, lay littering the gently rolling landscape at the foothills of towering mountains to the east. Many a tent was decorated with loot. Gingham curtains hung at an entrance. A small chair or table sat before a tent. Here and there an item of women's personal clothing flew as a flag of conquest. Wagons and horses and gear were all jammed together among the rabble in no seeming plan. The ground had been churned to a fine dust by the masses in this mock city devoid of skeletal order. The place was a nightmare of humanity reduced to the savagery of a mob on the loose. The scope of their goals no more than the impulse of the moment. Though their leaders had ends, these men did not. "His Excellency has requested you both," the sister said down to them. Neither Zed nor Addie said anything. The men hauled them both to their feet. A sharp shove started them moving behind the sister after she marched away. Zed noticed then that there were more soldiers, close to a dozen, escorting them. The wagon had delivered them to the end of a road of sorts that ran a winding course through the sprawling encampment. The end of the road where wagons sat in a row appeared to be the entrance to an inner camp, probably a command area. The regular soldiers outside a ring of heavily armed guards ate, played dice, gambled, bartered loot, joked, talked, and drank as they watched the prisoners being escorted. The thought occurred to Zed that if he called out, proclaiming that he was the one who was responsible for the light spell that had killed or wounded so many of their chums, maybe the men would riot, set upon them, and kill them before Jagang had a chance to do his worst. Zed opened his mouth to try out his plan, but saw the sister glance back over her shoulder. He discovered that his voice was muted through her control of the collar around his neck. There would be no speaking unless she allowed it. Following the sister, they walked past the standing row of wagons in front of the one that had brought them. There were well over a dozen freight wagons all lined up before the cordoned-off area with the larger tents. None of the wagons were empty, but all were loaded with crates. With sinking realization, Zed understood. These were wagons with goods looted from the wizard's keep. These were all wagons that had made the journey with them. They were all full of the things those ungifted men, at the sister's orders, had taken out of the keep. Zed feared to think what priceless items of profound danger sat in these crates. There were things in the keep that became hazardous to anyone should they be removed from the shields that guarded them. There were rare items that, if removed from their protective environment, such as darkness, for even a brief time, would cease to be viable. Guards in layered hides, mail, leather, and armed with pikes set with long steel points, flanked by sharpened winged blades, huge crescent axes, swords, and spiked maces prowled the restricted area. These grim soldiers were bigger and more menacing-looking than the regular men out in the camp, and those were fearsome enough. While the special guards patrolled, ever watchful, the unconcerned regular soldiers just outside the perimeter carried on with their business. The guards led the sister, Zed, and Addie through an opening in a line of spiked barricades. Beyond were the smaller of the special tents. Most were round and the same size. Zed thought that these were probably the tents of the staff the Emperor would keep close, his attendants and personal slaves. Zed wondered if the sisters were all held within the Emperor's compound. Up ahead, the palatial vision of the grand tents of an emperor and his entourage rose up in the late afternoon night. No doubt some of these comfortable tents set about the center compound within the ring of tents for servants and attendants were accommodations for high-ranking officers, officials, and the Emperor's most trusted advisors. Zed wished he had a light spell and the ability to ignite it. He could probably decapitate the Imperial Order right then and there. But he knew that such confusion and turmoil would only be a temporary setback for the Imperial Order. They would provide another brute to enforce their message. It would take more than killing Jagang to end the threat of the Order. He wasn't even sure anymore just what it would take to free the world of the oppression and tyranny of the Imperial Order. Despite the seductively simplistic notions held by most people, the Emperor Jagang was not the driving force of this invasion. The driving force was a vicious ideology. To exist, it could not permit successful lives to be lived in sight of the suffering masses produced as a result of the beliefs and dictates of the Imperial Order. The freedom and resulting success of the people living in the New World put the lie to all the Order preached. It was blasphemy to succeed on your own, since the Order taught that it could not be done. It could only be sinful. Sin had to be eliminated for the greater good. Therefore, the freedom of the New World had to be crushed. "These the ones?" a guard with short-cropped hair asked. The rings hanging from his nose and ears reminded Zed of a prized pig decorated for the summer fair. Of course, prized pigs would have been washed and clean and would have smelled better. Yes, the sister said, both of them as instructed. With deliberate care, the man's dark-eyed gaze took in Addie and then Zed. By his scowl, he apparently thought himself a righteous man who was displeased with what he saw. Evil. After noting the collars they both wore, showing that they would be no danger to the Emperor, he stepped aside and lifted a thumb, directing them through a second barricade, beyond the tents of the attendants, servants, and slaves. The guards' glare followed the sinners on their way to meet their proper fate. Other men from inside the inner compound swept in to surround them. Zed saw that these men wore more orderly outfits. They were layered in similar leather and mail, wearing heavy leather weapon belts, their chests crisscrossed with studded straps. There was a uniformity to them, a sameness, that showed these were special guards. The weapons hung on those wide belts were better made, and they carried more of them. By the way they moved, Zed knew that these were not typical men rounded up to be soldiers, but trained men with highly developed talents for warfare. These were the Emperor's elite bodyguards. Zed looked longingly at the nearly full water bucket set out for the men standing guard in the heat. It wouldn't do, if you were an emperor, to have your elite guards falling over from lack of water. Knowing what the response was likely to be, Zed didn't ask for a drink. A sidelong glance showed Addie licking her cracked lips, but she too remained silent. Up a slight rise sat by far the largest and grandest of the tents among the impressive but lesser quarters of the Emperor's retinue. The Emperor's tent appeared more a traveling palace, actually, than a tent. It boasted a tri-peaked roof pierced by high poles bearing colorful standards and flags. Brightly embroidered panels adorned the exterior walls. Red and yellow banners flapped lazily in the hot, late-day air. Tassels and streamers all around it made it look like a central gathering tent at a festival. A guard flanking a doorway met Zed's gaze before he lifted aside the lambskin covered with shields of gold and hammered medallions of silver, allowing them entrance. One of the other guards stiff-armed Zed's shoulder, nearly knocking him sprawling. Zed staggered through the doorway into the dimly lit interior, Addie stumbling in after him. Inside, the raucous noise of the encampment was muted by layers of rich carpets placed haphazardly. Hundreds of silk and brocade pillows lined the edge of the floor. Colorfully decorated hangings divided up the murky interior space and covered the outer walls. Openings overhead, screened with gauzy material, let in little light, but did allow some air to move through the quiet gloom of the grand tent. It was so dim, in fact, that lamps and candles were needed. In the middle of the room, toward the back, sat an ornate chair draped with rich red silks. If this was Emperor Jagang's throne, he was not in it. While guards surrounded Zed and Addie, keeping them restricted in place, one of the men went off behind the fabric walls from where a glow of light came. The guards standing close around Zed stank of sweat. Their shoes were caked with manure. For all the sumptuous surroundings, doing their best to simulate a reverent aura, a sacred setting, an abiding barnyard stench permeated the place. The horse manure and human sweat of the men who had entered the tent with Zed and Addie were only making it worse. The man who had gone behind the walls poked his head back out, signaling the sister forward. He whispered to her, and then she, too, disappeared behind the walls. Zed stole a look at Addie. Her completely white eyes stared ahead. He shifted his weight as an excuse to lean toward her, and stealthily touched her shoulder with his, a message of comfort where there could be none. She returned a slight push, message received and appreciated. He longed to embrace her, but knew he probably never would again. Muffled words could be heard, but the heavy wall hangings muted them so that Zed couldn't understand any of it. Had he access to his gift, he would have been able to hear it all, but the caller cut him off from his ability. Even so, the nature of the sister's report, the words were short and businesslike. Those slaves working in the tent at brushing carpets or polishing fine vases or waxing cabinets paid no attention to the people the guards had brought in, but the sudden low tone of menace that came from beyond the wall caused them all to put markedly more attention into their work. While no doubt prisoners were brought before the emperor often enough, Zed was sure that it would not be wise for those working in the grand tent to pay any notice to the emperor's business. From beyond the walls composed of woven scenes also came the warm smell of food. The variety of scents Zed was able to detect was astonishing. The stink of the place, though, tended to make the fragrant aromas of meats, olive oil, garlic, onions, and spices somewhat repugnant. The sister stepped out from behind the wall of colorful hangings. The ring through her lower lip stood out in stark relief against her ashen skin. She gave a slight nod to the men to either side of the prisoners. Powerful fingers gripping their arms, Zed and Addie were ushered toward the opening and the glow of light beyond. Chapter 37. Dragged to an abrupt halt, Zed at last stood shackled before the intent glower of the dream walker himself, Emperor Jagang. Enthroned in an ornately carved high-backed chair behind a grand dining table, Jagang leaned on both elbows, a goose leg spanning his fingers as he chewed. Points of candlelight reflecting off the sides of his shaved head danced as the tendons all the way up through his temples rippled with his chewing. A thin mustache, growing down from the corners of his mouth and at the center under his lower lip, moved rhythmically in time with his jaw, as did the fine chain connected to gold loops in his ear and nose. Greasy goose fat covering his meaty, ringed fingers glistened in the candlelight and ran down his bare arms. From his place behind his table, Jagang casually studied his latest captives. Despite the candles set about the table and on stands to either side, the inside of the tent had the murky feel of a dungeon. To each side of him on the broad table sat plates of food, goblets, bottles, candles, bowls, and here and there books and scrolls. There being no room for all of the silver platters among the multitude, some of them had to be strategically balanced atop small decorated pillars. There looked to be enough food for a small army. For all the order's talk of sacrifice for the betterment of mankind being their noble cause, Zed knew that such abundance at the Emperor's table was meant to send a contradictory message, even when there was no one but the Emperor himself to see it. Slaves stood lined up along the wall behind Jagang, some holding additional platters, some in stiff poses, all awaiting command. Some of those in back were young men, young wizards from what Zed had heard, dressed in loose-fitting white trousers and nothing else. This was where wizards in training at the Palace of the Prophets had ended up, along with the captured sisters who had been their teachers. All were now captives of the Dreamwalker. The most accomplished of men, men with enormous potential, were used as houseboys to perform menial tasks. This, too, was a message sent by the Emperor of the Imperial Order to show everyone that the best and brightest were to be used to clean chamber pots, while brutes ruled them. The younger women, sisters of both the dark and the light, Zed assumed, wore outfits that ran from neck to wrist to ankle, but were so transparent that the women might as well have been naked. This, too, was meant to show that Emperor Jagang thought little of these women's talents and valued them only for his pleasure. The older, less attractive women standing off to the sides wore drab clothes. These were probably sisters who served the Emperor in other menial ways. Jagang delighted in having under his control as slaves some of the most gifted people in the world. It suited the nature of the order to demean those with ability rather than to celebrate them. Jagang watched Zed taking in the house slaves, but showed no emotion. The Dreamwalker's bull neck made him look almost other than human. The muscles of his chest, as well as his massive shoulders, were displayed by an open, sleeveless lamb's wool vest. He was as powerful and brawny a man as Zed had seen, an intimidating presence, even at rest. As Zed and Addie stood mute, Jagang's teeth tore off another chunk of meat from the goose leg. In the tense silence, he watched them as he chewed, as if deciding what he might do with his newest plunder. More than anything, it was his inky black eyes, devoid of any pupils, irises, or whites, that threatened to halt the blood in Zed's veins. The last time he had seen those eyes, Zed had not been shackled, but that ungifted girl had prevented Zed from finishing the man. That was going to turn out to be the missed opportunity that Zed would most regret. His chance to kill Jagang had slipped through his fingers that day, not because of the vast power of all the skilled sisters and troops arrayed against him, but all because of a single ungifted girl. Those black eyes, the eyes of a mature dreamwalker, glistened in the candlelight. Across their dark voids, dim shapes shifted, like clouds on a moonless night. The directness of the dreamwalker's gaze was as obvious as was Addie's when she looked at Zed with her pure white eyes. Under Jagang's direct glare, Zed had to remind himself to relax his muscles and remember to breathe. The thing about those eyes that most terrified him, though, was what he saw in them. A keen, calculating mind. Zed had fought against Jagang long enough to have come to understand that one underestimated this man at great peril. "Jagang the Just," the sister said, holding an introductory hand out to the nightmare before them. "Excellency, this is Zedicus Zuul Zarander, first wizard, and a sorceress by the name of Addie." "I know who they are," Jagang said in a deep voice as heavy with threat as with distaste. He leaned back, hanging one arm over the back of the chair and one leg over a carved arm. He gestured with the goose leg. "Richard Rawl's grandfather, as I hear told." Zed said nothing. Jagang tossed the partially eaten leg on a platter and picked up a knife. With one hand, he sawed a chunk of red meat off a roast and stabbed it. Elbow on the table, he waved the knife as he spoke. Red juice ran down the blade. "Probably not the way you had hoped to meet me." He laughed at his own joke, a deep resonating sound alive with menace. With his teeth, Jagang drew the chunk of meat off the knife and chewed as he watched them, as if unable to decide on a wealth of delightfully terrible options parading through his thoughts. He washed the meat down with a gulp from a jeweled silver goblet, his gaze never leaving them. "I can't tell you how pleased I am that you have come to visit me." His grin was like death itself. "Alive." He rolled his wrist, circling the knife. "We have a lot to talk about." His laugh died out, but the grin remained. "Well, you do anyway. I'll be a good host and listen." Zed and Addie remained silent as Jagang's black-eyed gaze went from one to the other. "Not so talkative just yet. Well, no matter. You will be babbling soon enough." Zed didn't waste the effort telling Jagang that torture would gain him nothing. Jagang would not believe any such boast, and even if he did, it would hardly stay his wish to see it done. Jagang fingered a few grapes from a bowl. "You are a resourceful man, Wizard Zorander." He popped several grapes in his mouth and chewed as he spoke. "All alone there in Aidendrill, with an army surrounding you,
You managed to gull me into thinking I had trapped Richard Rall and the Mother Confessor. Quite a trick. I must give you credit where credit is due. And the light spell you ignited among my men, that was remarkable.
He put another grape in his mouth.
Do you have any idea how many hundreds of thousands of them were caught up in your wizardry?
Zed could see the corded muscles in the man's hairy arm draped over the back of the chair stand out as he flexed the fist. He relaxed the hand then, and leaned forward, using his thumb to gouge out a long chunk of ham. He waved the meat as he went on.
It's that kind of magic I need you to do for me, good wizard. I understand from the stupid bitches I have who call themselves the Sisters of the Light or the Sisters of the Dark, depending on whom they've decided can offer better favors in the afterlife, that you probably didn't conjure that little bit of magic on your own, but rather you used a constructed spell from the wizard's keep and simply ignited it among my men with some kind of trick or trigger. Probably some small curiosity that one of them picked up, and in the act of having a look, they set it off.
Zed was somewhat alarmed that Jagang had been able to learn so much. The Emperor took a big bite off the end of the piece of ham as he watched them. His indulgent look was beginning to wear thin.
So, since you can't do such marvelous magic yourself, I've had a few items brought from the keep so you can tell me how they work, what they do. I'm sure there must be a great number of intriguing items among the inventory. I'd like to have some of those conjured spells so they can blow open a few of the passes into Dahara for us. It would save me some time and trouble. I'm sure you can understand my eagerness to be into Dahara and have this petty resistance finally over with.
Zed heaved a deep breath and finally spoke.
For most of those items, you could torture me to the end of time, and I still wouldn't be able to tell you anything because I don't have any knowledge of them. Unlike you, I know my own limits. I simply don't know what such a spell might look like. Even if I did, that doesn't mean I would know how to work it. I was simply lucky with that one I used.
Maybe, but you do know about some of the items. You are, after all, as I hear told, first wizard. It is your keep. To claim ignorance of the things in it is hardly credible. Despite your claim of luck, you managed to know enough about that constructed light web to ignite it among my men, so you obviously have knowledge about the most powerful of the items.
You don't know the first thing about magic, Zed snapped. You have a head full of grand ideas, and you think all you have to do is command they be done. Well, they can't. You're a fool who doesn't know the first thing about real magic or its limits.
An eyebrow lifted over one of Jagang's inky eyes.
Oh, I think I know more than you might think, wizard. You see, I love to read, and I have the advantage of perusing some of the most remarkably gifted minds you can imagine. I probably know a great deal more about magic than you give me credit for.
I give you credit for bold self-delusion.
Self-delusion.
He spread his arms.
Can you create a slide, Wizard Zorander?
Zed froze. Jagang had heard the name, that was all. The man liked to read. He'd read that name somewhere.
Of course not, and neither can anyone else alive today.
You can't create such a being, Wizard Zorander, but you have no idea how much I know about magic. You see, I've learned to bring lost talents back to life, arts that have long been believed to be dead and vanished.
I give you the grandiosity of your dreaming, Jagang, but dreaming is easy. Your dreams can't be made real just because you dream them and decide that you wish them to come alive.
Sister Tahira here knows the truth of it.
Jagang gestured with his knife.
Tell him, darling. Tell him what I can dream and what I can bring to life."
The woman hesitantly stepped forward several paces.
"It is as His Excellency says."
She looked away from Zed's frown to fuss with her wiry gray hair.
"With His Excellency's brilliant direction, we were able to bring back some of the old knowledge. With the expert guidance of our Emperor, we were able to invest in a wizard named Nicholas an ability not seen in the world for 3,000 years. It is one of His Excellency's greatest achievements. I can personally assure you that it is as His Excellency says. A slide again walks the world. It is no fancy wizard's arender, but the truth. The spirits help me," she added under her breath. "I was there to see the slide born into the world."
"You created a slide?"
Fists still bound behind his back, Zed took an angry stride toward the sister.
"Are you out of your mind, woman?"
She retreated to the back wall. Zed turned his fury on Jagang.
"Slides were a catastrophe. They can't be controlled. You would have to be crazy to create one."
Jagang smiled.
"Jealous, wizard? Jealous that you are unable to accomplish such a thing? Can't create such a weapon against me, while I can create one to take Richard Rall and his wife from you? A slide has powers you couldn't possibly control." "A slide is no danger to a dream walker. My ability is quicker than his. I am his better." "It doesn't matter how quick you are. It isn't about being quick. A slide can't be controlled, and he isn't going to do what you want." "I seem to be controlling him just fine."
Jagang leaned in on his elbow.
"You think magic is necessary to control those you would master, but I don't need magic. Not with Nicholas, nor with mankind. You seem to be obsessed with control. I am not. I managed to find a people, those like you didn't want to walk freely among their fellow man, a people cast out by the gifted, a people reviled for not having any spark of your precious gift of magic, a people hated and banished because your kind wasn't able to control them. That was their crime, being outside the control of your magic."
Jagang's fist slammed the table. The slaves all jumped with the platters.
"This is how your kind wants mankind's future to be. Your kind wants only those with a spark of the gift to be allowed to walk free. This, so you can use your gift to control them. Like that collar around your neck, your lust is to collar all of mankind with magic. I found those outcast, ungifted people, and have brought them back into the fold of their fellow man. Much to your disapproval and the loathing of your kind, they can't be touched by your vile magic."
Zed couldn't imagine where Jagang had found such people. "And so now you have a slide to control them for you."
"Your kind condemned and banished them. We have welcomed them among us. In fact, we wish to model man himself after them. Our cause is theirs by their very nature, purity of mankind without any taint of magic. In this way, the world will be one and at last at peace. I have the advantage over you, wizard. I have right on my side. I don't need magic to win, you do. I have mankind's best future in mind, and have set our irreversible course. With the help of these people, I took your keep. With their help, I have recovered invaluable treasures from within. You couldn't do a thing to stop them now, could you? Man will now set his own course, without the curse of magic darkening his struggle. I now have a slide to help us to that noble end. He is working with those people for the benefit of our cause. In doing so, Nicholas has already proved invaluable. What's more, that slide, which your kind could never control, has vowed to deliver to me the two I want most, your grandson and his wife. I have great things planned for them. Well, for her, anyway."
His red-faced rage melted into a grin.
For him, not so great things.
Zed could hardly contain his rage. Were it not for the collar stifling his gift, he would have reduced the entire place to ash by now.
Once this Nicholas becomes adept at what he can do, you will find that he will want revenge of his own, and a price you may find far too high.
Jagang spread his arms.
There you are wrong, wizard. I can afford whatever Nicholas wants for Lord Ral and the Mother Confessor. There is no such thing as a price too high. You may think me greedy and selfish, but you would be wrong. While I enjoy the spoils, I most relish the role I play in bringing heathens to heel. It is the end that truly concerns me, and in the end, I will have mankind bow as they should to our just cause and the Creator's ways.
Jagang seemed to have spent his flash of intensity. He leaned back and scooped walnuts from a silver bowl.
Zed be wrong, Addy finally spoke up. You have shown us that you know what you be doing. You will be able to control your slide just fine. May I suggest you keep him close to aid you in your efforts?
Jagang smiled at her.
You too, my dried-up old sorceress, will be telling me all you know about what is in those crates.
Bah, Addy scoffed. You be a fool with worthless treasures. I hope you pull a muscle carrying them with you everywhere. Addy's right, Zed put in. You are an incompetent oaf, who is only going to...
Oh, come, you two. Do you think you will throw me into a fit of rage, and I'll slaughter the both of you on the spot?
His wicked grin returned.
Spare you the proper justice of what is to come.
Zed and Addy fell silent.
When I was a boy,
Jagang said in a quieter tone as he stared off into the distance,
I was nothing. A street tough in Alturang, a bully, a thief. My life was empty. My future was the next meal. One day, I saw a man coming down the street. He looked like he might have some money, and I wanted it. It was getting dark. I came up silently behind him, intending to bash in his head. But just then he turned and looked me in the eye. His smile stopped me in my tracks. It wasn't a kindly smile or a weak smile, but the kind of smile a man gives you when he knows he can kill you where you stand if it pleases him. He pulled a coin from his pocket and flipped it to me, and then without a word turned and went on his way. A few weeks later, in the middle of the night, I woke up in an alley where I slept under old blankets and crates, and I saw a shadowy form out by the street. I knew it was him before he flipped me the coin and moved off into the darkness. The next time I saw him, he was sitting on a stone bench at the edge of an old square that some of the less fortunate men of Alturang frequented. Like me, no one would give these men a chance in life. People's greed had sucked the life out of these men. I used to go there to look at them, to tell myself I didn't want to grow up to be like them, but I knew I would. A nobody, human refuse, waiting to pass into the shadow of oblivion in the afterlife. A soul without worth. I sat down on the bench beside the man and asked him why he'd given me money. Instead of giving me some answer that most people would give a boy, he told me about mankind's grand purpose, the meaning of life, and how we are here only as a brief stop on the way to what the Creator has in store for us, if we are strong enough to rise to the challenge. I'd never heard such a thing. I told him that I didn't think that such things mattered in my life, because I was only a thief. He said that I was only striking back from the injustice of my lot in life. He said that mankind was evil for making me the way I was, and only through sacrifice and helping those like me could man hope to be redeemed in the afterlife. He opened my mind to man's sinful ways. Before he left, he turned back and asked me if I knew how long eternity was. I said no. He said that our miserable time in this world was but a blink before we entered the next world. That really made me think, for the first time, about our greater purpose. Over the next months, Brother Narav took the time to talk to me, to tell me about creation and eternity. He gave me a vision of a possible better future, where before I had none. He taught me about sacrifice and redemption. I thought I was doomed to an eternity of darkness until he showed me the light. He took me in return for helping him with life's chores. For me, Brother Narav was a teacher, a priest, an advisor, a means to salvation.
Jagang's gaze rose to Zed.
And a grandfather, all rolled into one. He gave me the fire of what mankind can and should be. He showed me the true sin of selfish greed and the dark void of where it would lead mankind. Over time, he made me the fist of his vision. He was the soul. I was the bone and muscle. Brother Narav allowed me the honor of igniting the revolution. He placed me at the fore of the rise of mankind over the oppression of sinfulness. We are the new hope for the future of man, and Brother Narav himself allowed me to be the one to carry his vision in the cleansing flames of mankind's redemption.
Jagang leaned back in his chair, fixing Zed with as grim a look as Zed had ever seen.
And then, this spring, while carrying Brother Narav's noble challenge to mankind, to those who had never had a chance to see the vision of what man can be, of the future without the blight of magic and oppression and greed and groveling to be better than others, I came to Aidendrill, and what do I find? Brother Narav's head on a pike, with a note, "Compliments of Richard Rall." The man I admired most in the world, the man who brought to us all the hallowed dream of mankind's true purpose in this life, as charged by the Creator himself, was dead, his head stuck on a pike by your grandson. If ever there was a greater blasphemy, a greater crime against the whole of mankind, I don't know of it.
Sullen shapes shifted across Jagang's black eyes.
Richard Rall will be dealt justice. He will suffer such a blow before I send him to the Keeper. I just wanted you to know your fate, old man. Your grandson will know something of that kind of pain, and the additional torment of knowing that I have his bride, and will make her pay dearly for her own crimes.
A ghost of the grin returned.
After he has paid this price, then I will kill him.
Zed yawned.
Nice story. You left out all the parts where you slaughter innocent people by the tens of thousands because they don't want to live under your vile rule or Narav's sick, twisted vision. On second thought, don't bother with the sorry excuses. Just cut off my head, put it on a pike, and be done with it.
Jagang's smile returned in its full glory.
Not as easily as that, old man. First, you have some talking to do.
Chapter 38.
Ah, yes, Zed said. The torture. I almost forgot.
Torture?
With 2 fingers, Jagang signaled a woman to the side. The older sister, standing, wringing her hands, flinched at seeing his gaze on her and immediately rushed off behind a curtain of wall hangings. Zed could hear her whispering urgent instructions to people beyond, and then the thump of feet rushing across the carpets and out of the tent. Jagang went back to his leisurely meal while Zed and Addie stood before him, starving, dying of thirst. The dream-walker finally set his knife across a plate. Seeing this, the slaves sprang into action, clearing away the variety of dishes, most having been tasted, but that hardly made a dent in them. In a matter of moments, the entire table was emptied of the food and drink, leaving only the books, the scrolls, the candles, and the silver bowl of walnuts. Sister Tahira, the sister who had captured Zed and Addie at the keep, stood to the side, her hands clasped before her as she watched them. Despite her obvious fear of Jagang and her servile fawning over the man, the knowing smirk at Zed and Addie betrayed the pleasure she was deriving from what was to come. When half a dozen grisly men entered the room and stood off to the side, Zed began to understand what it was that pleased Sister Tahira. They were unkempt, brawny, and as merciless-looking as any men Zed had ever seen. Their hair was wildly tangled and greasy. Their hands and forearms were spattered with sooty smears, their fingernails ragged and foul. Their filthy clothes were stained dark with dried blood from the labor of their profession. These men worked at torture. Zed looked away from the sister's steady gaze. She hoped to see fear, panic, or perhaps sobbing. Then a group of men and women were ushered into the dim room in the Emperor's tent. They looked to be farmers or humble working folk, probably picked up by patrols. The men embraced their wives as children huddled around the women's skirts like chicks around hens. The people were herded over to the side of the room opposite the line of torturers. Zed's eyes suddenly turned to Jagang. The dream-walker's black eyes were watching him as he chewed a walnut. "Emperor," said the sister who had brought the families in, "these are some of the local people from the countryside, as you requested." She held an introductory handout. "Good people, this is our revered Emperor, Jagang the Just. He brings the light of the imperial order to the world, guided by the Creator's wisdom, that we might all lead better lives and find salvation with the Creator in the afterlife." Jagang surveyed the cluster of Midlanders as they awkwardly bowed and curtsied. Zed felt sick at seeing the timid terror on their faces. They would have had to walk through the encampment of Order soldiers. They would have seen the size of the force that had overrun their homeland. Jagang lifted his arm toward Zed. "Perhaps you know this man. This is First Wizard Zorander. He is one who has ruled you with his command of magic. As you can see, he is now shackled before us. We have freed you from the wicked rule of this man and those like him." The people's eyes darted between Zed and Jagang, unsure of their role in the Emperor's tent or what they were supposed to do. They finally bobbed their heads, mumbling their thanks for their liberation. "The gifted, like these two, could have used their ability to help mankind. Instead, they used it for themselves. Where they should have sacrificed for those in need, they were selfish. It is criminal to behave as they have, live as they have, with all they have. It makes me angry to think of all they could do for those in need, those like your poor people, were it not for their selfish ways. People suffer and die without the help they could have had, without the help these people could have given, were they not so self-centered. This wizard and his sorceress are here because they have refused to help us free the rest of the people of the New World by telling us the function of the vile things of magic we have captured along with them. Things of magic they scheme to use to slaughter untold numbers of people. This selfish wizard and sorceress do this out of spite, that they could not have their way." All the wide eyes turned to Zed and Addie. "I could tell you people of the vast numbers of deaths this man is responsible for, but I fear you would be unable to fathom it. I can tell you
that I simply cannot allow this man to be responsible for tens of thousands more deaths."
Jagang smiled at the children then, and gestured with both hands, urging them to come to him. The children, a dozen or so, from 6 or 7 to maybe 12, clung to their parents. Jagang's gaze rose to those parents as he again motioned the children to come to him. The parents understood, and reluctantly urged their children to do as the emperor bidded them. The clump of innocents haltingly approached Jagang's outstretched arms and wide grin. He embraced them woodenly as they shuffled in close around him. He tousled the blonde hair of a boy, and then the straight sandy hair of a girl. Several of the younger ones peered pleadingly back at parents before cringing at Jagang's meaty hand on their backs, his jovial pat on their cheek. Silent terror hung thick in the air. It was as frightening a sight as Zed had ever witnessed.
"Well now," the smiling emperor said, "let me get to the reason I have called upon you people."
His powerful arms gathered the children before him. As a sister blocked a boy wanting to return to his parents, Jagang put his huge hands on a young girl's waist and set her upon his knee. The girl's wide eyes stared up at the smiling face, the bald head, but mostly at the nightmare void of the dream-walker's inky eyes. Jagang looked from the girl back to the parents.
"You see, the wizard and sorceress have refused to offer their help. In order to save a great many lives, I must have their cooperation. They must answer honestly all my questions. They refuse. I'm hoping you good people can convince them to tell us what we need to know in order to save the lives of a great many people and free a great many more from the oppression of their magic."
Jagang looked toward the row of men standing silently against the opposite wall. With a single tilt of his head, he commanded them forward. "What are you doing?" a woman asked, even as her husband tried to restrain her. "What do you intend?"
"What I intend," Jagang told the crowd of parents, "is for you good people to convince the wizard and the sorceress to talk. I'm going to put you in a tent alone with them so that you can persuade them to do their duty to mankind. Persuade them to cooperate with us."
As the men began seizing the children, they finally burst out in frightened crying. The parents, seeing their red-faced children bawling in terror, cried out themselves and rushed forward to retrieve them. The big men, each holding 1 or 2 little arms in a fist, shoved the parents back. The parents fell to hysterical screaming for the children to be freed.
"I'm sorry, but I can't do that,"
Jagang said over the wails of the children. He tilted his head again, and the men started carting the twisting, screaming children out of the tent. The parents were wailing as well, trying to reach in past big, filthy arms to touch what was to them most precious in the world. The parents were bewildered and horrified, fearing to cross a line that would bring wrath down on their children, yet not wanting them to be carted away. Against their urgent pleading, the children were swiftly whisked away. As the children were taken out, the sisters immediately blocked the doorway behind them, keeping the parents from following. The tent fell to pandemonium. With the single word, "Silence," from Jagang and his fist on the table, everyone fell silent.
"Now," Jagang said, "these 2 prisoners are going to be confined to a tent. All of you are going to be in there alone with them. There will be no guards, no watchers."
"But what about our children?"
a woman in tears begged, caring nothing about Zed and Addie. Jagang pulled a squat candle toward him on the table.
"This will be the tent with these 2 and you good people."
He circled a finger around the candle.
"All around this tent with you and the criminals there will be other tents close.
Everyone stared at his ringed finger going round and round the candle.
"Your children will be close by, in these tents."
Jagang scooped up a handful of walnuts from the silver bowl. He dribbled some onto the table around the candle and put the rest into his mouth. The room was silent as they all stared at him, watching him chew the walnuts, afraid to ask a question, afraid to hear what he might say next. Finally, a woman could no longer hold her tongue.
"Why will they be in there in those tents?"
Jagang's black eyes took them all in before he spoke, making sure none would miss what he had to tell them.
"Those men who took your children to those tents will be torturing them."
The parents' eyes widened. Blood drained from their faces. One woman fainted. Several others bent to her. Sister Tahira squatted beside the woman and touched a hand to the woman's forehead. The woman's eyes popped open. The sister told the women to get her to her feet. When Jagang was satisfied that he had everyone's attention, he circled a finger around the candle again, over the walnuts around it.
"The tents will be close around so you can all clearly hear your children being tortured. To be sure that you understand that they will not be spared the worst those men can do."
The parents stood frozen, staring, seemingly unable to believe the reality of what they were hearing.
"Every few hours, I will come to see if you good people have convinced the wizard and the sorceress to tell us what we need to know. If you have not succeeded, then I will go off to other business, and when I have the time, I will return again to check if those two have decided to talk. Just be sure that this wizard and sorceress do not die while you convince them to be reasonable. If they die, then they can't answer our questions. Only when and if they answer questions will the children be released."
Jagang turned his nightmare eyes on Zed.
"My men have a great deal of experience at torturing people. When you hear the screams coming from the tents all around, you will have no doubt as to their skill or their determination. I think you should know that they can keep their guests alive under torture for days, but they cannot work miracles. People, especially such young, tender souls, cannot survive indefinitely. But should these children die before you agree to cooperate, there are plenty more families with children who can take their place."
Zed could not halt the tears that ran down his face to drip off his chin as Sister Tahira took his arm and pulled him toward the doorway. The crowd of parents fell on him, clawing at his clothes, screaming and crying for him to do as the Emperor asked. Zed dug in his heels and struggled to a stop before the table. Desperate hands clutched at his robes. As he looked around at their tear-stained faces meeting the eyes of each, they fell silent.
"I hope you people can now understand the nature of what it is we are fighting. I am so sorry, but I cannot dull the pain of this darkest hour of your lives. If I were to do as this man wants, countless more children would be subjected to this tyrant's brutality. I know that you will not be able to weigh this against the precious lives of your children, but I must. Pray the good spirits take them quickly, and take them to a place of eternal peace."
Zed could not say more to them, to their desperate gazes. He turned his watery eyes to Jagang.
"This will not work, Jagang. I know you will do it anyway, but it will not work."
Behind the heavy table, Jagang slowly rose.
"Children in this land of yours are plentiful. How many are you prepared to sacrifice before you allow mankind to be free? How long are you willing to persist in your stubborn refusal to allow them to have a future free from suffering, want, and your uninspired morals?"
The heavy gold and silver chains around his neck, the looted medallions and ornaments resting against his muscled chest, and the rings of kings on his fingers all sparkled in the candlelight. Zed felt the numb weight of a hopeless future under the yoke of the monstrous ideals of this man and his ilk.
You cannot win in this, wizard. Like all those who fight on your side to oppress mankind, to allow the common people to be left to cruel fate, you are not even willing to sacrifice for the sake of the lives of children. You are brave with words, but you have a cold soul and a weak heart. You don't have the will to do what must be done to prevail. I do.
Jagang tilted his head, and the sisters shoved Zed toward the door. The screaming, crying, begging crowd of people closed in around Zed and Addie, clawing and pawing at them in wild desperation. In the distance, Zed could hear the horrifying screams of their terrified children. Chapter 39. "They aren't far," Richard said as he stepped back in among the trees. He stood silently watching as Kaelin straightened the shoulders of her dress. The dress showed no ill effects from its long confinement in their packs. The almost white, satiny smooth fabric glistened in the eerie light of the churning overcast. The flowing lines of the dress, cut square at the neck, bore no lace or frills, nothing to distract from its simple elegance. The sight of Kaelin in that dress still took his breath away. She looked out through the trees when they heard Kara's whistle. The warning signal Richard had taught Kara was the plaintive, high, clear whistle of a common wood pewee, although Kara didn't know that's what it was. When he'd first told Kara that he wanted to teach her a pewee bird call as a warning signal, she said she wasn't going to learn the call of any bird named a pewee. Richard gave in and told her that he would instead teach her the call of the small, fierce, short-tailed pine hawk, but only if she would be willing to work hard at getting it right, since it was more difficult. Satisfied to have her way, Kara had agreed and readily learned the simple whistle. She was good at it, and used it often as a signal. Richard never told her that there was no such thing as a short-tailed pine hawk, or that hawks didn't make whistles like that. Out through the screen of branches, the dark form of the statue stood guard over an area of the pass that for thousands of years had been deserted. Richard wondered again why the people back then would have put such a statue in a pass no one was likely to ever again visit. He thought about the ancient society that had placed it, and at what they must have thought, sealing people away for the crime of not having a spark of the gift. Richard brushed pine needles off the back of the sleeve of Kaelin's dress. "Here, hold still. Let me look at you." Kaelin turned back, arms at her sides, as he smoothed the fabric at her upper arms. Her unafraid green eyes, beneath eyebrows that had the graceful arch of a raptor's wings in flight, met his gaze. Her features seemed to have only grown more exquisite since he had first met her. Her look, her pose, the way she gazed at him as if she could see into his soul, struck a chord in him. Clearly evident in her eyes was the intelligence that had from the first so captivated him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Despite everything, he couldn't hold back his smile. "Standing there like that, in that dress, your long hair so beautiful, the green of the trees behind you, it just suddenly reminded me of the first time I saw you." Her special smile, the smile she gave no one but him, spread radiantly through her bewitching eyes. She put her wrists on his shoulders and locked her fingers behind his neck, pulling him into a kiss. As it always did, her kiss so completely consumed him with his need of her that he momentarily lost track of the world. She melted into his embrace. For that moment, there was no imperial order, no Bandakar, no Daharan Empire, no sword of truth, no chimes, no gift turning its power against him, no poison, no warning beacons, no black-tipped races,
No Jagang, no Nicholas, no Sisters of the Dark. Her kiss made him forget everything but her. In that moment, there was nothing but the two of them. Kalin made his life complete. Her kiss reaffirmed that bond. She pulled back, gazing up into his eyes again.
"Seems like you've had nothing but trouble ever since that day you found me."
Richard smiled. "My life is what I've had since that day I found you. When I found you, I found my life." Holding her face in both hands, he kissed her again. Betty nudged his leg and bleated. "You two about ready?" Jensen called down the hill. "They'll be here soon. Didn't you hear Kara's whistle?"
"We heard," Kalin called up to Jensen. "We'll be right there."
Turning back, she smiled as she looked him up and down.
"Well, Lord Rahl, you certainly don't look the way you did the first time I saw you."
She straightened the tooled leather baldric lying over the black tunic banded in gold.
"But you look exactly the same, too. Your eyes are the same as I saw that day."
She cocked her head as she smiled up at him.
"I don't see the headache of the gift in your eyes."
"It's been gone for a while, but after that kiss it would be impossible to have a headache."
"Well, if it comes back," she said with intimate promise, "just tell me and I'll see what I can do to make it go away."
Richard ran his fingers through her hair and gazed one last time into her eyes before slipping his arm around her waist. Together they walked through the cathedral of trees that was their cover off to the side near the crown of the ridge and out toward the open slope. Between the trunks of the pines he could see Jensen running down the hill, leaping from rock to rock, avoiding the patches of snow. She rushed in to meet them just within the small cluster of trees.
"I spotted them," she said breathlessly. "I could see them down in the gorge on the far side. They'll be up here soon."
A grin brightened her face.
"I saw Tom leading them."
Jensen took in the sight of both of them then, Kalin in the white dress of the Mother Confessor, and Richard in the outfit he had in part found in the keep that had once been worn by war wizards. By the surprise on Jensen's face, he thought she might curtsy.
"Wow," she said. "That sure is some dress."
She looked Richard up and down again.
"You two look like you should rule the world."
"Well," Richard said, "let's hope Owen's people think so." Kara pushed a spruce bough aside as she ducked in under the limbs of trees. Dressed again in her skin-tight red leather outfit, she looked as intimidating as she had the first time Richard had seen her in the grand halls of the People's Palace in Dahara.
"Lord Rahl once confided in me that he intended to rule the world," Kara said, having heard Jensen's pronouncement.
"Really?"
Jensen asked. Richard sighed at her awe. "Ruling the world has proven more difficult than I thought it would be."
"If you would listen more to the Mother Confessor and to me," Kara advised, "you would have an easier time of it."
Richard ignored Kara's cockiness. "Would you get everything together? I want to be up there with Kalin before Tom arrives with Owen and his men." Kara nodded and started collecting the things they'd been working so hard to make, stacking some and taking account of others. Richard laid a hand on Jensen's shoulder. "Tie Betty up so that she'll stay here for now, all right? We don't need her in the way."
"I'll see to it,"
Jensen said, as she fussed with ringlets of her red hair.
"I'll make sure she won't be able to bother us or wander off."
It was plainly evident how eager she was to see Tom again. "You look beautiful," Richard assured her. Her grin returned to overpower the anxious expression. Betty's tail was a blur as she peered up at them, eager to go wherever the rest of them were going.
"Come on," Jensen said to her friend. "You're staying here for a while."
Jensen snatched Betty's rope, holding her back as Richard, with Kalin close at his side, made his way out past the last of the trees and onto the open ledge. Somber clouds hung low against the face of surrounding mountains.
With the towering snow-capped peaks hidden by the low, ominous clouds, Richard thought it felt like they were near the roof of the world. The wind down at the ground had died, leaving the trees motionless and, by contrast, making the boiling movement of the cloud masses seem almost alive. The flurries of the day before had ended, and then the sun had made a brief appearance to shrink the patches of snow on the pass. He didn't think there was much chance of seeing the sun this day. The towering stone sentinel waited at the top of the trail, watching forever over the pass and out toward the pillars of creation. As they approached it, Richard scanned the surrounding sky, but saw only some small birds, flycatchers and white-breasted nuthatches, flitting among the nearby stand of spruce trees. He was relieved that the races had remained absent ever since they had taken this ancient trail up through the pass. The first night up in the pass, farther back down the slope in the heavier forests, they had worked hard to build a snug shelter, just managing to get it done as darkness had settled into the vast woods. Early the next day, Richard had cleared snow off the statue and all around the ledges of the base. He had discovered more writing. End of side 10. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 11. Naked Empire by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 397. He now knew more about this man whose statue had been placed there in the pass. Another small flurry had since dusted snow over the writing, burying again the long-dead words. Kalin placed a comforting hand on his back. "They will listen, Richard. They will listen to you." With every breath, pain pulled at him from deep inside. It was getting worse. "They'd better, or I'll have no chance to get the antidote to this poison." He knew he couldn't do it alone. Even if he knew how to call upon his gift and command its magic, he still would not be able to wave a hand or perform some grand feat of conjuring that would cast the imperial order out of the Bandakaran Empire. He knew that such things were beyond the scope of even the most powerful magic. Magic, properly used, properly conceived, was a tool, much like his sword, employed to accomplish a goal. Magic was not what would save him. Magic was not a panacea. If he was to succeed, he had to use his head to come up with a way to prevail. He no longer knew if he could even depend on the magic of the Sword of Truth, nor did he know how long he had before his own gift might kill him. At times it felt as if his gift and the poison were in a race to see which could do him in first. Richard led Kalin the rest of the way up and around to the back of the statue, to a small prominence of rock at the very top of the pass, where he wanted to wait for the men. From that spot, they could see through the gaps in the mountains and back into Bandakar. Out at the edge of the level area, Richard spotted Tom down below, leading the men through the trees and up the switchback trail. Tom peered up as he ascended the trail and spotted Richard and Kalin. He saw how they were dressed, where they stood, and gave no familiar wave, realizing that doing so would be inappropriate. Through breaks in the trees, Richard could see men following Tom's gaze up above them. Richard lifted his sword a few inches, checking that it was clear in its scabbard. Overhead, the dark, towering clouds all around seemed to have gathered, as if they were all crowding into the confines of the pass to watch. Standing tall as he gazed off to the unknown land beyond, to an unknown empire, Richard took Kalin's hand. Hand in hand, they silently awaited what would be the beginning of a challenge that would change forever the nature of the world, or would be the end of his chance at life. Chapter 40. As the men following Tom emerged from the trees below and into the open, Richard was dismayed to see that their numbers were far less than Owen said had been hiding with him in the hills. Rubbing the furrows on his brow with his fingertips, Richard stepped back up to the short plateau where Kalin waited. His own brow drew down with concern.
What's wrong?
I doubt they brought 50 men. Kalin took up his hand again, her voice coming in gentle assurance.
That's 50 more than we had.
Kara came up behind them, dropping her load off to the side. She took up station behind Richard to his left on the opposite side from Kalin. Richard met her grim gaze. He wondered how the woman always managed to look as if she fully expected everything to happen just as she wished it to happen, and that was the end of it. Tom stepped up over the edge of the rock, the men following. He was sweating from the exertion of the climb, but a tight smile warmed his face when he saw Jensen just coming up the other side of the rise. She returned the brief smile, and then stood in the shadows beside the base of the statue, back out of the way. When the unkempt band of men caught sight of Richard in his black pants and boots, black tunic trimmed in a band of gold around the edge, the broad leather belt, the leather-padded silver wristbands with ancient symbols circling them, and the gleaming silver and gold-wrought scabbard, they seemed to lose their courage. When they saw Kalin standing beside him, they cowered back toward the edge, bowing hesitantly, not knowing what they were supposed to do. "Come on, then," Tom told them, prompting them all to come up onto the expanse of flat rock in front of Richard and Kalin. Owen whispered to the men as he moved among them, urging them to come forward as Tom was gesturing. They complied timidly, shuffling a little closer, but still leaving a wide safety margin between themselves and Richard. As the men all gazed about, unsure as to what they were supposed to do next, Kara stepped forward and held an arm out toward Richard. "I present Lord Rahl," she said in a clear tone that rang out over the men gathered at the top of the pass. "The seeker of truth and wielder of the sword of truth, the bringer of death, the master of the Daharan Empire, and husband to the Mother Confessor herself." If the men had looked timid and unsure before, Kara's introduction made them all the more so. When they looked from Richard and Kalin back to Kara's penetrating blue eyes, seeing her waiting, they all went to a knee in a bow before Richard. When Kara stepped deliberately to the fore in front of the men, turned and went to her knees, Tom got the message and did the same. Both bent forward and touched their foreheads to the ground. In the silent late morning air, the men waited, still unsure what it was they were to do. "Master Rahl, guide us," Kara said in a clear voice so the men could all hear her. She waited. Tom looked back over his shoulder at all the blond-headed men watching. When Tom frowned with displeasure, the men understood that they were expected to follow the lead. They all finally went to both knees and bowed forward, imitating Tom and Kara, until their foreheads touched the cold granite. "Master Rahl, guide us," Kara began again, never lifting her forehead from the ground. This time, led by Tom, the men all repeated the words after her. "Master Rahl, guide us," they said with a decided lack of unity. "Master Rahl, teach us," Kara said when they all had finished the beginning of the oath. They followed her lead again, but still hesitantly and without much coordination. "Master Rahl, protect us," Kara said. The men repeated the words, their voices coming a little more in union. "In your light we thrive," the men mumbled the words after her. "In your mercy we are sheltered," they repeated the line. "In your wisdom we are humbled," again they spoke the words after her. "We live only to serve." When they finished repeating the words, she spoke the last line in a clear voice. "Our lives are yours." Kara rose up on her knees when they finished and glared back at the men all still bowed forward, but peeking up at her. "Those are the words of the devotion to the Lord Rahl. You will now speak it together with me 3 times, as is proper in the field." Kara again put her forehead to the ground at Richard's feet. "Master all guide us, Master all teach us, Master all protect us. In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve, our lives are yours." Richard and Kalin stood above the people as they spoke the second and third devotion. This was no empty show put on by Kara for the benefit of the men. This was the devotion as it had been spoken for thousands of years, and Kara meant every word of it. "You may rise now," she told the men. The men cautiously returned to their feet, hunched in worry, waiting silently. Richard met all their eyes before he began. "I am Richard Rawle. I am the man you men decided to poison so as to enslave me and thus force me to do your bidding. What you have done is a crime. While you may believe that you can justify your action as proper, or think of it as merely a means of persuasion, nothing can give you the right to threaten or take the life of another who has done you no harm nor intended none. That, along with torture, rape, and murder, is the means by which the imperial order rules." "But we meant you no harm," one of the men called out in horror that Richard would accuse them of such a ghastly crime. Other men spoke up in agreement that Richard had it all wrong. "You think I am a savage," Richard said in a tone of voice that silenced them and put them back a step. "You think yourselves better than me, and so that somehow makes it all right to do this to me, and to try to do it to the Mother Confessor, because you want something, and like petulant children you expect us to give it to you. The alternative you give me is death. The task you demand of me is difficult beyond your imagination, making my death from your poison a very real possibility, and likely. That is the reality of it. I already came close to dying from your poison. At the last possible instant, I was granted a temporary stay of my execution when one of you gave me a provisional antidote. My friends and loved ones believed I would die that night. You were the cause of it. You men consciously decided to poison me, thereby accepting the fact that you might be killing me." "No," a man insisted, his hands clasped in supplication. "We never intended to harm you." "If there was not a credible threat to my life, then why would I do as you wish? If you truly mean me no harm and are not committed to killing me if I don't go along with you, then prove it and give me the antidote so that I can have my life back. It's my life, not yours." This time no one spoke up. "No? So you see then, it is as I say. You men are committed to either murder or enslavement. The only choice I have in it is which of those two it will be. I will hear no more of your feelings about what you intended. Your feelings do not absolve you of your very real deeds. Your actions, not your feelings, speak the truth of your intent." Richard clasped his hands behind his back as he paced slowly before the men. "Now, I could do as you people are fond of doing and tell myself that I can't know if any of it is true. I could do as you would do, declare myself inadequate to the task of knowing what's real and refuse to face reality. But I am the seeker of truth, because I do not try to hide from reality. The choice to live demands that the truth be faced. I intend to do that. I intend to live. You men must decide today what you will do, what will be the future of your lives and the lives of the ones you love. You are going to have to deal with reality the same as I must if you are to have a chance at life. Today, you will have to face a great deal of the truth if you are to have that which you seek." Richard gestured to Owen. "I thought you said there were more men than this. Where are the rest?" Owen took a step forward. "Lord Rawle, to prevent violence, they turned themselves over to the men of the Order." Richard stared at the man. "Owen, after all you've told me, After all those men have seen from the order, how could they possibly believe such a thing?
But how are we to know that this time it will not stop the violence? We can't know the nature of reality or...
I told you before, with me, you will confine yourself to what is, and not repeat meaningless phrases you have memorized. If you have real facts, I want to hear them. I'm not interested in meaningless nonsense. Owen pulled his small pack off his back. He fished around inside and came up with a small canvas pouch. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gazed at it.
The men of the order found out that there were men hiding out in the hills. One of those men hiding with us had 3 daughters. In order to prevent a cycle of violence, someone in our town told the men of the order which girls were his daughters. Every day the men of the order tied a rope to a finger of each one of these 3 girls. One man held the girl while another pulled on the rope until her finger tore off. The men of the order told a man from our town to go to the hills and give the 3 fingers to our men. Every day he came.
Owen handed the bag to Richard.
These are the fingers from each of his daughters. The man who brought them to our men was in a daze. They said he no longer seemed human. He talked in a dead voice. He repeated what he had been bidden to say. He had decided that since nothing was real, he would see nothing and do as he was told. He said that the men of the order told him that some of the people from our town had given the names of the men in the hills, and that they had the children of those other men as well. They said that unless the men returned and gave themselves up, they would do the same to the other children. A little more than half the men hiding in the hills could not stand to think of themselves being the cause of such violence, and so they went back to our town and gave themselves over to the men of the order.
Why are you giving me this? Richard asked.
Because, Owen said, his voice filled with tears, I wanted you to know why our men had no choice but to turn themselves in. They could not stand to think of their loved ones suffering such terrible agony because of them.
Richard looked out at the mournful men watching him. He felt his anger boiling up inside, but he kept it in check as he spoke. I can understand what those men were trying to do by giving themselves up. I can't fault them for it. It won't help, but I couldn't fault them for desperately wanting to spare their loved ones from harm. Despite his rage, Richard spoke in a soft voice. I'm sorry that your people are suffering such brutality at the hands of the imperial order. But understand this. It is real, and the order is the cause of it. Those men of yours, if they did as the order commanded, or if they failed to, were not the cause of violence. The responsibility for causing violence is entirely the order's. You did not go out and attack them. They came to you, they attacked you, they enslave and torture and murder you. Most of the men stood in slumped poses, staring at the ground. Do any of the rest of you have children? A number of the men nodded or mumbled that they did. Richard ran his hand back through his hair. Why haven't the rest of you turned yourselves in then? Why are you here and not trying to stop the suffering in the same way the others did? The men looked at one another, some seeming confused by the question, while others appearing unable to put their reasons into words. Their sorrow, their distress, even their hesitant resolve were evident on their faces, but they could not come up with words to explain why they would not turn themselves in. Richard held up the small canvas bag with the gruesome treasure, not allowing them to avoid the issue. You all knew about this. Why did you not return as well? Finally, one man spoke up. I sneaked to the fields at sunset and talked to a man working the crops and asked what happened to those men who had returned. He said that many of their children had already been taken away, others had died, all the men who had come in from the hills had been taken away, none were allowed to return to their homes, to their families. What good would it do for us to go back? What good indeed, Richard murmured. This was the first sign that they grasped the true nature of the situation.
"You have to stop the order," Owen said. "You must give us our freedom. Why have you made us make this journey?"
Richard's initial spark of confidence dimmed. While they might have in part grasped the truth of their troubles, they certainly weren't facing the nature of any real solution. They simply wanted to be saved. They still expected someone to do it for them. Richard. The men all looked relieved that Owen had at last asked the question. They were apparently too timid to ask it themselves. As they waited, some of the men couldn't help stealing glances at Jensen, standing to the rear. Most of the men also appeared troubled by the statue looming behind Richard. They could only see the back of it, and didn't really know what it was meant to be. "Because," Richard finally told them, "in order for me to do as you want, it's important that you all come to understand everything involved. You expect me to simply do this for you. I can't. You are going to have to help me in this, or you and all of your loved ones are lost. If we are to succeed, then you men must help the rest of your people come to understand the things I have to tell you. You have gone this far. You have suffered this much. You have made this much of a commitment. You realize that if you do the same as your friends have been trying to do, if you apply those same useless solutions, you too will be enslaved or murdered. You are running out of options. You all have made a decision to at least try to succeed, to try to rid yourselves of the brutes killing and enslaving your people. You men here are their last chance, their only chance. You must now hear the rest of what I have to tell you, and then make up your minds as to what will be your future." The haggard, ragtag men, all dressed in worn and dirty clothes, all looking like they'd had a very difficult time of living in the hills, either spoke up or nodded that they would hear him out. Some even looked as if they might be relieved by how directly and honestly he spoke to them. A few even looked hungry for what he might say. Chapter 41. 3 years ago from the coming autumn, Richard began, I lived in a place called Heartland. I was a woods guide. I had a peaceful life in a place I loved, among those I loved. I knew very little about the places beyond my home. In some ways, I was like you people before the order came, so I can understand some of what you felt about how things changed. Like you, I lived beyond a boundary that protected us from those who would do us harm. The men broke out in excited whispering, apparently surprised and pleased that they could relate to him in this way, that they had something so basic in common with him.
"What happened then?"
one of the men asked. Richard couldn't help himself. He couldn't hold back the smile that overwhelmed him. "One day in my woods," he held his hand out to the side, "Kaylin showed up. Like you, her people were in desperate trouble. She needed help. Rather than poison me, though, she told me her story and how trouble was coming our way. Much like you, the boundary protecting her people had failed, and a tyrant had invaded her homeland. She also came bearing a warning that this man would soon come to my homeland, too, and conquer my people, my friends, my loved ones." All the faces turned toward Kaylin. The men stared openly, as if seeing her for the first time. It looked to be astonishing to them that this statuesque woman before them could be a savage, as they thought of outsiders, and have the same kind of trouble they'd had. Richard was leaving out vast chunks of the story, but he wanted to keep it simple enough to be clear to these men. "I was named the Seeker of Truth and given this sword to help me in this important struggle." Richard lifted the hilt clear of the scabbard by half the length of the blade, letting the men all see the polished steel. Many grimaced at seeing such a weapon. Together, side by side, Kaelin and I struggled to stop the man who sought to enslave or destroy us all. In a strange land, she was my guide, not only helping me to fight against those who would kill us, but helping me to come to understand the wider world I had never before considered. She opened my eyes to what was out there, beyond the boundary that had protected me and my people. She helped me to see the approaching shadow of tyranny and know the true stakes involved, life itself. She made me live up to the challenge. Had she not, I would not be alive today, and a great many more people would be dead or enslaved. Richard had to turn away then, at the flood of painful memories, at the thought of all those lost in the struggle, at the victories so hard won. He put his hand to the statue for support as he remembered the gruesome murder of George Cypher, the man who had raised him, the man who, until that struggle, Richard had always believed was his father. The pain of it, so distant and far away, came rushing back again. He remembered the horror of that time, of suddenly realizing that he would never again see the man he dearly loved. He had forgotten until that moment how much he missed him. Richard gathered his composure and turned back to the men. In the end, and only with Kaelin's help, I won the struggle against that tyrant I had never known existed until the day she came into my woods and warned me. That man was Darken Ral, my father, a man I had never known. The men stared in disbelief. "You never knew?" one asked in an astonished voice. Richard shook his head. "It's a very long story. Maybe another time I will tell you men all of it. For now I must tell you the important parts that are relevant to you and those you love back there in your homes." Richard looked at the ground before him, thinking as he paced in front of the disorderly knot of men. "When I killed Darken Ral, I did it to keep him from killing me and my loved ones. He had tortured and murdered countless people, and that alone earned him death. But I had to kill him, or he would have killed me. I didn't know at the time that he was my real father, or that in killing him, since I was his heir, I would become the new Lord Ral. Had he known who I was, he might not have been trying to kill me, but he didn't know. I had information he wanted. He intended to torture it out of me and then kill me. I killed him first. Since that time, I have come to learn a great deal. What I learned connects us." Richard gestured to the men and then placed the hand on his own chest as he met their gazes, "in ways you must come to understand as well if you are to succeed in this new struggle. The land where I grew up, Kaelin's land, and the land of Dahara all make up the New World. As you have learned, this vast land down here outside where you grew up is called the Old World. After I became Lord Ral, the barrier protecting us from the Old World failed, much as your own boundary failed. When it did, Emperor Jagang of the Imperial Order down here in the Old World used the opportunity to invade the New World, my home, much as he invaded your home. We've been fighting him and his troops for over 2 years, trying to defeat them, or at least to drive them back to the Old World. The barrier that failed had protected us from the Order, or men like them, for around 3,000 years, longer even than you were protected. Before that barrier was placed at the end of a great war, the enemy at the time, from the Old World, had used magic to create people called Dream Walkers. The men fell to whispering. They had heard the name, but they didn't really understand it, and speculated on what it could mean. Dream Walkers, Richard explained when they had quieted, could enter a person's mind in order to control them. There was no defense. Once a dream walker took over your mind, you became his slave, unable to resist his commands. The people back then were desperate. A man named Ulrich Ral, my ancestor, came up with a way to protect people's minds from being taken over by the dream walkers. He was not only the Lord Ral who ruled Dahara at the time, but he was also a great wizard. Through his ability, he created a bond that, when spoken earnestly or given in a more simple form with heartfelt sincerity, protected people from dreamwalkers entering their minds. Ulrich Ral's link of magic to his people through this bond protected them. The devotion you men all gave is the formal declaration of that bond. It has been given by the Daharan people to their Lord Ral for 3,000 years. Some of the men in front stepped forward, their faces etched with anxiety. "Are we protected then from the dreamwalkers, Lord Ral, because we gave this oath? Are we protected from the dreamwalkers entering our minds and taking us?" Richard shook his head. "You and your people need no protection. You are already protected in another way." Relief swept through the crowd of men. Some gripped the shoulder of another, or placed a hand in relief on a friend's back. They looked as if they feared that dreamwalkers were stalking them, and they had just been spared at the last instant. "But how is it that we can be protected?" Owen asked. Richard took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "Well, that's the part that in a way connects us. You see, as I understand it, magic needs balance in order to function." There were knowing nods all around, as if these pristinely ungifted men all had an intimate understanding of magic. "When Ulrich Ral used magic to create this bond in order to protect his people," Richard went on, "there needed to always be a Lord Ral to complete the bond, to maintain its power. Not all wizards bear children who also possess this gifted ability, so part of what Ulrich Ral did when he created this bond was to make it so that the Lord Ral would always bear one son who had magic, who had the gift, and could complete this bond with the people of Dahara. In this way they would always be protected." Richard held up a finger to make his point as he swept his gaze over the crowd of men. What they didn't know at the time was that this magic inadvertently created its own balance. While the Lord Ral always produced a gifted heir, a wizard like him, it was only discovered later that he also occasionally produced offspring who were entirely without any magic. Richard could see by the blank looks that the men didn't grasp what he was telling them. He imagined that for people living such isolated lives, his story must seem rather confusing, if not far-fetched. He remembered his own confusion about magic before the boundary had come down and he'd met Kalen. He hadn't been raised around magic, and he still didn't understand most of it himself. He'd been born with both sides of the gift, and yet he didn't know how to control it. "You see," he said, "only some people have magic, are gifted, as it's called. But all people are born with at least a very tiny spark of the gift, even though they can't manipulate magic. Until just recently, everyone thought of these people as ungifted, you see. The gifted, like wizards and sorceresses, can manipulate magic, and the rest of the people can't, so they were believed to be ungifted. But it turns out that this isn't accurate, since there is an infinitesimal spark of the gift in everyone born. This tiny spark of the gift is actually what allows people to interact with the magic in the world around them, that is, with things and creatures that have magical properties, and with people who are gifted in a more comprehensive sense, those who do have the ability to manipulate magic." "Some people in Bandakar have magic too," a man said. "True magic. Only those who have never seen—" "No," Richard said, cutting him off. He didn't want them losing track of his account. "Owen told me about what you people believe is magic. That's not magic. That's mysticism. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about real magic that produces real results in the real world. Forget what you've been taught about magic, about how faith supposedly creates what you believe in and that is real magic. It's not real. It's just the fanciful illusion of magic in people's imaginations." "But it is real," someone said in a respectful but firm voice. "More real than what you see and feel." Richard turned a harsh look on the men. "If it's so real, then why did you have to use a known poison on me that was mixed by a man who had worked his whole life with herbs? Because you know what's real, that's why. When it was vital to your self-interest, to your lives, you resorted to dealing in reality, to what you know really works." Richard pointed back at Kalin. "The Mother Confessor has real magic. It's no fanciful curse put on someone, and when they die 10 years later, people believe the curse was the cause. She has real magic that is in elemental ways linked to death, so it affects even you. She can touch someone with this real magic, and in an instant they will be dead. Not 10 years from now, right now, on the spot." Richard stood resolutely in front of the men, gazing from eye to eye. "If someone doesn't believe that is real magic, then let's have a test. Let them perform their faith-based magic and put a spell on me to kill me right here and now. After they've done that, then they will come forward and be touched by the Mother Confessor's very real lethal power. Then everyone else will be able to see the results and judge for themselves." He looked from face to face. "Anyone willing to take up the test? Any magicians among all you ungifted people willing to try it?" When the men remained silent, no one moving, Richard went on. "So it would seem that you men do have some understanding of what's real and what isn't. Keep that in mind. Learn from it. Now, I told you how the Lord Rahl always bore a son with magic, so he could pass on the rule of Dahara and his gifted ability in order to make the bond work. But as I said, the bond that Ulrich Rahl created may have had an unintended consequence. Only later was it discovered that the Lord Rahl, possibly as a means of balance, also sometimes produced offspring that were entirely without any magic. Not just ungifted in the way most people are, but unlike any people ever born before. They were pristinely ungifted. These pristinely ungifted people had absolutely no spark of the gift whatsoever. Because of that, because they were pristinely ungifted, they were unable to interact with the real magic in the world. They were unable to be touched by magic at all. For them, magic might as well not exist, because they were not born with the ability to see it or to interact with it. You might say they were like a bird that could not fly. They looked like a bird, they had feathers, they ate bugs, but they couldn't fly. Back then in that time, 3,000 years ago, after the bond had been created to protect people from dreamwalkers in the war, the wizards finally succeeded in placing a barrier between the old and the new world. Because those in the old world could no longer come to the new world to wage war, the Great War ended. Peace finally came. The people of the new world discovered, though, that they had a problem. These pristinely ungifted offspring of the Lord Rahl passed this trait on to their children. Every offspring of a marriage with at least one of these pristinely ungifted partners bears pristinely ungifted children. Always. Every time. As these offspring married and had children and then grandchildren and then great-grandchildren, as there were more and more of them, that pristinely ungifted trait began spreading throughout the population. People at the time were frightened because they depended on magic. Magic was part of their world. Magic was what had saved them from the dreamwalkers. Magic had created the barrier that protected them from the horde from the old world. Magic had ended the war. Magic healed people, found lost children, produced beautiful creations of art that inspired and brought joy. Magic could help guide people in the course of future events. Some towns grew up around a gifted person who could serve people's needs. Many gifted people earned a living performing such services. In some things, magic gave people control over nature, and thus made the lives of everyone better. things accomplished with the aid of magic improved the living conditions of nearly everyone. Magic was a force of individual creation and thus individual accomplishment. Nearly everyone derived some benefit from it. This is not to say that magic was or is indispensable, but that it was a useful aid, a tool. Magic was like their right arm, yet it's the mind of man, not his magic, that is indispensable. Much like you could survive without your right arm, but you couldn't survive without your mind. But magic had become intertwined in the lives of everyone, so many believed that it was absolutely indispensable. The people came to feel that this new threat, the pristinely ungifted trait spreading through the population, would be the end of everything they knew, everything that they thought was important, that it would be the end of their most vital protection, magic. Richard gazed out at the faces, waiting to make sure that the men had grasped the essence of the story, that they understood how desperate the people must have been and why. "So what did the people do about these new, pristinely ungifted people among them?" a man in the back asked. In a quiet tone, Richard said, "Something terrible." He pulled the book from a leather pouch on his belt and held it up for all the men to see as he again paced before them. The clouds, laden with storms of snow, rolled silently through the frigid valley pass, bound for the peaks above them. This book is called The Pillars of Creation. That's what the wizards back then called these pristinely ungifted people, pillars of creation, because they had the power, with this trait that they passed along to their offspring, to alter the very nature of mankind. They were the foundation of an entirely new kind of people, people without any connection to magic. I only just a short time ago came across this book. It's meant for the Lord Rahl and others, so that they will know about these pristinely ungifted people who are unaffected by magic. The book tells the history of how these people came about, through those born to the Lord Rahl, along with the history of what was discovered about them. It also reveals what the people back then, thousands of years ago, did about these pillars of creation. Men rubbed their arms in the cold air as Richard slowly paced before them. They all looked caught up in the story. "So," Owen asked, "what did they do?" Richard came to a stop and stood watching their eyes before he spoke. "They banished them." Astonished whispering broke out among the men. They were stunned to hear the final solution. These people understood banishment. They understood it all too well, and they could sympathize with these banished people of so long ago. "That's terrible," a man in front said, shaking his head. Another frowned and held up a hand. "Weren't these pillars of creation related to some of the other people? Weren't they part of the towns? Didn't the people feel sorrow at banishing these ungifted people?" Richard nodded. Yes, they were friends and family. Those banished people were intimately intertwined in the lives of nearly everyone. The book tells how heavy-hearted the people felt at the decision that had been reached about these pristinely ungifted people. It must have been an awful time, a dreadful choice that no one liked. But those in charge at the time decided that in order for them to preserve their way of life, to preserve magic and all it meant to them, to preserve that attribute of man rather than value the lives of individuals for who they are, they had to banish these pristinely ungifted people. What's more, they also decreed that all future offspring of the Lord Rahl, except his gifted heir, should be put to death to ensure that no pillar of creation ever again came among them. This time there was no whispering. The men looked saddened by the story of these mysterious people and the terrible solution of how to deal with them. Heads hung as the men thought about what it must have been like back in such a grim time. Finally, a man's head came up. His brow twitched. He finally asked the question Richard expected to be asked, the question he had been waiting for. "But where were these pillars of creation banished to? Where were they sent?" Richard watched the men as other eyes turned up, curious about the historic mystery, waiting for him to go on. These people were not affected by magic, Richard reminded them, and the barrier holding back the old world was a barrier created of magic. "They sent them through the barrier," a man guessed aloud. Richard nodded. Many wizards had died and given their power into that barrier, so that their people would be protected from those in the old world who wanted to rule them and to end magic. That was a large part of what the war had been fought over. Those in the old world had wanted to eradicate magic from mankind. So those people in the new world sent these pristinely ungifted people, these people without any magic, through the barrier to the old world. They never knew what became of them, those friends and family and loved ones they had banished, because they had been sent beyond a barrier that none of them could cross. It was thought that they would establish new lives, would make a new beginning. But because the barrier was there and it was enemy territory beyond, the people of the new world never knew what became of those banished people. Finally, a few years ago, that barrier came down. If these banished people had made a life for themselves in the old world, they would have had children and spread this pristinely ungifted attribute. Richard lifted his arms in a shrug. But there is no trace of them. The people down here are just the same as the people up in the new world. Some born gifted, but all born with at least that tiny spark of the gift that enables them to interact with magic. Those people from ancient times seemed just to have vanished. "So now we know," Owen reasoned as he stared off in thought, "that all those people sent to the old world so long ago tragically died out, or maybe were killed." "I had thought as much myself," Richard said. He turned and faced the men, waiting until all eyes were on him before going on. "But then I found them. I found those long-lost people." Excited whispering broke out again. The men appeared inspired by the prospect of such people surviving against all odds. "Where are they then, Lord Ralph?" a man asked. "These people with whom you share ancestry. These people who had to endure such cruel banishment and hardship." Richard leveled a cutting gaze at the men. "Come with me, and I will tell you what became of these people." Richard led them around the statue to the front, where for the first time they could see the full view of the sentinel in stone. The men were awestruck at finally seeing the statue from the front. They talked excitedly among themselves about how real it looked, about how they could clearly see the stalwart features of the man's face. By the utter shock in their voices, and by what the men were saying, Richard got the distinct impression that they'd never seen a statue before, at least no statue as monumental as this one. It appeared that for these men the statue must be something akin to a manifestation of magic, rather than, as Richard knew it to be, a manifestation of man's ability. Richard placed a hand on the cold stone of the base. "This is an ancient statue of an old world wizard named Kajarang. It was carved in part as a tribute to the man because he was a great and powerful wizard." Owen lifted a hand to interrupt. "But I thought the people in the old world wanted to be without magic. Why would they have a great wizard? And why especially would they pay a tribute to such a man of magic?" Richard smiled at Owen catching the contradiction. People don't always act in a consistent manner. What's more, the more irrational are your beliefs, the more glaring the inconsistencies. You men, for example, try to gloss over incongruities in your behavior by applying your convictions selectively. You claim that nothing is real, or that we cannot know the true nature of reality, and yet you fear what the order does to you. You believe firmly enough in the reality of what they're doing that you want it to stop. If nothing were real, then you would have no reason to want to stop the imperial order. In fact, it's counter to your professed beliefs to try to stop them, or to even feel that their presence is real, much less detrimental, since you assert that man is inadequate at the task of knowing reality. Yet you grasp the reality of what's happening at the hands of the men of the order,
and know very well that it's abhorrent. So you selectively suspend the precepts of your beliefs in order to send Owen to poison me in an attempt to get me to rid you of your very real problem." Some of the men looked confused by what Richard said, while others looked to be embarrassed. A few looked astonished. None looked willing to challenge him, so they let him go on without interrupting. The people in the old world were the same way. They still are. They claimed they didn't want magic, and yet when faced with that reality, they didn't want to do without it. The imperial order is like this. They've come to the New World claiming to be a champion of freeing mankind of magic, proclaiming themselves to be noble for holding such a goal, and yet they use magic in the pursuit of this professed goal. They contend that magic is evil, and yet they embrace it. Their leader, Emperor Jagang, uses those with magic to help accomplish his ends, among which, he claims, is the eradication of magic. Jagang is a dream walker, descended from those dream walkers of so long ago. His ability as a dream walker is magic, yet he does not disqualify himself from leading his empire. Even though he has magic, which he claims makes people unfit to have any say in the future, he calls himself Jagang the Just. Despite what they declare they believe, their goal is to rule people, plain and simple. They seek power, but dress it up in noble-sounding robes. Every tyrant thinks he is different. They are all the same. They all rule by brute force. Owen was frowning, trying to grasp it all. So those in the old world did not live by their word, by what they claimed they believed. They lived in conflict. They preached that man was better without magic, but they continued to want to use magic. That's right. Owen gestured up at the statue. What of this man, then? Why is he here if he is against what they preached? Dark clouds roiled above the towering statue. The still air hung cold, heavy, and damp. It felt as if a storm were holding back its onslaught, waiting to hear the rest. This man is here because he fought to save the people of the old world from something they feared more than magic itself, Richard said. He gazed up at the resolute face with its eyes fixed forever on the place called the Pillars of Creation. This man, Richard said in a quiet voice, this wizard, Kajarang, collected all of those pristinely ungifted people, those pillars of creation who had been banished down here from the New World, along with any people who, while they lived here, had joined with them, and he sent them all here. Richard pointed off into the distance behind the statue. He put all those people in that place, protected by the mountains all around, and then he placed a boundary of death before them, across this pass, so that they could never again come out to be among the rest of the people of the world. Kajarang gave these people their name, the Bandakar. The name, Bandakar, is from a very old language called Hai Daharan. It means the banished. This man, Kajarang, is the one who sealed them in and saved his people from the pristinely ungifted, from those without magic. You, Richard said to the men before him, are the descendants of those banished people. You are the descendants of Ulrich Rahl, of the people sent into exile in the old world. You are all descendants of the house of Rahl. Your ancestors and mine are the same men. You are the banished people. The top of the pass before the statue of Kajarang was dead silent. The men stared in shock. And then pandemonium broke out. Richard made no effort to stop them, to bring them to be quiet. Rather, he stood close beside Kalin as he let them take it in. He wanted to give them the time they needed to come to grasp the enormity of what he had told them. Arms in the air, some men cried out with the outrage at what they'd heard. Others wailed with the horror of the story. Some wept in sorrow. Many argued. A few protested various points that others answered,
while yet others repeated key elements to one another almost as if to hear the words again so they could test them, agreeing finally that it might very well be so. But through it all, they all slowly began to grasp the enormity of what they'd heard. They all began to hear the ring of truth in the story. Chattering like magpies, all talking at once, they expressed disbelief, outrage, wonder, and even fear, as they came to the heady comprehension of who they really were. At the whispered urging of some among the group, after having gotten over the initial shock, the men all quieted, and at last turned back to Richard, hungry to know more. "You are this gifted man, the favored heir, the Lord Rall, and we are the ones banished by your kind," one of the men said, expressing what looked to be a common fear, the unspoken question of what this would mean for them. "That's right," Richard said. "I am the Lord Rall, the leader of the Daharan Empire, and you are the descendants of the pillars of creation who were banished. I am gifted, as have been my ancestors, every Lord Rall before me. You are ungifted, as were your ancestors." Standing before the statue of Kajarang, the man who had banished them, Richard looked out at all the tense faces. "That banishment was a grievous wrong. It was immoral. As Lord Rall, I denounce the banishment and declare it forever ended. You are no longer the empire of Bandakar, the banished ones. You are now once again, as you once were, Daharans, if you choose to be." Every man seemed to hold his breath, waiting to see if he meant it, or would add more, or if he might even recant it. Richard put his arm around Kalen's waist as he calmly gazed out at all the hopeful expressions. Richard smiled. "Welcome home." And then they were all falling at his feet, kissing his boots, his pants, his hands, and for those who couldn't crowd in close enough, the ground before him. In short order, they were kissing the hem of Kalen's dress. They had found a relation, and were in turn welcoming him among them. Chapter 42. As the men crowded around their feet, openly offering their gratitude for ending their sentence of banishment, Richard shared a sidelong glance with Kalen. Kara looked decidedly displeased by the display, but didn't interfere. Trying to bring a halt to the tearful tribute, Richard gestured for the men to get up. "There is much more to tell you. Listen to me now." The smiling, tearful men drew back, hands clasped while gazing at him as if he were a long-lost brother. There were a few older men among the crowd and some of middle age, but most ranged from young, like Owen, to a little older, like Richard. They were all men who had been through terrible times. The most difficult part still lay ahead. Richard had to make them face up to what was to come. Looking over at Jensen, standing alone off to the side, he gestured for her to come forward. Jensen emerged from the shadows of the statue, catching the attention of all eyes as she made her way toward Richard. The men all watched her coming into the light. She looked so beautiful that Richard couldn't help smiling as she stepped across the rocks. Pulling on a red ringlet, she cast a shy glance at the men. When Richard held an arm out, she sought protection under the shelter of that arm as she gazed nervously out at men who were like her in one important way. "This is my sister, Jensen Rall," Richard said. "She was born pristinely ungifted just like all of you. Our father tried to kill her, as had been done for thousands of years with ungifted offspring." "And you?" a man asked, still skeptical. "You will not reject her?" Richard hugged Jensen with the one arm. "For what?" "For what crime should I reject her? Because she was born a woman instead of a man like me? Because she isn't as tall as me? Because she has red hair instead of hair like mine? Because her eyes are blue and not gray? Because she is ungifted?" The men shifted their weight to the other foot or folded their arms. Some, after all he had already said, averted their eyes, looking embarrassed to have even asked the question. She's beautiful, smart, and uses her head. She, too, fights for her right to live and does so through reasoned means. She is, as you men, pristinely ungifted. Because she shares an understanding of the value of life, I embrace her." Richard heard the bleat and turned. Betty, her rope trailing behind, trotted up the rise. Jensen rolled her eyes as Betty came close, peering up, her tail wagging in a blur. Jensen snatched up the rope, inspecting the end. Richard could see that it had been chewed through. "Betty," she scolded, shaking the end of the rope at the unrepentant goat. "What did you do?" Betty bleated her answer, clearly proud of herself. Jensen heaved a sigh as she shrugged an apology at Richard. The men had all taken several steps back, murmuring their dread to one another. "I'm not a witch," Jensen told them in a heated tone. "Just because I have red hair, that doesn't mean I'm a witch." The men looked thoroughly unconvinced. "I've had dealings with a very real witch woman," Richard told them. "I can assure you red hair is no mark of a witch. It just isn't true." "It is true," one of the men insisted. He pointed at Betty. "There is her attendant spirit." Richard's brow wrinkled. "Attendant spirit?" "That's right," another told him. "A witch always has a familiar with her. She called her attendant spirit, and it came to her." "Called her?" Jensen brandished the frayed end of the rope at the men. "I tied her to a tree, and she chewed through her rope." Another man shook his finger at her. "You called her with magic, and she came." Fists at her sides, Jensen took a step toward the men. They took a collective step back. "You men all had family and friends, a community of people. I had no friends, and could have none because my mother and I had to run from my father my whole life to keep from being caught. He would have tortured and murdered me had he caught me, the same as he would have done with you. I could have no childhood friends, so my mother gave me Betty. Betty was just newborn. We grew up together. Betty chewed through her rope because I'm the only family she's ever known, and she simply wanted to be close to me. I was banished from everyone for my crime of birth, just like your ancestors. You all know the injustice of such banishment, and you know its pain. And now you foolish men would banish me from your acceptance because I have red hair and a goat as a pet? You are spineless cowards and hypocrites. First you poison the only person in the world brave enough to end our banishment from the rest of mankind, and now you fear me and reject me because of silly superstitions. If I did have magic, I'd burn you all to a cinder for your cruel attitudes." Richard put a hand on her shoulder and drew her back. "It will be all right," he whispered to her. "Just let me talk to them." "You tell us that you're a wizard," an older man in the back called out, "and then you expect us to believe it's so, on faith, because you say it is, while you claim that we should not hold to our beliefs, such as our fear that she could be a witch with her familiar, because it's held only on faith." "That's right," another man said. "You claim your belief is in real magic while you dismiss our belief. A lot of what you say makes sense, but I don't agree with all of it." There could be no partial agreement. To reject part of the truth was to reject it all. Richard considered his options, how he could convince people without magic who could not see magic that real magic existed. From their perspective, he seemed guilty of the same error he was telling them they were making. How could he demonstrate a rainbow of color to the blind? "You have a point," Richard said. "Give me a moment, and I will show you the reality of the magic I talk about." He motioned Kara closer. "Get me the warning beacon," he said in a confidential tone. Kara immediately took off down the hill. He saw that Jensen's angry blue eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't cry. Kalen pulled her back farther as Richard addressed the men. "There is more I must tell you, some things you need to understand. I have ended the banishment, but that does not mean that I unconditionally accept you back as one of our people." "But you said that we were welcomed home," Owen said. "I'm stating the obvious, that you have a right to your own life,
Out of goodwill, I welcome you all to be part of Dahara if you wish, part of what Dahara now stands for. But by welcoming you back, that does not mean that I welcome people unconditionally. All men should be free to live their own lives, but make no mistake, there is a vast difference between that freedom and anarchy. If we triumph in our struggle, you are welcome to be free people of a Daharan empire which holds a belief in specific values. For example, you can think whatever you wish and try to persuade others of the value of your beliefs, but you cannot act on a view that those who fight to gain that freedom are savages or criminals, even though you expect to enjoy the fruits of their struggle. At minimum, they have earned your respect and gratitude. Their lives are no less than yours and are not expendable for your benefit. That is slavery. But you have savage ways and engage in violence for a land we have never even seen, one of the younger men said. He pointed an arm back toward Bandakar. The only land we have ever known is here, and we unconditionally reject your love of violence. Land? Richard spread his arms. We do not fight for land. We are loyal to an ideal of liberty wherever man lives. We do not guard territory, bleed for a piece of dirt. We don't fight because we love violence. We fight for our freedom as individuals to live our own lives, to pursue our own survival, our own happiness. Your unconditional rejection of violence makes you smugly think of yourselves as noble, as enlightened. But in reality, it is nothing less than abject moral capitulation to evil. Unconditional rejection of self-defense because you think it's a supposed surrender to violence leaves you no resort but begging for mercy or offering appeasement. Evil grants no mercy, and to attempt to appease it is nothing more than a piecemeal surrender to it. Surrender to evil is slavery at best, death at worst. Thus, your unconditional rejection of violence is really nothing more than embracing death as preferable to life. You will achieve what you embrace. The right, the absolute necessity of vengeance against anyone who initiates force against you is fundamental to survival. The morality of people's self-defense is in its defense of each individual's right to life. It's an intolerance of violence made real by an unwavering willingness to crush any who would launch violence against you. The unconditional determination to destroy any who would initiate force against you is an exaltation of the value of life. Refusing to surrender your life to any thug or tyrant who lays claim to it is in fact embracing life itself. If you are unwilling to defend your right to your own lives, then you are merely like mice trying to argue with owls. You think their ways are wrong? They think you are dinner. The imperial order preaches that mankind is corrupt and evil, and therefore life is of little value. Their actions certainly bear this out. They moralize that you can only win salvation and happiness in some other world, and then only by sacrificing your life in this one. Generosity is fine, if it's by your free choice, but a belief in the primacy of self-sacrifice as a moral requisite is nothing less than the sanctioning of slavery. Those who tell you that it is your responsibility and duty to sacrifice are trying to blind you to the chains they are slipping around your neck. As Daharans, you will not be required to sacrifice your life to another, and by the same token, you cannot demand that others sacrifice themselves to you. You may believe as you wish. You may even feel that you cannot take up arms and fight directly for our survival. But you must help support our cause, and you may not contribute materially or spiritually to the destruction of our values, and therefore our lives. That is treason, and will be treated as such. The imperial order has violently invaded innocent lands like yours. They have enslaved, tortured, raped, and murdered in order to seize rule. They have done no less in the New World. They have forfeited their right to be heard. There is no moral dilemma involved, no ethical question open to debate. They must be ground into dust. A man stepped forward. But common decency in dealing with our fellow man requires that we must show them mercy for their misguided ways. There is no greater value than life, and that's what you partially recognize by your confused notion of granting mercy. Their conscious, deliberate act of murder takes the irreplaceable value of life from another. A murderer, by his own choice to kill, forfeits the right to his own life. Mercy for such evil is nothing short of excusing it, and thus allowing evil to prevail. It codifies the taking of innocent life by not making the murderer forfeit their own guilty life. Mercy grants value to the life of a killer, while at the same time it strips away the value of the life of the innocent victim. It makes the life of a killer more important than the life of an innocent. It is thus a trade of the good to the evil. It is the victory of death over life. So, Owen wondered aloud, because the Order has attacked your land and murdered its people, you intend to try to kill every living person in the old world? No. The Order is evil, and from the old world. That does not mean that the people of the old world are evil simply because they happen to have been born on a patch of ground ruled by evil men. Some actively support these rulers and therefore embrace evil, but not everyone does. Many of the people in the old world are also the victims of the rule of the imperial order and suffer greatly under its brutality. Many struggle against this evil rule. As we speak, many risk their lives to rid themselves of these evil men. We fight for the same thing, liberty. Where those who seek liberty were born is irrelevant. We believe in the value of the individual's life. That means that where someone lives does not make them evil. It's their beliefs and actions that matter. But make no mistake, many people are an active part of the imperial order and its murderous ways. Actions must have consequences. The order must be eradicated. Surely you would allow some compromise, one of the older men said. If, hoping to appease it, you willingly compromise with unrepentant evil, you only allow such evil to sink its fangs into you. From that day on, its venom will course through your veins until it finally kills you. But that's too harsh a sentiment, the man said. It's just being stubborn and obstructing a constructive path. There is always room for compromise. Richard tapped his thumb against his chest. You men decided to give me poison. That poison will kill me. That makes it evil. How would you suggest I compromise with poison? No one had an answer. In trade between willing parties who share moral values and who deal fairly and honestly with one another, compromise over something like price is legitimate. In matters of morality or truth, there can be no compromise. Compromising with murderers, which is precisely what you are suggesting, grants them moral equivalence where none can rightfully exist. Moral equivalence says that you are no better than they. Therefore, their belief that they should be able to torture, rape, or murder you is just as morally valid as your view, that you have the right to live free of their violence. Moral compromise rejects the concept of right and wrong. It says that everyone is equal, all desires are equally valid, and all action is equally valid, so everyone should compromise to get along. Where could you compromise with those who torture, rape, and murder people? In the number of days a week you will be tortured? In the number of men to be allowed to rape your loved ones? In how many of your family are to be murdered? No moral equivalence exists in that situation, nor can it exist. So there can be no compromise, only suicide. To even suggest compromise can exist with such men is to sanction murder. Most of the men appeared shocked and startled to hear someone speaking to them in such a straightforward manner. They seemed to be losing interest in their supply of empty adages. Some of the men looked to be moved by Richard's words. A few even looked inspired by their clarity. He could see it in their eyes, as if they were seeing things for the first time. Kara came up behind Richard and handed him the warning beacon. Richard wasn't sure, but it seemed as if the inky black had taken over more of the surface of the small figure than the last time he'd seen it. Inside,
The sand continued to trickle down onto the accumulated pile in the bottom. Kajarang placed the boundary across this pass to seal your people in. He is the one who named you. He knew your people shunned violence, and he feared you might end up being prey to criminals. He is the one who gave you a way to banish them from your land, so that you could continue to have the kind of life you wanted. He told your people of the passage through the boundary, so that you could rid yourselves of criminals if you rallied the will. Owen looked troubled. If this great wizard Kajarang didn't want our people among the population of the old world, because we would mix with them and spread our pristinely ungifted trait, as you call it, then what about the criminals we banish? Sending those men out into the world would cause the thing they feared. Making this pass through the boundary and telling our ancestors about it would seem to defeat the whole purpose of the boundary. Richard smiled. Very good, Owen. You are beginning to think for yourself. Owen smiled. Richard gestured up at the statue of Kajarang. You see where he's looking? It's a place called the Pillars of Creation. It's a deathly hot place where nothing lives, a land stalked by death. The boundary that Kajarang placed had sides to it. When you sent people out of your land through the boundary, the walls of death to the sides prevented those banished people from escaping into the world at large. They had only one way they could go, the Pillars of Creation. Even with water and supplies and knowing where you must go to get past it, trying to go through the valley known as the Pillars of Creation is almost certain death. Without water and supplies, without knowing the land, without knowing how to travel it, and where you must go to escape such a place, those you banished faced certain death. The men stared, wide-eyed. Then when we banished a criminal, we were actually executing them, one of the men said. That's right. This Kajarang tricked us then, the man added. Tricked us into what was actually the killing of those men. You think that a terrible trick? Richard asked. You people were deliberately setting known criminals loose on the world to prey on unsuspecting people. You were knowingly setting free violent men and condemning unsuspecting people outside your land to be victims of violence. Rather than put murderers to death, you were, as far as you knew, had you given it any thought, knowingly assisting them in going on to kill others. In the blind attempt to avoid violence at all cost, you actually championed it. You told yourselves that those people didn't matter because they weren't enlightened like you, that you were better than they because you were above violence, that you unconditionally rejected violence. If you even thought about it, you considered these people beyond the boundary to be savages, their lives unimportant. For all intents and purposes, you were sacrificing their innocent lives for all the lives of those men you knew to be evil. What Kajarang was doing, besides keeping the pristinely ungifted from being at large in the world, was executing those criminals you banished before they could harm other people. You think yourselves noble in rejecting violence, but your actions would have fostered it. Only Kajarang's actions prevented it. Dear Creator, it is far worse than that. Owen sank down, sitting heavily. Far worse than you even realize. Other men, too, looked to be stricken with horror. Some had to lower themselves to the ground as Owen had. Others, their faces in their hands, turned away or walked off a few paces. What do you mean? Richard asked. Owen looked up, his face ashen. The story I told you about our land, about our town and the other great cities. How in my town we all lived together and were happy with our lives? Richard nodded. Not all were. Kaelin crossed her arms and leaned toward Owen. What do you mean, not all were? Owen lifted his hands in a helpless gesture. Some wanted more than our simple, joyful life. Some people, well, they wanted to change things. They said they wanted to make things better. They wanted to improve our life, to build places for themselves, even though this is against our ways. Owen is right, an older man said in a grim tone. In my time, I have seen a great many of these people who were unable to endure what some called the chafing principles of our empire.
And what happened when people wanted to make these changes, or could not endure the principles of your empire? Richard asked. Owen looked to each side, to the other dispirited faces. The great speakers renounced their ideas. The wise ones said they would only bring strife among us. Their hopes for new ways were turned aside and they were denounced. Owen swallowed. So these people decided they would leave Bandakar. They went out of our land, taking the path through the opening in the boundary to find a new life for themselves. Not a single one ever returned to us. Richard wiped a hand across his face. Then they died looking for their new life, a better life than what you had to offer. But you don't understand. Owen rose to his feet. We are like those people. He swept his arm back at his men. We have refused to go back and give ourselves over to the men of the order, even though we know that people are being tortured because we hide. We know it will not stop the order, so we don't go back. We have gone against the wishes of our great speakers and the wise one to try to save our people. We have been denounced for what we choose to do. We have gone out of the past to seek information, to find a way to rid ourselves of the imperial order. Do you see? We are much the same as those others throughout our history. Like those others, we chose to leave and try to change things rather than to endure the way things were. Then perhaps you are beginning to see, Richard said, that everything you were taught showed you only how to embrace death, not life. Perhaps you see that what you called the teaching of enlightenment was no more than blinders pulled over your eyes. Richard put his hand on Owen's shoulder. He gazed down at the statue of himself in his other hand, and then looked around at the tense faces. You men are the ones left after all the rest have failed the tests. You alone got this far. You alone have started to use your minds to try to find a solution for you and your loved ones. You have much more to learn, but you have at least started to make some of the right choices. You must not stop now. You must meet with courage what I will call upon you to do, if you are to truly have a chance to save your loved ones. For the first time, they looked at least a little proud. They had been recognized, not for how well they repeated meaningless sayings, but for the decisions they reached on their own. Jensen was frowning in thought.
Richard, why couldn't people get back in through the passage out through the boundary? If they wanted to go off and have a new life, but then discovered that they would have to go through the pillars of creation, why wouldn't they go back? At least to get supplies, to get what they needed, so they could make it through. That's right, Kalen said. George Cypher went through the boundary at Kingsport and then returned. Addie said that the boundary had to have a passage, a vent, like where these people banished criminals. So why couldn't people come back in? There was a pass out. So why did they never return? The men nodded, curious to hear why no one ever came back. From the first I've wondered the same thing. Richard rubbed a thumb along the glossy black surface of the statue of himself. I think that the boundaries in the Midlands had to have an opening through them because they were so big, so long. This boundary here is nothing compared to those. I doubt that the same kind of vent would be needed. Because it was just one bent section of a boundary and not very long, I suspect that Kajarang was able to put in a pass that allowed criminals to be banished through it, but would not allow passage back in. After all, if a criminal was banished and found he couldn't escape, he would return. Kajarang wouldn't have wanted that to happen. How could such a thing work? Jensen asked.
Richard rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword. Certain snakes can swallow prey much larger than themselves. Their teeth are angled back so that as the prey is devoured, it's impossible for it to come back out to escape. I suppose that the pass through the boundary could have been somehow like that, only able to be traversed in one direction.
Do you think such a thing is possible? Jensen asked.
There is precedent for such safeguards, Kalen said. Richard nodded his agreement.
The great barrier between the new and the old world had defenses to allow certain people, under specific conditions, one passage through and back, but not two. He pointed the warning beacon up at the statue. A wizard of Kajarong's ability would surely have known how to craft a pass through the boundary that did not allow any return. After all, he called it up out of the underworld itself, and it remained viable for nearly 3,000 years.
So then anyone who went out of this boundary died, Owen said.
Richard nodded.
I'm afraid so. Kajarong appeared to have made elaborate plans that functioned as he intended for all this time. He even made contingencies, should the boundary fail. That's something I don't understand, a young man said. If this wizard was so great, and his magic was so powerful, that he could make a wall of death to keep us separated from the world for 3,000 years, then how could it possibly fail? In the last 2 years it simply went away. Why?
I believe it was because of me, Kaelin said. She took a step closer to the men. Richard didn't try to stop her. At this point, it wouldn't do to appear as if he were withholding information from them. A couple of years ago, in a desperate act to save Richard's life, I inadvertently called forth underworld power that I believe may be slowly destroying magic in our world. Richard banished this evil magic, but it had been here in the world of life for a time, so the effects may be irreversible. Worried looks passed among the men. This woman before them had just admitted that because of something she'd done, their protection had failed. Because of her, horrifying violence and brutality had befallen them. Because of her, their way of life had ended. Chapter 43.
You still have not shown us your magic, one of the men finally said.
Richard's hand slipped away from the small of Kaelin's back as he stepped toward the men.
Kajarong devised a facet to his magic linked to the boundary he placed here to help protect it.
Richard held up the small figure of himself for all the men to see.
This was sent to warn me that the boundary to your land had failed. Why is the top part of it that strange black? Asked a man standing in the front. I believe that it's an indication of how I'm running out of time, how I may be dying.
Worried whispering swept through the group of men. Richard held up a hand, urging them to listen to him as he went on.
This sand inside. Can you all see this sand?
Stretching their necks, they all tried to get a look, but not all were close enough, so Richard walked among them, holding up the statue so that they could all see that it looked like him and see the sand falling inside.
This is not really sand, he told them. It's magic.
Owen's face twisted with skepticism.
But you said we couldn't see magic.
You are all pristinely ungifted and aren't touched by magic, so you can't see regular magic. The boundary, however, still prevented you from going out into the world, didn't it? Why do you suppose that was so?
It was a wall of death, an older man spoke up, seeming to think that it was self-evident.
But how could it harm people who are not affected by magic? Going into the boundary itself meant death for you the same as anyone else. Why? Because the boundary is a place in this world where the underworld also existed. The underworld is the world of the dead. You may be ungifted, but you are mortal. Since you are linked to life, so too are you linked to death. Richard again held the statue up. This magic as well is tied to the underworld. Since you are all mortal, you have a connection to the underworld, to the Keeper's power, to death. That's why you can see the sand that shows how my time trickles away.
I don't see anything magical about sand trickling down, a man grumbled. Just because you say it's magic or that it's your life trickling away, that doesn't seem to prove anything.
Richard turned the statue sideways. The sand continued to flow, but sideways. Gasps and astonished whispering broke out among the men as they watched the sand flowing laterally.
They crowded in close like curious children to see the statue as Richard held it up on its side so they could see magic. Some reached out and tentatively touched the inky black surface as Richard held the figure of himself out for them to inspect. Others leaned close, peering in to see the sand flowing askew in the lower part where the figure was still transparent. The men spoke of what a wonder it was, but they weren't sure about his explanation of underworld magic. "But we all see this," one of the men said. "This doesn't show us that we're really different from you or anyone else, as you say we are. This shows us only that we are all able to see this magic the same as you. Maybe we aren't this pristinely ungifted people you seem to think we are." Richard thought about it a moment, thought about what he could do to show them the true aspects of magic. Even though he was gifted, he didn't know a great deal about controlling his own gift, except that it was in part powered by anger linked to need. He couldn't simply demonstrate some bit of magic the way Zed could, and besides, even if he could do something magical, they wouldn't be able to see it. Out of the corner of his eye, Richard saw Kara standing with her arms folded. An idea came to him. "The bond between the Lord Rahl and his people is a bond of magic," Richard said. "That same magic powers other things besides the protection that the bond affords against the Dreamwalker." Richard gestured for Kara to come forward. "In addition to being my friend, Kara is also a Mord Sith. For thousands of years, Mord Sith have been fierce protectors of the Lord Rahl." Richard lifted Kara's arm for the men to see the red rod hanging from the fine gold chain at her wrist. "This is an Aegil, the weapon of a Mord Sith. The Aegil is powered by a Mord Sith's connection to the Lord Rahl, to me." "But it has no blade on it," a man said as he looked closely at the Aegil swinging on the end of the gold chain. "It has nothing of any use as a weapon." End of side 11. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 12. Naked Empire by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 436. "Take a closer look at it," Richard suggested, as he held Kara's elbow and guided her forward among the men. "Look at it closely to satisfy yourself that what this man has observed, that it has no blade, that it is nothing more than this slender rod, is true." The men leaned in close as Kara walked among them, holding her arm up, letting the men touch and inspect her Aegil as it dangled from its chain. When they had all had a look, inspecting the length of it, looking at the end, hefting it to see that it wasn't heavy and couldn't really be used as a club, Richard told Kara to touch it to the men. The Aegil spun up into her fist. Men flinched back at the grim look on her face as she came at them with the thing that Richard had told them was a weapon. Kara touched her Aegil to Owen's shoulder. "She touched me with this red rod before," he assured his men. "It does nothing." Kara pressed the Aegil to every man close enough for her to reach. A few cringed back, fearful of being harmed, even though it had harmed none of their fellows. Many of the men, though, felt the touch of her Aegil and were satisfied that there was no ill effect. Richard rolled up his sleeve. "Now I will show you that this really is a powerful weapon of magic." He held his arm out to Kara. "Draw blood," he said in a calm voice that did not betray what he really thought of being touched by an Aegil. Kara stared at him. "Lord Rahl, I don't—" "Do it," Richard commanded as he held his arm out. "Here," Tom said, thrusting his bared arm in front of her. "Do it to me instead." Kara immediately saw this as a preferable test. "No," Jensen objected, but too late. Tom cried out as Kara touched the end of her Aegil to his arm. He staggered back a step, a trickle of blood running down his arm. The men stared, unsure what they were seeing. "It must be a trick of some kind," one suggested. As Jensen comforted Tom, Richard held his arm out again. "Show them," he told Kara.
Show them what a moored Sith's Aegil can do with magic alone. Kara looked into his eyes. Lord Thrall, do it. Show them so they understand. He turned to the men. Gather around closer so you can see that it does its terrible task with no visible means. Watch closely so that you can all see that it's magic alone doing its grisly work. Richard clenched his fist as he held the inside of his arm up for her to touch. Do it so that they can clearly see what it will do, otherwise it will be for nothing. Don't make me do this for nothing. Kara pressed her lips tight with the displeasure of his command. She looked once more at the resolve in his eyes. When she did, he could see in her blue eyes the pain it gave her to hold the Aegil. He clenched his teeth and nodded that he was ready. With an iron visage, she laid the Aegil against the inside of his forearm. It felt like lightning hit him. The touch of the Aegil was out of all proportion to what it would appear it should feel like. The thunderous jolt of pain shot up his arm. The shock of it slammed into his shoulder. It felt like the bones in his entire arm shattered. Teeth gritted, he held his trembling arm out as Kara slowly dragged the Aegil down toward his wrist. Blood-filled blisters rose in its wake. Blood gushed down his arm. Richard held his breath, kept his abdominal muscles tight as he went to one knee, not because he intended to, but because he couldn't remain standing under the weight of pain as he held his arm up for Kara as she pressed the Aegil to it. The men gasped as they watched, shocked at the blood, the obvious pain. They whispered their astonishment. Kara withdrew the weapon. Richard released the rigid tension in his muscles, bending forward as he panted, trying to catch his breath, trying to remain upright. Blood dripped off his fingers. Kaelin was there beside him with a small scarf Jensen pulled from a pocket. "Are you out of your mind?" she hissed heatedly as she wrapped his bleeding arm. "Thanks," he said in response to her care, not wanting to address her question. He couldn't make his fingers stop trembling. Kara had held little back. He was sure that she hadn't broken any bones, but it felt as if she had. He could feel tears of pain running down his face. When Kaelin finished, Kara put a hand under his arm and helped him to his feet. "The Mother Confessor is right," she growled under her breath. "You are out of your mind." Richard didn't argue the need of what he'd had her do, but instead turned to the men. He held his arm out. A wet crimson stain slowly grew along the length of the scarf bandage. "There is powerful magic for you. You can't see the magic, but you can see the results. That magic can kill, should Kara wish it." The men cast worried glances her way, viewing her with newfound respect. "But it could not harm you men, because you have no inability to interact with such magic. Only those born with the spark of the gift can feel the touch of an Aegil." The mood had changed. The sight of blood had sobered everyone. Richard paced slowly before the men. "I've given you the truth in all that I've told you. I've kept nothing important or relevant from you, nor will I. I've told you who I am, who you are, and how we've come to this point. If there is anything you wish to know, I'll give you my truthful answer." When Richard paused, the men looked around at one another, seeing if anyone would ask a question. No one did. "The time has come," Richard said, "for you men to decide your future and the future of your loved ones. Today is the day upon which that future hinges." Richard gestured toward Owen. "I know that Owen had a woman he loved, Marilee, who was taken away by the Order. I know that each of you has suffered great loss at the hands of the men of the Imperial Order. I don't know all your names yet, or the names of the loved ones taken from you, but please believe me when I tell you that I know such pain. While I understand how you came to the point where you thought you had no options but to poison me, it wasn't right for you to have done so." Many men looked away from Richard's gaze, casting their own downward. I'm going to give you a chance to set the proper course for yourselves and your loved ones." He let them consider this a moment before going on. "You men have passed many tests to make it this far, to have survived this long in such a brutal situation as you have all faced, but now you must make a choice." Richard rested a hand on the hilt of his sword. "I want to know where you've hidden the antidote to the poison you've given me." Worried looks spread through the crowd. Men glanced to the side, trying to judge the feelings of their fellows, trying to see what they would do. Owen, too, tried to gauge the reaction of his friends, but being just as uncertain as he, they offered no firm indication of what they wanted to do. Finally, he licked his lips and timidly asked a question. "If we say that we will tell you where the antidote is, will you agree to first give us your word that you will help us?" Richard resumed his measured pacing. The men nervously waited for his answer as they watched blood drip off his fingers, leaving a trail of crimson drops on the stone. "No," Richard said. "I will not allow you to link two separate issues. It was wrong to poison me. This is your chance to reverse that wrong. Linking it to any concession perpetuates the fallacy that it can somehow be justified. Telling me where you've hidden the antidote is the only proper thing for you to do now, and must be without condition. This is the day you must decide how you will live your future. Until you give me your decision, I will tell you nothing more." Some of the men looked on the verge of panic, some on the verge of tears. Owen prodded them all back away from Richard so that they could discuss it among themselves. "No," Richard said, his pacing coming to a halt. The men all fell silent and turned back toward him. "I don't want any of you coming to a decision because of what another says. I want each of you to give me your own personal decision." The men stared. A number spoke up all at once, wanting to know what he meant. "I want to know, without any preconditions, what each individual chooses to do. To free me of the poison, or to use it as a threat on my life to gain my cooperation. I want to know each man's choice." "But we must reach a consensus," one man said. "For what purpose?" Richard asked. "In order for our decision to be correct," he explained. "No proper decision about the right course of action in any important situation can be made without a consensus." "You are attempting to give moral authority to mob rule," Richard said. "But a consensus points to the proper moral judgment," another man insisted, "because it is the will of the people." "I see," Richard said. "So what you're saying is that if all of you men decide to rape my sister here, then it's a moral act because you have a consensus to rape her, and if I oppose you, I'm immoral for standing alone and failing to have a consensus behind me. That about the way you men see it?" The men shrank back in confused revulsion. One spoke up. "Well, no, not exactly." "Right and wrong are not the product of consensus," Richard said, cutting him off. "You are trying to make a virtue of mob rule. Rational moral choices are based on the value of life, not a consensus. A consensus can't make the sun rise at midnight, nor can it change a wrong into a right or the other way around. If something is wrong, it matters not if 1,000 other men are for it, you must still oppose it. If something is just, no amount of popular outcry should stay you from your course. I'll not hear any more of this empty gibberish about a consensus. You are not a flock of geese, you are men. I will know the mind of each of you." He gestured to the ground at their feet. "Everyone, pick up 2 pebbles." Richard watched as the bewildered men hesitantly bent and did his bidding. "Now," Richard said, "you will put either one or both pebbles in a closed fist. Each of you will come up to me, to the man you poisoned, and you will open your fist so that I can see your decision, but the others can't. 1 pebble will mean no. You will not tell me where the antidote is located unless I first pledge to try to free your people. 2 pebbles in your one fist will mean yes. You agree to tell me, without any precondition, where to find the antidote to the poison you've given me." "But what will happen if we agree to tell you?" one of the men asked. "Will you still give us our freedom?" Richard shrugged. "After each of you has given me your answer, you will all find out mine. If you tell me the location of the antidote, I may help you. Or, once I'm free of your poison, I may leave you and return to taking care of my own urgent problems. You will only find out after you've given me your answer. Now, turn away from your friends and put either 1 pebble in your fist for no or 2 pebbles to agree to reveal the location of the poison. When you've finished, come forward one at a time and open your hand to show me your own individual decision." The men milled around, casting sidelong glances at one another, but as he'd instructed, they refrained from discussing the matter. Each man finally set about privately slipping pebbles into his fist. As the men were occupied, Kara and Kalin moved in close around Richard. It looked like the two of them had been reaching conclusions of their own. Kara seized his arm. "Are you crazy?" she whispered in an angry tone. "You've both already asked me that today." "Lord Rahl, need I remind you that you once before called for a vote and it only got you into trouble? You said you would not do such a foolish thing again." "Kara is right," Kalin argued in a low voice so the men couldn't hear. "This time is different." "It's not different," Kara snapped. "It's trouble." "It's different," he insisted. "I've told them what's right and why. Now they must decide if they will choose to do the right thing or not." "You're allowing others to decide your future," Kalin said. "You're placing your fate in their hands." Richard let out a deep breath as he gazed into Kalin's green eyes, and then the icy blue eyes of the moored Sith. "I have to do this. Now let them come up and show me their decision." Kara stormed off to stand back by the statue of Kajarang. Kalin gave his arm a squeeze, offering her silent support, accepting his decision even if she didn't understand his reasons. A brief smile of appreciation was all he could manage before she turned and walked back to stand by Kara, Jensen, and Tom. Richard turned away, not wanting to let Kalin see how much pain he was in. The ache from the poison was slowly creeping back up his chest. Every breath hurt. His arm still trembled with the lingering ache of being touched by an Aegil. The worst, though, was the headache. He wondered if Kara could see it in his eyes. After all, the business of Mord Sith was pain. He knew he couldn't wait until after helping these men fight off the Order before getting the antidote to the poison. He had no idea how to rid their empire of the Imperial Order. He couldn't even rid his own empire of the invaders. Worse, though, he could feel that he was running out of time. His gift was giving him the headaches and, if not attended to, would eventually kill him. But worse, it was weakening him, allowing the poison to work faster. With each passing day, he was having more and more difficulty working past the poison. If he could get these men to agree to do this, to tell him where they'd hidden the antidote, then he might be able to recover it in time. If not, then his chance to live was as good as over. Chapter 44. The men milled around the top of the pass, some staring off into their own thoughts, some gazing up at the statue of Kajarang, the man who had banished their people. Some of the men snatched glimpses at their companions. Richard could see that they were aching to ask friends what they would do, but they kept to Richard's orders and didn't speak. Finally, when Richard stepped up before them, one of the younger men came forward. He had been one of the men eager to hear Richard's words. He'd looked as if he had listened carefully and considered the things Richard had told them. Richard knew that if this man said no, then there was no chance that any of the others would agree. When the young blonde-headed man opened his fist, 2 pebbles lay in his palm. Richard let out an inner sigh that at least one of the men had actually chosen to do the right thing. Another man came forward and opened his fist, showing 2 pebbles sitting in his palm. Richard nodded in acknowledgment without showing any reaction, and let him move aside. The rest of the men had lined up. Each stepped forward in turn and silently opened his hand. Each showed him 2 pebbles, showing that he would recant their death threat, and then moved off so that the next man could show his choice. Owen was the last in line. He looked up at Richard, pressed his lips tight, and then thrust out his hand. "You have done us no harm," he said, as he opened his fist. There in his palm lay 2 pebbles. "I don't know what will happen to us now," Owen said, "but I can see that we must not cause you harm because we are desperate for your help." Richard nodded. "Thank you." The sincerity in his voice brought smiles to many of the faces watching. "You have all showed 2 pebbles. I'm encouraged that you've all chosen to do the right thing. We now have common ground upon which to find a future course." The men looked around one another in surprise. They each cheerfully gathered in close to their friends, talking excitedly to one another about how they had all made the same decision. They looked gleeful that they were united in their decision. Richard moved back to where Kalin, Kara, Jensen, and Tom stood. "Satisfied?" he asked Kalin and Kara. Kara folded her arms. "What would you have done had they all chosen to keep the antidote's location a secret until after you helped them?" Richard shrugged. "I'd be no better off than I was, but no worse off either. I'd have to help them, but at least I would know that I dare not trust any of them." Kalin still didn't look pleased. And what if most of them would have said yes, but some stuck to their ways and said no? Richard looked into her resolute green eyes. "Then after the ones who agreed had told me where to find the antidote, I would have had to kill those who said no." Understanding the seriousness of his explanation, Kalin nodded. Kara smiled her satisfaction. Jensen looked shocked. "If any would have said no," he explained to Jensen, "then they would have been choosing to continue to enslave me, to hold a sentence of death over my head in order to manipulate my life to get what they wanted from me. I would never be able to trust them in what I must ask the rest of them to do. I couldn't trust our lives to such treachery, but now that's one less problem we have to worry about." Richard turned to the waiting men. "Each of you has decided to return my life to me." The faces watching him turned serious as they waited to hear what he would do now. Richard gazed down at the small figure of himself, at the sand trickling down, at the eerie black surface that had already descended over the top of the statue, like the underworld itself slowly claiming his life. His fingers left smears of blood across the surface of the figure. The clouds had lowered in around them, thickening so that the afternoon light seemed more like the gloom of dusk. Richard lowered the statue and looked back up at the men. "We will do our best to see if we can help you get rid of the order." A cheer rose into the thin, cold air. The men hooted their excitement as well as their relief. He hadn't yet seen any of them smile quite this broadly before. Those smiles, more than anything, revealed the depth of their wish to be free of the men of the order. Richard wondered how they would feel about it when he finally told them their part. He knew that as long as Nicholas the Slide was able to seek them out through the eyes of the races, he would remain a threat that would haunt them wherever they went and endanger all of their work to get the old world to rise up and overthrow the imperial order. More than that, though, Nicholas would be able to direct killers to find them. The thought of Nicholas seeing Kalin and knowing where to find her gave Richard chills. He had to eliminate Nicholas. It was possible that in doing so, in eliminating their leader, he would also help these people drive the order from their homes. Richard gestured for the men to gather in closer. "First, before we get to the matter of freeing your people, you need to show me where you've hidden the poison." Owen squatted down and selected a stone from nearby. With it, he scratched a chalky oval on the face of a flat spot in the rock. "Say that this line is the mountain surrounding Bandakar,"
He set the stone at the end of the oval closest to Richard. "Then this is the pass into our land, where we are now." He plucked 3 pebbles from the ground. "This is our town, Witherton, where we lived," he said, as he set the first pebble down not far from the rock that represented the pass. "There is antidote there." "And this is where all of you men were hiding?" Richard asked, as he circled a finger over the first pebble. "In the hills surrounding Witherton?" "Mostly to the south," Owen said, pointing to the area. He placed the second pebble near the middle of the oval. "Here there is another vial of antidote in this city here, called Houghton." He placed the third pebble near the edge of the oval. "Here is the third vial, in this city, Northwick." "So then," Richard summed up, "I just need to go to one of those 3 places and recover the antidote. Since your town is the smallest, that would probably be our best chance." Some of the men shook their heads, others looked away. Owen, looking troubled, touched each of the 3 pebbles. "I'm sorry, Lord Ralph, but one of these is not enough. Too much time has passed. Even 2 will be insufficient by now. The man who made the poison said that if too much time had passed, all 4 would be necessary to ensure a remedy. He said that if you did not immediately take the first antidote I brought, then it would only halt the poison for a while. He said that then the other 3 vials would all be needed. He said that in this case the poison would possibly go through 3 states. If you are to be free of the poison, you must drink all of the 3 remaining antidotes. If you don't, you will die." 3 states? What does that mean? "The first state will be pain in your chest. The second state will be dizziness that makes standing difficult." Owen looked away from Richard's gaze. "In the third state, the poison makes you blind." He looked up and touched a hand to Richard's arm as if to dispel his worry. "But taking 3 vials of the antidote will cure you, make you well." Richard wiped a weary hand across his brow. The pain in his chest told him that he was in the poison's first state. "How much time do I have?" Owen looked down as he straightened his sleeve. "I'm not sure, Lord Ralph. We have already taken a lot of time traveling this far since you had that first vial. I think we have no time to lose." "How much time?" Richard asked, in as calm a voice as he could manage. Owen swallowed. "To be truthful, Lord Ralph, I'm surprised that you are able to stand the pain from the first state of the poison. From what I was told, the pain would grow as time passed." Richard simply nodded. He didn't look up at Kalin. With soldiers of the Imperial Order occupying Bondakar, getting in to recover the antidote from one place sounded difficult enough, but retrieving it from all 3 places sounded beyond difficult. "Well, since time is short, I have a better idea," Richard said. "Make me more of the antidote. Then we won't have to worry about getting what you've hidden, and we can simply worry about how to best take on the men of the Order." Owen shrugged one shoulder. "We can't." "Why not?" Richard leaned in. "You made it before. You made the antidote that you hid. Make it again." Owen shrank back. "We can't." Richard took a patient breath. "Why not?" Owen pointed off at the small bag he'd brought, now lying to the side, the bag containing the fingers of 3 girls. "The father of those girls was the man who made the poison and made the antidote. He is the only one among us who knew how to make such complex things with herbs. We don't know how. We don't even know many of the ingredients he used. There may be others in the city who could make an antidote, but we don't know who they are, or if they are still alive. With men of the Order in those places, we wouldn't even be able to find these people. Even if we could, we don't know what was used to make up the poison, so they would not know how to make an antidote. The only chance you have to live is to recover the 3 vials of antidote." Richard's head was hurting so much that he didn't know if he could stand much longer. With only 3 vials in existence, and all 3 needed if he was to live, he had to get to them before anything happened to any one of them. Someone could find one and throw it out. They could be moved. They could be broken, the antidote draining away into the ground. With every breath he felt stitches of pain pull inside his chest. Panic gnawed at the edges of his thoughts. When Kaylin rested her hand on his shoulder, Richard laid a grateful hand over hers. "We will help you get the antidote, Lord Ral," one of the men said. Another nodded. "That's right. We will help you get it." The men all spoke up then, saying that they would all help to get the antidote so that Richard could rid himself of the poison. "Most of us have been to at least 2 of these places," Owen said. "Some of us have been to all 3. I hid the antidote, but I told the others the places, so we all know where it is. We know where we have to get in to recover it. We will tell you too." "Then that's what we'll do." Richard squatted down as he studied the stone map. "Where is Nicholas?" Owen leaned in and tapped the pebble in the center. "Here in Houghton is this man Nicholas." Richard looked up at Owen. "Don't tell me. You hid the antidote in the building where you saw Nicholas." Owen shrugged self-consciously. "At the time it seemed like a good idea. Now I wish I had thought better of it." Standing behind Richard, Kara rolled her eyes in disgust. "I'm surprised you didn't hand it to Nicholas and ask him to hold on to it for you." Appearing eager to change the subject, Owen pointed at the pebble representing Northwick. "In this city is where the Wise One is hiding. Maybe we can get help from the great speakers. Maybe the Wise One will give us his blessing, and then people will help us in our effort to rid our land of the Imperial Order." After all he'd learned about the people who lived beyond the boundary in Bandakar, Richard didn't think he could count on any meaningful help from them. They wanted to be free of marauding brutes, but condemned their only real means to be free. These men had at least proven a degree of resolve. These men would have to work to change other people's attitudes, but Richard had his doubts that they would garner much immediate help. "In order to accomplish what you men rightfully want, to eradicate the Order, or at least make them leave your homes, you are going to have to help. Kaylin, Kara, Jensen, Tom, and I aren't going to be able to do it alone. If it's to work, you men must help us." "What is it you wish us to do?" Owen asked. "We already said we will take you to these places where the antidote is hidden. What more can we do?" "You are going to have to help us kill the men of the Order." Instantly, heated protests erupted. All of the men talked at once, shaking his head, warding the notion with his hands. Although Richard couldn't make out all their words, their feelings about what he said were obvious enough. What words he did hear were all objections that they couldn't kill. Richard rose up. "You know what these men have done," he said in a powerful voice that brought them to silence. "You ran away so you wouldn't also be killed. You know how your people are being treated. You know what's being done to your loved ones in captivity." "But we can't harm another," Owen whined. "We can't." "It's not our way," another man added. "You banished criminals through the boundary," Richard said. "How did you make them go through if they refused?" "If we had to," one of the older men said, "a number of us would hold him so that he could harm no one. We would tie his hands and bear him to the boundary. We would tell such a banished man that he must go out of our land. If he still refused, we would carry him to a long, steep place in the rock where we would lay him down and push him feet first so that he would slide down the rock and go beyond. Once we did this, they weren't able to return." Richard wondered at the lengths these people went to not to harm the worst animals among them. He wondered how many had to suffer or die at the hands of such criminals before the people of Bandakar were sufficiently motivated to take what were to them extreme measures. "We understand much of what you have told us," Owen said, "but we cannot do what you ask. We would be doing wrong. We have been raised not to harm another." Richard snatched up the bag with the girl's fingers and shook it at the men. "Every one of your loved ones back there is thinking of nothing but being saved. Can any of you even imagine their terror?
I know what it's like to be tortured, to feel helpless and alone, to feel like you will never escape. In such a situation, you want nothing more than for it to stop. You would do anything for it to stop.
That's why we needed you, an older man said. You must do this. You must rid us of the order.
I told you I can't do it alone. With an arm wrapped in a bloody bandage, Richard gestured emphatically. Surrendering your will to the men of the order who would do such things as this solves nothing. It simply adds more victims. The men of the order are evil. You must fight back.
But if only you would talk to those men like you talk to us, they would see their misguided ways. They would change then.
No, they won't. Life doesn't matter to them. They've made their choice to torture, rape, and kill. Our only chance to survive, our only chance to have a future is to destroy them.
We can't harm another person, one of the men said. It's wrong to harm another, Owen agreed.
It's always immoral to hurt, much less kill another person, a middle-aged man said to the mumbled agreement of his fellows.
Those who do wrong are obviously in pain and need our understanding, not our hate. Hate will only invite hate. Violence will only begin a cycle of violence that never solves anything.
Richard felt as if the ground he had gained with these men was slipping away from him. He was about to run his fingers back through his hair when he saw that they were covered in blood. He dropped his arm and shifted his approach.
You poisoned me to get me to kill these men. By that act, you've already proven that you accept the reality that it's sometimes necessary to kill in order to save innocent lives. That's why you wanted me. You can't hold a belief that it's wrong to harm another and at the same time coerce me to do it for you. That's simply killing by proxy. We need our freedom, one of them said. We thought that maybe because of your command as a ruler you could convince these men, for fear of you, to leave us be.
That's why you have to help me. You just said it. For fear of me. You must help me in this so that the threat, the fear, is credible. If they don't believe the threat is real, then why would they leave your land? One of the others folded his arms.
We thought you might rid us of the order without violence, without killing. But it is up to you to do such killing if that is your way. We cannot kill. From our very beginning our ancestors have taught us that killing is wrong. You must do this.
Another, nodding his agreement, said,
It's your duty to help those who cannot bring themselves to do what you can do.
Duty. The polite name put to the chains of servitude. Richard turned away, closing his eyes as he squeezed his temples between fingers and thumb. He'd thought that he was beginning to get through to these men. He'd thought he would be able to get them to think for themselves, in their own best interest, rather than to function spontaneously according to the rote dictates of their indoctrination. He could hardly believe that after all he'd told them, these men would still rather have their loved ones endure torture and brutal murder than harm the men committing the crimes. By refusing to face the nature of reality, these men were willingly giving the good over to evil, life over to death. He realized then that it was even more basic than that. In the most fundamental sense, they were willingly choosing to reject the reality of evil. Deep inside him, every breath pulled a stitch of pain. He had to get the antidote. He was running out of time. But that alone would not solve his problems. His gift was killing him just as surely as the poison. He felt so sick from the pounding pain of his headache that he thought he might throw up. Even the magic of his sword was failing him. Richard feared the poison, but in a more central way, he feared the encroaching death from within, from his gift. The poison, as dangerous as it was, had a clearly defined cause and cure. With his gift, he felt lost. Richard looked back into Kalen's troubled eyes. He could see that she had no solution to offer. She stood in a weary pose, her arm hanging straight with the weight of the warning beacon that seemed to tell him only that he was dying but offered no answers. Its whole reason for being was to call him to a proclaimed duty to help replace the boundary, as if his life was not his own, but belonged to anyone who laid claim to it by shackling him with a declaration of duty. That concept, duty, was no less a poison than that which these men had given him, a call to sacrifice himself. Richard took the small statue from Kalen's hand and stared down at it. The inky black had already enveloped half the length of the figure. His life was being consumed. The sand continued to trickle away. His time was running out. The stone figure of Kaja Rang, the long-dead wizard who had summoned him with the warning beacon and charged him with an impossible task, loomed over him as if in silent rebuke. Behind him, the men huddled close, affirming to one another their beliefs, their ways, their responsibility to their ancient ideals, that the men of the order were acting as they were because they were misguided and could still be reformed. They spoke of the Wise One and all the great speakers who had committed them to the path of peace and nonviolence. They all reaffirmed the belief that they must follow the path that had been laid down for them from the very beginning by their land's founders, their ancestors, who had given them their customs, their beliefs, their values, their way of living. Trying to elevate these men to understand what was right and necessary seemed as difficult as trying to lift them by a slender thread. That thread had broken. Richard felt trapped by the deluded convictions of these people, by their poison, by the headaches, by Nicholas hunting them, and by a long-dead wizard who had reached out from the underworld to try to enslave him to a long-dead duty. Anger welling up inside him, Richard cocked his arm and heaved the warning beacon at the statue of Kaja Rang. The men ducked as the small figure shot by just above their heads to shatter against the stone base of the statue. Amber fragments and inky black shards flew in every direction. The sand from inside splattered in a stain across the front of the granite pedestal. The cowering men fell silent. Overhead, wisps trailing from the sullen clouds drifted by, almost close enough to reach up and touch. A few icy flakes of snow floated along in the still air. All around, a frigid fog had moved in to envelop the surrounding mountains, leaving the top of the pass with the stone sentinels seeming isolated and otherworldly, as if this were all there was to existence. Richard stood in the dead quiet at the center of everyone's attention. The words written in Haidaharan on the statue's base echoed through Richard's mind. Fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see. The Haidaharan words streamed again and again through his mind. The translation of those words just didn't feel right. Dear spirits, Richard whispered in sudden realization, I had it wrong. That's not what it says. Chapter 45. Kalen felt as if her heart were being crushed by the ordeal these men were putting Richard through. Just when she'd thought he had gotten them to understand the truth of what was needed, it seemed to have slipped away as the men reverted to their willful blindness. Richard, though, seemed almost to have forgotten the men. He stood staring at where the warning beacon had shattered against the statue. Kalen stepped closer to him and whispered, What do you mean you had it wrong and that's not what it says? What are you talking about? The translation, he said, in what sounded like startled comprehension. He stood motionless, facing the towering statue of Kaja Rang. Remember how I told you that it was an odd way to phrase what it said? Kalen glanced to the statue and then back to Richard. Yes. It wasn't odd at all. I just had it wrong. I was trying to make it say what I thought it would say, that those beyond couldn't see magic instead of just seeing what was before me. What I told you before isn't what it says. When his voice trailed off, Kalin reached up and gripped his arm to draw his attention. "What do you mean that's not what it says?" Richard gestured toward the statue. "I see what I did wrong with the phrasal sequence, why I was having trouble with it. I told you I wasn't sure of the translation. I was right to have doubts. It doesn't say, 'Fear any breach of the seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see.'" Jensen leaned in close beside Kalin. "Are you sure?" Richard looked back at the statue, his voice distant. "I am now." Kalin pulled on his arm, making him look at her. "So what does it say?" His gray eyes met her gaze briefly before turning to the eyes of the statue of Kajarong staring off at the pillars of creation, at his final safeguard protecting the world from these people. Instead of answering her, he started away. The men parted as Richard strode toward the statue. Kalin stayed close on his heels, Kara following in her wake. Jensen gathered up Betty's rope and pulled her along. The men, already backing out of the way for Richard, kept a wary eye on the goat and her mistress as they passed. Tom stayed where he was, keeping a careful but unobtrusive watch over all the men. At the statue, Richard swiped the dusting of snow off the ledge, revealing again the words carved in high Daharan. Kalin watched his eyes moving along the line of words, reading them to himself. He had a kind of excitement in his movements that told her he was racing after an important quarry. For the moment, she could also see that his headache was gone. She couldn't understand the way it ebbed from time to time, but she was relieved to see strength in the way he moved. Hands spread on the stone, leaning on his arms, he looked up from the words. Without the headache, there was a vibrant clarity in his gray eyes. "Part of this story has been puzzling," he said. "I understand now. It doesn't say, 'Fear any breach of this seal to the empire beyond, for beyond is evil, those who cannot see.'" Jensen's nose wrinkled. "It doesn't? You mean it wasn't meant to be about these pristinely ungifted people?" "Oh, it was about them, all right, but not in that respect." Richard tapped a finger to the carved words. "It doesn't say, 'For beyond is evil, those who cannot see,' but something profoundly different. It says, 'Fear any breach of the seal to the empire beyond, for beyond are those who cannot see evil.'" Kalin's brow drew down. "Those who cannot see evil." Richard lifted his bandaged arm up toward the figure towering over them. "That's what Kajarong feared most. Not those who couldn't see magic, but those who could not see evil. That's his warning to the world." He aimed a thumb back over his shoulder, indicating the men behind him. "That's what this is all about." Kalin was taken aback and a little perplexed. "Do you think it might be that because these people can't see magic, they also can't recognize evil?" she asked. "Or that because of the way they're different, they simply don't have the ability to conceive of evil? In much the same way they can't conceive of objective magic as having nothing to do with mysticism?" "That might in part be what Kajarong thought," Richard said, "but I don't." "Are you so sure?" Jensen asked. "Yes." Before Kalin could make him explain, Richard turned to the men. "Here in stone, Kajarong left a warning for the world. Kajarong's warning is about those who cannot see evil. Your ancestors were banished from the New World because they were pristinely ungifted. But this man, this powerful wizard, Kajarong, feared them for something else, their ideas. He feared them because they refused to see evil. That's what made your ancestors so dangerous to the people of the Old World." "How could that be?" a man asked. "Thrown together and banished to a strange place, the Old World, your ancestors must have clung desperately to one another. They were so afraid of rejection, of banishment, that they avoided rejecting one of their own. It developed into a strong belief that no matter what, they should not try to condemn anyone. For this reason, they rejected the concept of evil for fear they would have to judge someone. Judging someone as evil meant they would have to face the problem of removing them from their midst. In their flight from reality, they justified their practices by settling on the fanciful notion that nothing is real, and so no one can know the nature of reality. That way, they wouldn't have to admit that someone was evil. Better to deny the existence of evil than have to eliminate the evildoer in their midst. Better to turn a blind eye to the problem, ignore it, and hope it went away. If they admitted the reality of evil, then eliminating the evildoer was the only proper action. So, by extension, since they had been banished, they thought that they must have been banished because they were evil. Their solution was to simply discard the entire concept of evil. An entire belief structure developed around this core. Kajarang may have thought that because they were pristinely ungifted and couldn't see magic, they also couldn't see evil. But what he feared was the infection of their beliefs spreading to others. Thinking requires effort. These people offered beliefs that needed no thought, but merely adopting some noble-sounding phrases. It was, in fact, an arrogant dismissal of the power of man's mind, an illusion of wisdom that spurned the requirement of any authentic effort to understand the world around them or the nuisance of validation. Such simplistic solutions, such as unconditionally rejecting all violence, are especially seductive to the undeveloped minds of the young, many of whom would have eagerly adopted such disordered reasoning as a talisman of enlightenment. When they began fanatically espousing these empty tenets to others, it probably set off the alarm for Kajarang. With the spread of such ideas, with the kind of rabid hold it has over some people, such as it has over you men, Kajarang and his people saw how, if such beliefs ran free, it would eventually bring anarchy and ruin by sanctioning evil to stalk among their people, just as it leaves you men defenseless against the evil of the imperial order now come among you. Kajarang saw such beliefs for what they were, embracing death rather than life. The regression from true enlightenment into the illusion of insight spawned disorder, becoming a threat to all of the old world, raising the specter of a descent into darkness. Richard tapped his finger on the top of the ledge. There is other writing up here around the base that suggests as much, and what became the eventual solution. Kajarang had those who believed these teachings collected, not only all the pristinely ungifted banished from the New World, but also the rabid believers who had fallen under their delusional philosophy and banished the whole lot of them. The first banishment from the New World down to the Old was unjust. The second banishment, from the Old World to the land beyond here, had been earned. Jensen, twiddling the frayed end of Betty's rope, looked dubious. "Do you really think there were others banished along with those who were pristinely ungifted? That would mean there were a great many people. How could Kajarang have made all these people go along? Didn't they resist? How did Kajarang make them all go? Was it a bloody banishment?" The men were nodding to her questions, apparently wondering the same thing. "I don't believe that High Daharan was a common language among the people, not down here anyway. I suspect that it was a dying language only used among certain learned people, such as wizards." Richard gestured to the land beyond. Kajarang named these people Bandakar, the banished. I don't think the people knew what it meant. Their empire was not called the Pillars of Creation or some name referring only to the ungifted. The writing here suggests that it was because it was not only the pristinely ungifted who were banished, but all those who believed as they did. They all were Bandakar, the banished. They thought of themselves, of their beliefs, as enlightened. Kajarang played on that, flattering them, telling them that this place had been set aside to protect them from a world not ready to accept them. He made them feel that, in many ways, they were being put here because they were better than anyone else. Not given to reasoned thinking, these people were easily beguiled in this fashion and duped into cooperating with their own banishment. According to what's hinted at in the writing here around the statue's base, they went happily into their promised land. Once confined to this place, marriage and subsequent generations spread the pristinely ungifted trait throughout the entire population of Bandakar. And Kajarong really believed they were such a terrible threat to the rest of the people of the old world? Jensen asked. Again, men nodded, apparently in satisfaction that she had asked the question. Kalin suspected that Jensen might have asked the question on behalf of the men. Richard gestured up at the statue of Kajarong. Look at him. What's he doing? He's symbolically standing watch over the boundary he placed here. He's guarding this pass, watching over a seal keeping back what lies beyond. In his eternal vigilance, his hand holds a sword, ever at the ready, to show the magnitude of the danger. The people of the old world felt such gratitude to this important man that they built this monument to honor what he had done for them, in protecting them from beliefs they knew would have imperiled their society. The threat was no trifling matter. Kajarong watches over this boundary even in death. From the world of the dead, he sent me a warning that the seal had been breached. Richard waited in the tense silence until all the men looked back at him before he quietly concluded. Kajarong banished your ancestors not only because they couldn't see magic, but more importantly because they couldn't see evil. In restless disquiet, the men glanced about at their companions. But what you call evil is just a way of expressing an inner pain, one of them said, more as a plea than as an argument. That's right, another told Richard. Saying someone is evil is prejudiced thinking. It's a way of belittling someone already in pain for some reason. Such people must be embraced and taught to shed their fears of their fellow man, and then they will not strike out in violent ways. Richard swept his glare across all the watching faces. He pointed up at the statue. Kajarong feared you because you are dangerous to everyone, not because you are ungifted, but because you embrace evil with your teachings. In so doing, in trying to be kind, to be unselfish, in trying to be non-judgmental, you allow evil to become far more powerful than it otherwise would. You refuse to see evil, and so you welcome it among you. You allow it to exist. You give it power over you. You are a people who have welcomed death and refused to denounce it. You are an empire naked to the shadow of evil. After a moment of thick silence, one of the older men finally spoke up. This belief in evil, as you call it, is a very intolerant attitude and is far too simplistic a judgment. It's nothing less than an unfair condemnation of your fellow man. None of us, not even you, can judge another. Kalin knew that Richard had a great deal of patience but very little tolerance. He had been very patient with these men. She could see that he had reached the end of his tolerance. She half expected him to draw his sword. He walked among the men, his raptor glare moving individuals back as he passed. Your people think of themselves as enlightened, as above violence. You are not enlightened. You are merely slaves awaiting a master, victims awaiting killers. They have finally come for you. Richard snatched up the small bag and stood before the last man who had spoken aloud. Open your hand. The man glanced to those at his sides. Finally, he held his hand out. Richard reached into the bag and then placed a small finger, its flesh withered and stained with dried blood, in the man's hand. The man obviously didn't want the little finger sitting in the palm of his hand, but after he looked up into Richard's withering glower, he said nothing and made no attempt to rid himself of the gory trophy. Richard walked among the men, ordering random men to open their hands. Kalin recognized the ones he selected as men who had objected to the things he was trying to do to help them. He placed a finger in each upturned hand until the bag was empty. What you hold in your hand is the result of evil, Richard said. You men all know the truth of it. You all knew evil was loose in your land. You all wanted that to change. You all wanted to be rid of evil. You all wanted to live. You all wanted your loved ones to live. You all had hoped to do it without having to face the truth. I have tried to explain things to you so that you could understand the true nature of the battle we all face. Richard straightened the baldric over his shoulder. I am done explaining. You wanted me brought to your land? You have accomplished your goal. Now you are going to decide if you will follow through with what you know to be right. Richard again stood before them, his back straight, his chin held high, his scabbard gleaming in the gloomy light, his black tunic trimmed in gold standing out in sharp contrast against the fog-shrouded mountains behind him. He looked like nothing so much as the Lord Rahl. He was as commanding a figure as Callan had ever seen. After Richard and Callan's beginning so long ago, when they had struck out from those secluded woods of his, Richard had turned the world upside down. From the beginning he had always been at the heart of their struggle, and was now the ruler of an empire, even if that endangered empire was largely a mystery to him, as was his gift. His cause, though, was crystal clear. Together, Callan and Richard were at the center of the storm of a war that had engulfed their world. It had now engulfed these men and their land. Many people saw Richard as their only salvation. Richard seemed forever trying to prove them wrong. For many others, though, he was the single most hated man alive. For them, Richard sought to give them cause. He told people that their life was their own. The Imperial Order wanted him dead for that, more than for any blow he had dealt them. This is the way things are going to be, Richard finally said, in a voice of quiet authority. You will surrender your land and your loyalty to the Daharan Empire, or you will be the subjects of the Imperial Order. Those are your only two choices. There are no others. Like it or not, you must choose. If you refuse to make a choice, events will decide for you, and you will likely end up in the hands of the Imperial Order. Make no mistake, they are evil hands. With the Order, if you are not murdered, you will be slaves and treated as such. I think you know very well what that entails. Your lives will have no value to them except as slaves, called upon to help them spread their evil. As part of the Daharan Empire, your lives will be your own. I will expect you to rise up and live them as the individuals you are, not as some speck of dirt in a pit of filth you have dug yourselves into. The seal to your hiding place, to the Bandakaran Empire, has failed. I don't know how to repair it, nor would I if I could. There is no more Empire of Bandakar. There is no way to allow you to be who you were and to protect you. Maybe the Order can be thrown out of your land, but they cannot be effortlessly kept out, for it is their ideas that have come to destroy you. So choose, slaves or free men. Life as either will not be easy. I think you know what life as slaves will be like. As free men, you will have to struggle, work, and think, but you will have the rewards that brings, and those rewards will be yours and no one else's. Freedom must be won, but then it has to be guarded, lest those like the Order come again to enslave those wishing for someone else to do their thinking. I am the Lord Rahl. I intend to go get the antidote to the poison you've given me. If you men choose to be part of this struggle, to rid yourselves and your loved ones of evil, then I will help you. If you choose not to stand with us, then you may go back and let the Order do with you what they will, or you can run. If you run, you may survive for a time, as you have been doing, but because that is not the way you wish to live, you will die as frightened animals, never having lived what life has to offer. So choose. But if you choose to stand with me against evil, then you will have to relinquish your self-imposed blindness and open your eyes to look around at life. You will have to see the reality of the world around you. There is good and bad in the world. You will have to use your minds to judge which is which, so that you can seek the good and reject the bad. If you choose to stand with me, I will do my best to answer any honest question and try to teach you how to triumph against the men of the order and those like them. But I will not suffer your mindless teachings that are nothing more than a calculated rejection of life. Take a look at the bloody fingers you and your friends hold. Look at what was done to children by evil men. You should hate such men who would do this. If you don't or can't, then you have no business being with those of us who embrace life. I want each of you to think about those children, about their terror, their pain, their wish not to be hurt. Think of what it was like for them to be alone and in the hands of evil men. You should rightfully hate the men who would do such things. Hold tight to that righteous hatred, for that is the hatred of evil. I intend to recover the antidote so that I can live. In the process, I also intend to kill as many of those evil men as I can. If I go alone, I may succeed in getting the antidote, but alone I will not succeed in liberating your homes from the imperial order. If you choose to go with me, to help in this struggle, we may have a chance. I don't know what I face there, so I can't honestly tell you that we have a good chance. I can only tell you that if you don't help me, then there is likely no chance. Richard held up a finger. Make no mistake. If you choose to join us, and we take up this struggle, some of us will probably die. If we do not, all of us will die, not necessarily in body, but in spirit. Under such rule as the order has shown you, no one lives, even though their bodies might for a time endure the misery of life as slaves. Under the order, every soul withers and dies. The men were silent as Richard paused to meet their gazes. Most could not look away, while some seemed shamed, and so they stared at the ground. If you choose to side with me in this struggle, Richard said with deliberate care, you will be called upon to kill men of the order, evil men. If you once thought that I enjoyed killing, let me assure you that you are very wrong. I hate it. I do it to defend life. I would never expect you to relish killing. It is a necessity to do it, not to enjoy doing it. I expect you to relish life and do what is necessary to preserve it. Richard picked up one of the items lying off to the side that they had made while waiting for Tom and Owen to bring the men up into the pass. It looked like little more than a stout stick. It was, in fact, made of oak limbs. It was rounded at the back to fit the hand, narrow at a point in the middle, and pointed at the other end. You men don't have weapons. While we waited for you to arrive, we've made some. He waggled his fingers, requesting Tom to come forward. Men of the order won't recognize these as weapons, at first anyway. If questioned, you should tell them that they're used to make holes in the ground to plant crops. With his left hand, Richard seized Tom's shirt at his shoulder to hold him and demonstrated the weapon's use by slowly showing how it would be thrust upward toward a man's middle just under his ribs to stab him. Some faces among the men twisted with revulsion. This can most easily be driven up into a man's soft part, up in under his ribs, Richard told them. Once you thrust it in, give it a quick sideways twist to break it off at the narrow point. That way the man won't be able to pull it out. With such a thing lodged in his insides, if he can even stand, he won't be running after you or trying to wrestle you. You'll be better able to get away. One of the men lifted a hand. But a piece of wood like that will be wet and wouldn't break. Many of the wood fibers will just bend over, leaving the handle end attached. Richard tossed the weapon to the man. After he caught it, he said, "Look at the middle, where it's cut to a narrow neck. You'll see that it's been held over a fire and dried for that very reason. Notice the pointed end, too.
you'll see that it's been cut and split into 4 sections with the points bent open like a flower bud, so that as it's thrust into an enemy, it has a good chance to break open, the 4 sides going in different directions to do more damage. With that one thrust, it will be like stabbing him 4 times. When you snap it off in him, he won't be able to fight you, because every move he makes will wrench those long oak splinters through his vulnerable insides. If it doesn't hit something vital and kill him immediately, he's certainly likely to die within the day. While he's dying, he'll be screaming in agony and fear. I want such evil men to know that the pain and death they inflict on others will be coming for them. That fear will cause them to begin to think of running. It will make them lose sleep, wear them down, so that when we do get to them, they'll be easier to kill. Richard picked up another item. This is a small crossbow. He held it high for the men to see as he pointed out its features. As you can see, the bowstring is locked back on this nut. A stout bolt is laid in this groove here. Pulling this lever rotates the nut, releasing the string and firing the bolt. It isn't fancy, and you men aren't experienced at using such weapons, but at close range you don't have to be all that good a shot. I've started a number of crossbows and have a whole pile of stocks and parts made. With the items that you men brought back, we can finish making them. They're rather crude, and as I said, they won't be good at much of a distance, but they are small, and you can hide them under a cloak. No matter how big and strong the enemy is, the smallest of you can kill him. Not even his chain-mail armor will protect against such a weapon fired at close range. I can promise you that they will be very deadly. Richard showed the men hardwood clubs they would stud with nails. Such weapons could also be concealed. He showed them a simple cord with a small wooden handle at each end that was used to strangle a man from behind when stealth was paramount. As we take these men, we'll be able to get other weapons, knives, axes, maces, swords. "But, Lord Rall," Owen said, looking beside himself with worry, "even if we were to agree to join you in this, we are not fighters. These men of the Order are brutes who are experienced at such things. We would stand no chance against them." The others voiced their worried agreement. Richard shook his head as he held up his hands for them to be quiet. "Look at those fingers you hold. Ask yourselves what chance those little girls had against such men. Ask yourselves what chance your mothers, your sisters, your wives, your daughters have. You are the only hope for these people. You are the only hope for yourselves. Most likely, you men would not stand a chance against such men either. But I have no intention of fighting them as you're thinking. That's a good way to get killed." Richard pointed at one of the younger men. "What is it we want? The reason you came to get me?" The man looked confused. "To get rid of the men of the Order?" "Yes," Richard said. "That's right. You want to be rid of murderers. The last thing you want is to fight them." The men gestured at the weapons Richard had shown them. "But these things—" "These men are murderers. Our task is to execute them. We want to avoid fights. If we fight them, we risk being hurt or killed. I am not saying that we won't have to fight them, but that isn't our goal. There will be times when there may be limited numbers of them, and we can be sure that with surprise we can take them out before a fight has a chance to erupt. Keep in mind that these men have been conditioned to none of your people putting up any resistance. We hope to kill them before it occurs to them to draw a weapon. But if we don't have to face them, all the better. Our goal is to kill them, to kill every one of them we can. Kill them when they sleep, when they are looking the other way, when they are eating, when they are talking, when they are drinking, when they are out for a stroll. They are evil. We must kill them, not fight them." Owen threw up his hands. "But, Lord Rall, if we were to start killing them, they would take revenge on all the people they have."
Richard watched the men, waiting until he was sure everyone was paying attention. "You have just recognized the reality that they are evil. You're right. They will probably start killing captives as a way to convince you to surrender. But they are killing them now. Over time, if left to do as they will, the killing they do will be on a vast scale. The faster we kill them, the sooner it's over, and the sooner the murder will stop. Some people will lose their lives because of what we do, but in doing it we will free all the rest. If we do nothing, then we condemn those innocent people to the mercy of evil, and evil grants no mercy. As I've said before, you can't negotiate with evil, you must destroy it." A man cleared his throat. "Lord Rall, some of our people have sided with the men of the Order, believed their words. They will not want us to harm the men of the Order." Richard let out a heavy breath. He turned away for a moment, gazing off into the gloom, before turning his attention once more to the men. "I've had to kill people I knew my whole life because they sided with the Order, much the same as you are saying. They came to believe the men of the Imperial Order, and because I was opposed to the Order, they tried to kill me. It's a terrible thing to have to kill someone like that, someone you know. I believe the alternative is worse." "The alternative?" the man asked. "Yes, letting them murder me. That's the alternative. Losing your life and losing the cause for which you fight, the lives of your loved ones." Richard's expression had turned grave. "If some of your people have joined with the Order, or work to protect them, then it may be that you could end up facing them. It will be their life or yours. It could even mean the lives of the rest of us. If they side with evil, then we must not allow them to stop us from eliminating evil. This is part of what you must weigh in your decision to join us or not. If you take up this struggle, you must accept that you may have to kill people you know. You must weigh this in the choice you will make." The men no longer seemed shocked by his words. They looked solemn as they listened. Kaelin saw small birds flitting past, looking to roost for the night. The sky, the icy fog, was getting darker. She scanned the sky, ever watchful for black-tipped races. With the weather in the pass so dreadful, she doubted they would be around. The fog, at least, was comforting for that reason. Richard looked exhausted. She knew how hard it was for her to breathe in the high, thin air, so it had to be far worse for him. She feared now, because of the poison, the thin air robbed Richard of his strength. They needed to be down out of the high pass. "I have told you the truth and all I can for now," Richard told the men. "Your future is now up to each of you." He quietly asked Kara, Jensen, and Tom to collect their things. He put a gentle hand on Kaelin's back as he turned to the men and gestured down the hill. "We're going back down to our camp in those woods. You men decide what you will do. If you are with us, then come down there in the protection of the trees, where the races won't be able to spot us when the weather lifts. We will need to finish making the weapons you will carry. If any of you choose not to join us, then you're on your own. I plan not to be here at this camp for long. If the Order captures you, they will likely torture you, and I don't want to be anywhere nearby when you scream your lungs out as you reveal where our camp was." The forlorn men stood huddled in a group. "Lord Rall," Owen asked, "you mean we must choose now?" "I've told you all I can. How much longer can those being tortured, raped, and murdered wait for you? If you wish to join us and be part of life, then come down to our camp. If you choose not to be on our side, then I wish you luck. But please don't try to follow us or I'll have to kill you. I was once a woods guide. I will know if any of you follow us." One of the men, the one who had been the first to show Richard 2 pebbles to say that he would reveal the location of the antidote, stepped forward, away from the rest of the men. "Lord Rall, my name is Anson." Tears filled his blue eyes. "I wanted you to know that, to know who I am. I am Anson." Richard nodded.
All right, Anson.
Thank you for opening my eyes. I've always had some of the thoughts that you explained. Now I understand why, and I understand the darkness kept over my eyes. I don't want to live like that anymore. I don't want to live by words that don't mean anything, and I don't want the men of the Order to control my life. My parents were murdered. I saw my father's body hanging from a pole. He never hurt anyone. He did nothing to deserve such a murder. My sister was taken. I know what those men are doing to her. I can't sleep at night thinking about it, thinking about her terror. I want to fight back. I want to kill these evil men. They've earned death. I want to grind them into dust, as you have said. I choose to join with you and fight to gain my freedom. I want to live free. I want those I love to live free.
Kalin was stunned to hear one of them say such things, especially without first consulting with the rest of the men. She had watched the eyes of the other men as Anson spoke. They all listened keenly to everything Anson said. Richard smiled as he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. "Welcome to Dahara, Anson. Welcome home. We can use your help." He pointed off at Kara and Tom picking up the weapons they'd brought to show the men. "Why don't you help them take those things back down to our camp?" Anson grinned his agreement. The soft-spoken young man had broad shoulders and a thickly muscled neck. He was genial, but looked determined. If she were in the Imperial Order, Kalin would not want to see such a powerfully built man coming after her. Anson eagerly tried to take the load from Kara's arms. She wouldn't relinquish it, so he picked up the rest of the things and followed Tom down the hill. Jensen went along too, pulling Betty behind by her rope, tugging for the first few steps because Betty wanted them to stay with Richard and Kalin. The other men watched as Anson started down the hill with Kara, Tom, and Jensen. Then they moved off to the side, away from the statue, while they whispered among themselves, deciding what they would do. Richard glanced at the figure of Kajarong before starting down the hill. Something seemed to catch his eye. "What's the matter?" Richard pointed. "That writing on the face of the pedestal below his feet." Kalin knew there had been no writing in that spot before, and she was still too far away to really tell if she could see writing in the flecked granite. She glanced back to see the others making their way down the hill, but instead followed Richard when he started toward the statue. The men were still off to the side, busily engaged in their discussion. She could see the spot on the face of the pedestal where the warning beacon had shattered. The sand from inside the statue representing Richard was still splattered across the face of the pedestal. As they got closer, she could hardly believe what she was beginning to see. It looked as if the sand had eroded the stone to reveal lettering. The words had not been there before. That much she was sure of. Kalin knew a number of languages, but she didn't know this one. She recognized it, though. It was High Daharan. She hugged her arms to herself in the chill wind that had come up. The somber clouds stirred restlessly. She peered around at the imposing mountains, many hidden by a dark shroud of fog. Swirling curtains of snow obscured other slopes in the distance. Through a small, brief opening in the wretched weather, the valley she could see off through the pass offered the promise of green and warmth. And the Imperial Order. Kalin, close beside Richard, wished he could put a warm arm around her. She watched as he stared at the faint letters in the stone. He was being far too quiet for her peace of mind. "Richard," she whispered, leaning close to him, "what does it say?" Transfixed, he ran his fingers slowly, lightly over the letters, his lips soundlessly pronouncing the High Daharan words. "Wizard's 8th rule," Richard whispered in translation. "Talga Vasternich." Chapter 46. Following behind the messenger, Verna stepped aside as a tight pack of horses raced by.
Their bellies were caked with mud, their nostrils flared with excitement. The eyes of the cavalry soldiers bent over their withers showed grim determination. With the constant level of activity of recent weeks, she had to maintain a careful vigil whenever she stepped out of a tent, lest she be run down by one thing or another. If it wasn't horses charging through camp, it was men at a run. "Just up ahead," the messenger said over his shoulder. Verna nodded to his young face as he glanced back. He was a polite young man. His curly blonde hair and his mannerly behavior combined to remind her of Warren. She was defenseless against the wave of pain that cut through her with the memory of Warren being gone, at the emptiness of each day. She couldn't remember this messenger's name. There were so many young men it was hard to recall all their names. Though she tried her best, she couldn't keep track of them. At least for a while now, they hadn't been dying at a terrifying rate. As harsh as the winters were up in Dahara, such weather had at least been a respite from the battles of the previous summer, from the constant fighting and dying. With summer again upon them, she didn't think that the relative quiet was going to last much longer. For now, the passes held against the imperial order. In such narrow and confined places, the enemy's weight of numbers didn't mean so much. If only one man would fit through a narrow hole in a stone wall, it meant little that there were 100 waiting behind him to go through, or 1,000. Defending against one man, as it were, was not the impossible task that it was trying to fight the onslaught of Jigang's entire force. When she heard the distant thunder, felt it rolling through the ground, she glanced up at the sky. The sun had not made an appearance in 2 days. She didn't like the looks of the clouds building against the slopes of the mountains. It looked like they could be in for a nasty storm. The sound might not have been thunder. It was possible that it was magic the enemy hammered against the shields across the passes. Such battering would do them no good, but it made for uneasy sleeping. So, if for no other reason, they kept at it. Some of the men and the officers passing in the other direction gave her a nod in greeting, or a smile, or a small wave. Verna didn't see any Sisters of the Light. Many would be at the passes tending shields, making sure none of the Imperial Order soldiers could get through. Zed had taught them to consider every possibility, no matter how outlandish, and guard against it. Day and night, Verna ran every one of those places through her mind, trying to think if there was anything they had overlooked, anything they had missed, that might allow the enemy forces to flood in upon them. If that happened, if they broke through, then there was nothing to stop their advance into Dahara except the defending army, and the defending army was no match for the numbers on the other side of those mountains. She couldn't think of any chink in their armor, but she worried constantly that there might be one. It seemed that the final battle might be on them at any moment. And where was Richard? Prophecy said that he was vital in the battle to decide the future course of mankind. With it appearing that they very well could be one battle from the end of it all, of freedom's final spark, the Lord Rahl ran the very real risk of missing the moment of his greatest need. She could hardly believe that for centuries prophecy foretold of the one who would lead them, and when the time finally arrives, he's off somewhere else. A lot of good prophecy was doing them. Verna knew Richard's heart. She knew Kalen's heart. It wasn't right to doubt either of them, but Verna was the one staring into the eyes of Jigang's horde, and Richard was nowhere to be found. From what little information Verna had gleaned from Anne's messages in the journey book, there was trouble afoot. Verna could detect in Anne's writings that the woman was greatly troubled by something. Whatever the cause, Anne and Nathan were racing south, back down through the old world. Anne avoided explaining, possibly not wanting to burden them with anything else, so Verna didn't press. She had enough trouble conceiving of why Anne would have joined with the prophet rather than collaring him. Anne said only that a journey book was not a good place to explain such things. Despite the good work the man sometimes did, Verna considered Nathan dangerous in the extreme. A thunderstorm brought life-giving rain, but if you were the one struck by its lightning, it didn't do you much good. For Anne and Nathan to join forces, as it were, must be indicative of the trouble they were all in. Verna had to remind herself that not everything was going against them. Not everything was hopeless and dismal. Jagang's army had, after all, suffered a stunning blow at the hands of Zed and Adi, losing staggering numbers of soldiers in an instant and suffering vast numbers of casualties. As a result, the Imperial Order had turned away from Aidendrill, leaving the Wizard's Keep untouched. Despite the Dreamwalker's covetous hands, the keep remained out of his reach. Zed and Adi had the defense of the keep well in hand, so it was not all trouble and strife. There were valuable assets on the side of the Daharan Empire. The keep might yet prove decisive in helping to stop the Imperial Order. Verna missed that old wizard, his advice, his wisdom, though she would never admit it aloud. In that old man she could see where Richard got many of his best qualities. Verna halted when she saw Rika striding across in front of her. Verna snatched the Mord Sith's arm.
"What is it, Prelate?"
Rika asked.
"Have you heard what this is about?"
Rika gave her a blank look.
What's about?"
The messenger stopped on the other side of the intersection of informal roads. Horses trotted past in both directions, one pulling a cart of water barrels. Fully armed men crossed on the side road. The encampment, one of several, surrounded by a defensive berm, had evolved into a city of sorts, with byways through its midst for men, horses, and wagons.
"Something is going on," Verna said. "Sorry, I haven't heard anything. Are you busy?"
"Nothing urgent." End of Side 12. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette.